Thank you, everyone. I guess that the bell didn't hear very well. Was the bell here clearly? No? Okay. I need to hit the bell stronger next time. So I make the sit shorter a little bit to see if anything I said today that not clearly understand, or if you have any question or comment about what I said today.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Doug, and thank you, Lianchi, for this evening and for your explanations. This is a very elemental, basic question, but we're going to be spending 3 days, learning how to be aware off the cushion. And from your perspective, Lianchi, tell me why this is important, why we're doing this, because I find myself, you know, trying to be aware and then often having to remind myself why I'm doing it. And I mean, I've got my reasons or I wouldn't be doing it, but I would like to know from you, and what would Sayadaw say on reasons for being aware?
Are you asking about aware in general or being aware of cushion?
Both.
I see. Okay. Um, Let me ask you this question before I answer you.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever have an incident that you say something and you wish that I didn't say that or didn't do that?
Yes.
Okay. So if you're being aware, you know your mind and heart before the body react. Like when we say something, that's the end of the process already. Before we say that, we think. And when we think, before we think, we already see the quality of the mind that handle that thinking. So let's say the quality is anger, then the thought is angry thoughts. And when you know the angry thoughts, let's say you just want to say it, but you don't consider that person, would they listen to you? Is that the right time to say that? Will they appreciate that? Or is that benefit for the relationship? You did not consider that. You just want to throw out your idea. So if the awareness and wisdom see in that, it would not do it. It will wait. Saying that does not mean that we should not say in anything. It just means that when we say something, we say in different quality. Because when we talk, we express our thinking. But when we think, the thought itself is express the quality of the mind. So if we see the quality of the mind is not a wholesome quality, we will not listen to the thoughts. So we wait until the quality is wholesome, then we will do it. So being aware is mean you know before things happen, like coming out to action or speech. And be aware in daily life. If you want to be awareness and wisdom is a residential of the mind. Like we thinking, when we think, we don't need to be prepared to think. We just think, right? But when we be aware, we always need, okay, let me sit, let me close my eye, let me relax. We prepare ourselves to be aware. So awareness is not a resident of the mind. It's not always there. So if awareness and wisdom is not always there, we need to practice to make it stronger. So the word bhavana is mean cultivation, and bhavana translate into meditation. But actually the word it just means cultivated. Like a person who have short temper, because that person cultivate anger all the time. he or she or they allow anger to arise again and again. We think so much because we allow thinking happen all the time. So we use the same principle of nature. Whatever arises again and again becomes strong, just like weed. If you don't pull up the root, you just cut it back, it's grow again and again. When it grow again and again, it will be stronger. The roots go deeper. So we want the mind have a stronger, a deeper, wholesome quality in the mind, so that the mind is not react, but respond. In order to do that, if we just sit alone, like 1 hour, 2 hour a day, it's not enough. Then the whole time, let's say we have 8 hours sleeping and then 4 hours of whatever. So we have 14 hours and then 10 hours left. And then we have 1 hour of sitting and 9 hours left. That 9 hours, the mind is run without any checking. So when the mind is monkey running like that, of course, you gain momentum of whatever is. So after, let's say you go back from work and you are tired, you really don't want to have talk to anybody. You just want to sit and watching TV or at least just sit down and rest. So how you relate the energy you radiate to people around you is the energy that people can feel it in the same way. So, but if throughout the day you've been meditate and you know that you are tense up, you relax. You be aware of your mind and heart. You relax, and you know that this anger is about there. You're watching it, and anger come down. So because of that, when you go home, your mind and heart is very like on check. So you don't react, but you respond. So awareness is getting stronger because you collect moment to moment throughout the day instead of just 1 hour a day. Yes. Am I make sense to you?
Yes, yes. I thank you for that. Because I, I try to bring awareness into my daily life, and sometimes I'm just thinking as I'm on my bicycle, okay, I'm aware. No, there's no anger, there's no craving. Um, and I sort of wonder sometimes, what am I, you know, really, what am I doing? What's going on here? I mean, I can see when a strong emotion comes up, it's good to be able to pause and respond rather than react. But just the minute, hour in, hour out during the day, walking, taking a bike ride, playing pickleball, whatever it is. Sometimes I'm being aware, but I'm thinking, where is this really leading? So that's why I kind of wanted to get a sense from you.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. So that's the difference right there. When we be aware and conscious, like you are sitting, you know you're sitting. And then you know that, oh, okay, I'm be aware of hearing, I'm be aware of things around me. But are you aware of learning? Like a thought, how many thoughts arise a day? But do you recognize the thought is come from what quality? Do you learn anything about thoughts? When you are tired, the thought is will be slower. When you are excited, a thought is like more stronger. When you have like anger, the thought is planning in this way. Like how many times that you been aware and you have a learning process to see the pattern. Just like a weatherman, if he take only one data a day, that one data doesn't mean anything. But if he take data, it seems like repeatedly, but after a whole bunch of data, it's become a pattern. So that become an information. And then from information, it's become knowledge. But if only one data, it doesn't mean anything. And same thing, we just say, okay, I'm thinking, I know that I'm doing this, I know I'm doing that. Do we know that is our experience is an object to learn, just like scientists? Do we interest in that? So when we see pattern, let's say we all know psychology, right? We all know perception. So how does perception work? We know how to make decision, like choose what clothes we wear. How did decision make? We know that we have memory. Then do we know that where memory go to? Is memory, is it like we have computer and then store it somewhere? Or memory is where it go to? So all of that is because we interest in, like, why we cry all the time, why we think about same thoughts arise and arise again, why it's so sticky. So mindfulness, pay attention to the mind, is because we want to learn. And if we don't learn, we will see like, oh, it's the same. Why are we doing that? So a key in this style is interest. So that's why we pay attention. We pay attention because we want to learn.
Thank you.
So sorry, Doc, I'm running over a little bit. So back to you.
No need to apologize whatsoever. Okay. Well, I think that's a very good start to our weekend. Lianchi, thank you so much. You gave us so many good pointers there. As we shift modes now back to daily life, although I do think the practice is pointing to recognizing a Dharma talk as daily life quite well. See in your mind, again, this would be a pointer from Sayadaw's practice. Just see if even one phrase of Lianchi's, who dropped so much wisdom on us, just see if one is really shining bright in your mind, and just practice with that. So for me, something I hadn't even heard from Sayadaw before, I just heard it from Lianchi. She said, enjoy your life. I think that's great. I'm going to practice with that one, starting right now. And when I get up, I'm going to enjoy getting up. And when I go to bed, I'm going to enjoy that. And every single thing, I'm going to see if I can get enjoyment, if I can notice enjoyment arising, even if there's an ache or a pain. I'll just check that out and see. I'll see if that applies. That will be an interesting experiment. And I offer that itself as a pointer. Because, right, Lianchi, Sayadaw says, it's the mind that does the work. It's awareness that's doing the work, and it's already doing the work if just one thing she said is really shining bright for you. That's telling you in that adaptive and flexible way that Sayadaw teaches that that's where you should go, because it's just pulling you. It's saying, come here, practice with me. So many sparkling drops of wisdom here. That would be my suggestion as we wrap up tonight. And as we always do at Monday, friends, we always end on the practice of sharing the merit, which is very simply bringing to mind the thought that we do this practice to see ourselves more clearly, especially in a way that brings us more clarity, more settledness, more understanding, and that it's our deepest wish that through our simple presence, we can come to share what we've gained with others so that they too can feel free and peaceful, calm and clear. Again, so great to see everybody tonight. Just a wonderful, wonderful group. Thank you so much. Thanks for your questions. Thanks for your presence, and have a wonderful night, and can't wait to see you tomorrow morning. Take care, everybody. Bye for now.
Recording in progress.
So, good morning, everybody. Great to see everybody. Here we are at the beginning of our first full day of retreat, practicing the daily Dharma of Sayadaw U Tejania. I was just putting on my my screensaver. I was just noticing a little paradox this morning, that in the morning, because my window looks east, I get a strong sunlight coming in from big windows over there. So I go over there to open the shades as much as possible, and then paradoxically my face goes dark. I don't know why, but there's something funny going on there. So then I went back and I lowered it down about halfway. I've got all the lights in the room on, the electric lights, but it still seems like I'm sitting in the dark, even though right over there there's very bright sunlight. So who knows, but you know, this practice is so much about noticing small things. And then it's realizing that small things are not small things at all. This is very, very true. Very true, especially when we look down deep, right where suffering starts and can stop. So we practice to refine our awareness to the point that we can see down at that level very clearly. And that's what this morning's Dharma talk is about. So how is everybody this morning? Everybody good?
Mm-hmm.
Get a good night's sleep? Fantastic. Thanks for the smiles. I don't know. Sometimes people say that the whole personality doesn't come through on Zoom. I'm not sure about that. I feel a lot of personality coming through. So I promised, by the way, I hope you enjoyed last night's Dharma talk and the discussion at the end. So many really profound things came up last night, and I'll bet that all of you have some questions about these things. It was all about what's happening down there at the bottom level. I wouldn't go so far as to say the bottom. I'm not sure I've reached the bottom. I'm sure I haven't reached the bottom. But way down there, that's what we were talking about last night, and we're going to unpack that more and more over this weekend. So thank you so much, Lin Chi, for that talk last night. I promised you yesterday that the morning Dharma talks were going to be very practical, in that we'd work really hard to offer really specific, really pragmatic, and hopefully memorable ways to be knowingly aware and to be continuously aware. I chose those words carefully. Actually, I didn't say to know that we're aware. I said to be knowingly aware. There's a big difference. Sometimes, to be completely honest, that difference does not come through the translations of Sayadaw U Tejaniya. Sometimes it does. Very often it doesn't. And it's perfectly okay to just ask the question, am I aware? That is great, because it's so short and simple. Am I aware? Just ask that question as many, many times as you can throughout the day. Am I aware? Now, sooner or later, in the nature of every habit, and yes, start off by putting those stickers on your refrigerator, on the door frames, and text on your computer, and use whatever you can to remember, am I aware? Ask, am I aware? In the nature of every habit, sooner or later, you won't need to ask, am I aware? Because the mind loves that question.
Mhm.
It loves that question. And it will just start asking that question wordlessly, and you'll just start noticing after a while. Just like on the piano, you play the scales enough times, the next thing you know, you're not even thinking about it. Same thing with riding a bike. Same thing with everything. Sooner or later, there will come moments when, many, many moments when, you just, without even asking the question, you will suddenly notice that you are aware. You will know that you're aware, and that is the difference. You'll be knowingly aware. And by the way, it is not some great revolutionary ecstatic experience. It is not. It is an ordinary experience. It is the most ordinary experience because it is what we are all the time. Now let me explain about that, because that's another thing. Although it does come up sometimes inside us teachings, it's often in the background. Hold on, let me
Black nitrate deposit negative.
okay, there we go. Let me explain what I mean by that. I just said that awareness is present all the time. It's all the time. It's aware all the time because we're alive all the time. If we weren't aware, we wouldn't be alive. That would literally be the definition of not alive. If we took away all the experiences that we have while being aware, we would not be alive. And there are many times in life, in fact, usually most of the time, awareness is present, but we're not aware that it's present. That's why being knowingly aware is so important. So for example, this example is often given. I think it's a great one. You've had a long day at work. You wrap things up. You get in your car and you drive home. And then you get home and you put your car in the driveway and put it in the garage. You turn off the key, you turn off the engine, and you can't remember a thing that you saw on the way home. But you got home. You knew when to turn right, when to turn left, when to stop at the stoplight, when to go, when to avoid pedestrians, when to slow down because somebody in front of you was jamming on their brakes too quickly, etc., etc. Your awareness took care of all of that without your even noticing. And we all go through life like that so much of the time. Maybe, tragically, probably most of the time. Even when we're asleep, we're aware. That's especially noticeable during the dreaming. What knows a dream vision? Awareness is knowing it. And so on. So, this is a kind of a refinement of understanding where we're kind of going to a subtler level, subtler even than often appears in Dharma teachings, including Sayadaw's, which comes through translation, and which is there occasionally, but usually the question is asked, usually the question that is posed is just to check whether we are aware or not. The refinement is, are we knowingly aware or not? And so that's the first thing I would suggest for the practice today, is to remind yourself as many times as possible, to ask yourself as many times as possible, am I aware? And if you'd like, just remember, am I knowingly aware? Now, is that hard? Sayadaw goes on at length in many ways. He really tries hard to make sure we all understand that it is not hard to know if you're aware. It is the easiest thing in the world. He'll say, are you aware? Can you be aware of the sensations of your feet? You instantly say yes. You know you're aware. Now then he might say, if you really want to do practice right then and there as you're walking, you can say, am I aware of the sensations of my feet as I'm walking? Yes. Then he'll say, now notice what other things you can be aware of. You can be aware of your breath in that same moment that you notice the sensations of your feet. You can be aware of the temperature. You can be aware of other sensations in the body. You can be aware of all the things that sight is seeing, all the things that hearing is hearing, the sensations of the clothes touching your body. You can be aware of memories. You can be aware of thinking about the future. All kinds of things. And kind of exploring the amplitude, the extent of what awareness can be aware of is part of the practice. It's a huge part of the practice as we continue to go on, because when we do that, we start to become more and more aware of just what awareness is and just what is the extent of its powers. and especially how does it change our perspective on life as we become more and more aware of the magnitude of all the things that awareness can be aware of? How does it change our thoughts? How does it change our speech? How does it change our actions? How does it change our experience of peace, of joy, of wisdom, and so on? So first thing today, as many times as you can, am I aware? Ask yourself, am I aware? And stay on the lookout for when that question just pops up by virtue of having practiced it so much, doing so many reps. Suddenly, a question will just pop up. Did it take any effort on your part to make that question pop up? No, because awareness is constantly knocking on the door for you to notice it, and you just start noticing it. Now we're working at a subtle level here. We're practicing, we're doing reps at a subtle level. When that starts to happen, you know you are on the path. And Sayadaw has a line for this. He says, this is when you know that Dhamma is taking you by the hand. So that's the first thing. Now I'm going to go into really what's kind of the most practical thing of all. I hope it is. And it goes by a very practical and pragmatic name that Sayadaw talks a lot about. And that is checking. So some of you may have noticed that from the first time I sent out a notice to you all about the different resources we've got in this retreat, there's a section called the Sharing and Resources page. And some of you may have noticed that from the first time I sent it to now, the list of handouts has grown. And Lianchi and I have been joking about this a little bit because I started with 2 handouts, and then I thought of a third one, and I promised Lianchi that would be my last handout, and I think we're up to 6 now. I'm going to defend all 6, but this morning I want to just pick one of them, and also to say that you'll notice out of those 6, 2 of them are expressly called checklists. And so let's go over one of those checklists that I suggest we might use today. And I will also explain why Sayadaw thinks checking in a checklist fashion, one could almost call it the root of the practice, especially as we get started. So to do that, let me share a screen and look at this checklist, which I suggest we might follow today. Okay, let me get rid of all the junk on my screen. Let me go here. Let me go here. Okay, can everybody see that okay? Yeah? So this is the sharing and resources page. Here's a list of the handouts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 there, and we're going to go. Okay, so here's one called the Daily Life Meditation Checklist. We're going to talk about that. I'll talk about that tonight. I'll just put in a little plug before we get to the main checklist for today. These two here, how to relax and how to be aware. I think you all know that Sayadaw's most recent commercially published book is called Relax and Be Aware, and that this is the first instruction that he gives to yogis. Absolutely new to his retreat, whether they're monks or lay people, whether they're longtime practitioners or beginners. He starts with the meditation instruction to relax and be aware. You might well imagine, and you'd be absolutely right, if you thought, well, there must be more to relaxation than I thought there was. And you'd be absolutely right. We'll talk about that today. And you might also think there might be a lot more to being knowingly aware than I ever thought before. And you'd be absolutely right about that. So these two handouts consist of, in this case, how to relax, 31 pithy instructions on how to relax. Sayadaw says, being relaxed is of prime importance. Everything else comes later. Well, obviously, very, very important there. We'll talk about that this morning. And then how to be aware, I think I've already covered that. But we'll talk about that also later on the retreat. And by the way, as I mentioned last night, do take mental notes, and especially note questions that you have, such as the very excellent questions that were asked last night, and bring them to the check-ins, where many, many times on retreats, the very best stuff comes out from all of us. So we'll skip down through these things. This part of the handout, other key resources, this is stuff that I would say you can use in the future. This retreat is not about reading lots and lots of stuff, but in the future, this is a practice for a lifetime. These are all really, really excellent resources if Sayadaw's method really grabs you and you'd like to go deeper. Now we're getting to the real stuff of this morning, the real pith of this morning. That's the first thing. We're going to get to a checklist right after that, right after this, but let's just pause on this one for a second. Train yourself to continuously look inwards. Let's look first at looking inwards, and then we'll look at the word continuously. Looking inwards. Just reflect for a moment. In the course of the average day, your average day at home, at work, whether you're inside or outside, doing the daily routine, doing things that are outside of your routine, whatever you're doing, on the average day, what percentage of time do you think you normally are looking inwards? Meaning, scanning through the body to see how relaxed the body is or how unrelaxed the body is. Scanning through the mind to see how spacious the mind is, how contracted the mind is, how much you're wanting things to be different, how much you're wanting things to be better. Whether you can find places in the inner world where there's peace and freedom. Noticing the passing train of thoughts. And notice things from a distance. In other words, not getting caught up in them. handling them skillfully, and doing all this type of inner noticing and working. What percentage of time do you normally spend on that? As opposed to how much time are you looking around at things, gathering, especially sites that are pretty, are beautiful, look like they might be something of importance, a red light, a green light, a person smiling, a person scowling. How much time are you spending listening to things, especially for things that are important, like something a spouse or a child or a friend says, or a boss says, and so on and so forth. All of these apparently external things. And paying a lot of attention to those external things. Now last night, Lianchi said, Lianchi pointed to one of Sayadaw's most important teachings. He said, it's a practical thing to do to try to allot at least 50% of your attention on the inner world. And only 50% or less on the outer world. That's a really important teaching. And there are places when he teaches where he suggests spending a lot more than 50% of time on the inner world. And there are reasons for that, which we can go into. And if you'd like, please ask that question during a Q&A. Looking inwards is just really important, especially because, as we mentioned last night, this is where things begin, especially the process of going towards suffering or going towards the process that leads to freedom and release from suffering, where by suffering I mean all the stuff that bugs us in life, all the way from minor problems and distractions all the way to severe depression, severe addiction, anger, resentment, worry, confusion, and all the rest of it. This is where it all gets started, inwards, at a subtle level. The clearer we can be about where all that stuff starts, the more we begin to see how it also ends. And the greatest thing of all is to recognize at some point that awareness alone and on its own will snuff out the beginnings of suffering. Just noticing that very small point, flooding it with awareness, knowing it, will blink it out right there. All it takes is to be aware of it. Now, if that little spark of suffering has already blazed up into a big old fire, it takes a lot more than just knowing that there's a fire starting down there. It takes more. So the effort is really worth it to learn how to bring that flood of light, healing light, down to this lowest level where suffering can stop right where it starts. And the word continuously points to something we can talk about later, but the more we can maintain continuous awareness at that level, the better. And this is another one of Sayadaw's most frequent and foundational teachings, as it is with the Buddha, of course. One only has to look at the Satipatthana Sutta to see that when you can maintain this knowing awareness at this root level of the mind, the power of awareness to snuff out suffering is, vastly magnified with continuous awareness. So we can pick up on the continuity of awareness later. Now, let's go to the checklist that I've been talking about first. So this is something that I came up with 3 years ago, and people really liked it, and I'm bringing it back today, and I call it the Dharma Dashboard. As you can see, it's a checklist. I wrote this checklist down because several years ago, I recognized that in my own practice, I was mentally going through this checklist every single morning. At first, and I was doing it, I realized, because I'd been practicing in Sayadaw's method for quite a few years at that time. That was 2022 when I wrote this, and I'd been practicing Sayadaw's method for about a decade already. And then I realized that I've been doing it so long, I was automatically checking on my mind every morning in this specific way. And then I thought, gosh, it's like I've got this dashboard in my mind now. And it's like when you get in a car and you're ready to take off, you quickly look at the dashboard to make sure you haven't, well, if you're aware, you quickly look to see how much gas is in the tank and maybe how many miles you've got in the car. And then especially as you're driving, you're often looking back at the dashboard in a checklist way to see if everything's okay. And I thought, gosh, that's a good metaphor for meditation. And it is looking inwards at that dashboard to see if everything's okay, and am I driving safely, meaning am I living safely, something like that. This is the Dharma dashboard. So for the rest of the time this morning, I just want to go through this Dharma dashboard and suggest that this might be a checklist that you could use today, and if you liked it, you could work with it over the days, over the weeks, over the months, even over the years, as I've been doing. Now, before I go through this line by line or group by group when we get down to the bottom there, let me just say a couple more things about this activity of checking and using a checklist. Let me say a few things about that. And let me begin by mentioning two things that Sayadaw says about this process of checking. One thing that he says is, whenever you check, you are aware. Whenever you check, you are aware. Especially when you're checking on the inner world. Another thing that he says, one of the most beautiful things to me, is checking is awareness. What is checking? It's noticing in a somewhat disciplined manner, in a skillful manner. It's not like compulsively checking your emails or compulsively watching the next YouTube, or in my case, compulsively buying another Dharma book, which is one of my vices. It's skillful noticing, because what you're checking on is one of those gauges, one of those measurements that tells you whether you're living right or not. Meaning, are you creating more suffering for yourself and others, or are you not? Skillful checking is checking on those qualities of mind and the quality of awareness, those qualities of awareness that keep you safe and keep you calm and clear and peaceful in your life. Those are important things. And those things are down at the basement level of the mind. That's why we want to know how to go down there with the flashlight of our awareness. Even better, with the flaming torch of our awareness, with the sunlight of our awareness. Very briefly, before a pilot flies his plane, and before a pilot takes off, even before the engine starts, what is the pilot and the co-pilot doing for like a half an hour before they go on the flight to make sure it's a safe flight? What are they doing? Has anybody ever looked into the cabin and seen, like, even as we're getting on board a plane, if we just look through the open door, what's happening? Both the pilot and the co-pilot have clipboards on their lap, and they're going through a checklist. That is what they are doing. Several years ago now, a doctor named Atul Gawande, I'm not sure what his specialty is as a physician, but he's quite a well-known doctor. He writes frequently for the New Yorker magazine and on medical issues, and he wrote a book called The Checklist Manifesto: How to Get Things Right. And in that book, he made the argument that some huge percentage of errors in surgery and errors in hospitals could be completely eradicated if surgeons, doctors, and nurses all just used checklists more. That's what the whole book is about. Because if you spend some time on the checklist, you weed out all the unnecessary things, the unimportant things, the unfoundational things, and you just focus on what are the truly foundational things that you need to make sure are okay before you take the next step. That's what we're talking about here with the Dharma dashboard. And so, yeah, these are the questions that I ask myself every morning, like first thing when I literally sometimes usually before I open my eyes. I'm just noticing awareness, and I just lie there for a while, noticing that I'm aware and noticing what I'm aware of. To be honest, I don't even ask that question anymore. It just automatically comes up because I've been doing it so long. I just notice that awareness is present, as it always is, and in the way that I mentioned before, awareness is there. Well, what is being noticed? What is awareness being aware of? And I just sort of scan through the body, scan through the mind, and then sometimes in bed, sometimes while I'm getting up, I go through these other questions. So I think we've covered the am I aware, like very first thing on the dashboard. I think we've covered that enough for now. Let's go to the second one. Is the heart radiant? Now, this is a super important question for me in my own practice. And it's very interesting because when one listens to Sayadaw and reads through his writings, one does not see him frequently speak about metta, usually translated as loving kindness. My favorite translation is warm-heartedness, kindness, well-wishing for all beings. But in a certain way, which we'll consider in just a few minutes, I think one could consider all of Sayadaw's teachings to be teachings that basically are aimed at eradicating all of those things that are so often present in the mind that block us from recognizing free-flowing metta. So, just from a logical standpoint, metta, which is a conditioned state of mind, or heart mind, metta can be present or not. That's possible. It can be present or not. If we set the right conditions, it will be present. And a checklist is a way to make sure that the conditions are present for metta to be free-flowing in all of its forms, meaning loving kindness, compassion, joy, equanimity. And all of Sayadaw's practices really are about eliminating, eradicating, snuffing out, or whatever thing you want to say, abandoning all of those qualities of mind that prevent the free-flowing, ever-present quality of mind of metta, compassion, joy, equanimity. And those of you who read suttas will recognize that the Buddha often speaks about the sun, often uses the sun as a metaphor for metta. He himself is often referred to in the Buddhist literature as a kinsman of the sun. He is often, awareness itself is often referred to in metaphorical fashion as a sun, radiating feelings of goodwill, outward and unbounded in all directions, like the rays of the sun. And if conditions are right and that is flowing, that is really the best possible way to live. It has so many benefits, and the Buddha himself was a devout checklist person, right? How many lists do we have from the Buddha? Dozens. A few of them are totally central, and he has a whole list of all the things that you will get in life if metta is free-flowing. So it's a quick check. It's just a quick check. But what I noticed about the checklist is if you check on whether metta is present, and you find that, let's say, the expansion of that heart space that already contains metta is only this much, I've got like 3 inches on this in myself. I've got my hands like 3 inches on either side of my heart right now. The moment you check, immediately that space starts to expand to 6 inches or 8 inches, and who knows how far out after that. So the checking actually instigates metta because you just noticed it, and what you pay attention to grows. That's just a fundamental thing which we all recognize. The more we pay attention to a thing, the more that thing grows. Pay attention to metta, it will grow. So by checking, even just for a few seconds, boom, metta expands. So it's a great thing, and the checklist is working. So, like I say, sometimes, even before my eyes go up, I'm going through this checklist. Now, remembering that that Sayadaw's first instruction is to relax and be aware, it makes sense that you would check to see whether you are relaxed or not. And a really practical way to do this is to start with, is the body relaxed? Now, you can ask whether the mind is relaxed, and in a sense, all the rest of the questions are about that, is whether the mind is relaxed. But it's super helpful to start with the body for many reasons. Again, in the Q&A, we might go through some of those. But really, it's super helpful to start with the body and to scan down through the body and just notice how relaxed is the body. Going to places where it's not so relaxed. Spending some time there and noticing that when you just become aware of places in the body that are feeling pinched or tight or aching or even painful, you'll notice that as soon as those areas are flooded with some amount of awareness, some amount of relaxation happens. And pay attention to that even small amount that there is relaxation, because what you pay attention to grows. Pay attention to even the subtle thing that happens to tension when you pay attention to tension. It starts to relax. Pay attention to that apparently small increment that relaxes. Don't overlook that apparently small increment, because that's the starting point, and what you pay attention to grows. Sayadaw says, one of his greatest instructions for me is, when you are constantly aware of your state of relaxation, you will become more and more relaxed. I highly recommend you might use that today. You might decide, I'll just attempt to be, I will be, as continuously aware as I can of my state of relaxation. Whether that's a high or low state, doesn't matter. But just pay attention to the state of relaxation and see if it doesn't make you more and more relaxed, even in a small and incremental way at first. That's a good thing to do today. I just can't help but also add here that, again, this is his first instruction. Relax. Being aware is the second instruction, you could say. Relax. Why is he putting so much attention on relaxation? Relaxation is so much deeper than one might think at first. It is so central. It is the second and third noble truth. The first noble truth is there is tension, often called suffering, of course. But how do we experience suffering in the body? Tension in the body, constriction in the body, tightness in the body, unpleasantness, which always goes back to tension. That's the first noble truth. What's the second noble truth? It's the reason why we are tense. The reason is craving, and we'll get to that a little bit today and more tonight. The reason is essentially craving. And notice the craving, the wanting things to be different than they are. That's the second noble truth. The third noble truth is relax craving. Nirodha. And that's the cessation of suffering. The second and the third noble truth. Tension and the cessation of tension by relaxation. The ultimate relaxation is basically enlightenment. So one could say relaxation is the alpha and the omega of this whole meditation project. It's profound. And I have to say too, I just joke, I have to laugh at this because it's just the truth. I didn't realize this until I was way into middle age. And this is just such a big thing in my practice because I wasn't born with karma that included very much relaxation. So it's a lifetime project for me to deepen into this one. This is one that really works for me. It will be different for everybody, but certainly this is a very, very central thing for everybody. Relaxation, even for those who have a knack for it. It's so great for them to deepen into it and to share it more and more. So relaxation. Is the body relaxed? Okay, enough on that one then. Now, I guess we'll go about 10 more minutes and then we'll get into our day. Let's just go through these next blocks fairly quickly, because again, I'm going to expand on a especially the last two blocks. I'm going to talk about more tonight, and I'm sure that we will in Q&A. And I know that Lianchi also has a lot of really wonderful things to share on these last several blocks, the last 3 blocks of the checklist. But let's just go over them briefly right now. And I just have to love that first one because I wrote that down in 2022. So I guess I have been practicing enjoyment for at least 3 years. But it wasn't until last night from Lianchi's teaching that I heard that Sayadaw once said, "Enjoy your life." Wow, that is good. Now let me point out that there's a word in Pali called piti, P-I-T-I. And piti is usually translated as joy. And piti is all over the place in the Buddha's teachings. I can think of 2 places where it's very prominent. One is in the Anapanasati Sutta, which is watching the in-breath and the out-breath. This is one of the ways that the Buddha teaches how to stay continuously aware in a way that leads to the end of suffering. And piti is right there, almost at the top of the list. And what the list describes is itself a checklist that actually starts with relaxing the body and the mind. That's the first part of Anapanasati Sutta. Relax the body, relax the mind in a way that we've just been talking about. And then right then, the next thing to check is piti. Why? Because when you relax the body and the mind, you experience joy, or you could say enjoyment. It's super important to notice that level of joy, that level of enjoyment right away. And don't bypass it even if it seems small. Because what you pay attention to grows. And it is not just likely, it is a certainty that if you relax the body, you will feel enjoyment. Notice it. Deepen into it. Let your body be filled with it. Use your in-breath to spread it through the body. Don't get attached to it. That's the very next teaching after that. But do go through that step. Notice. Enjoy. Enjoy your life. Enjoy relaxation. So that's a super important one to look at. And at that point, don't get too worried about getting too attached. Just enjoy it for the time being. And by the way, it naturally subsides because everything naturally subsides. And that's the very next thing the Buddha says is, notice that when you feel joy, it will naturally dissipate into something more calm and steady. And then notice that. And that's a natural process. So notice that natural process of how that strong upsurge of joy naturally cools off. What is the mood of the mind? Is the mind spacious or not? Now you'll notice that once we've checked in with the body, it's time to check in with the mind. And these next 2 checklist items come from the Satipatthana Sutta, where the Buddha, after explaining how to relax the body and the mind, he says, check on the quality of the mind, noticing one could say, its mood, its flavor right now. Is it grasping? Is it clinging? Is it averse? Is it roiled? Is it calm? Whatever it is, it's okay. Just notice it. The mood of the mind. One of the lines that's straight, the direct translation out of the Satipatthana Sutta is the mind constricted or not? That's straight out of the Satipatthana Sutta. And again, that's saying, is the mind itself tense or relaxed? Is it clenched or is it relaxed? Just check on it. Either one is okay. That's just a natural thing, but just notice it. And if you notice that it's clenched, just the noticing will start naturally the process of unclenching. And then notice that. He also suggests noticing whether the mind is spacious or not, whether there's a lot of things coming into awareness right now, or is it just like a small amount that you're really focusing on, spacious or not. So that's the next thing on the checklist. And then, because we're going to talk about this, I'm sure many times in this retreat, hopefully starting in the check-ins, but we'll see. Certainly both Lanchi and I will talk about it more today and tomorrow. And at this point, let me just back up, a little bit from the checklist and say that when it comes to watching the mind, this is what Sayadaw teaches, primarily. He says over and over in so many different ways, keep an eye on the mind. Keep a continuous eye on the mind. And he doesn't mean eye in the literal sense here. And he certainly doesn't mean focusing on the mind. We'll talk more about that word focus as well. And Lanchi talked about it last night already. Super important thing to get under our belts, the difference between focusing on something and just being aware of something. Super important. When Sayadaw says keep an eye on the mind, he's just saying be aware of the mind, how it is. And when he says be aware of the mind, he's talking about being aware of the inner world and cultivate and keep cultivating awareness of the mind until we become as clear and sharp about all the objects in the inner world and their nature as we already are about all the objects in the so-called external world and their nature. We want the inner world to be clear. And especially we want to know those objects in the landscape of the inner world to put our attention on. That's where wisdom comes in. Choosing which objects in the inner world to put our attention on. That is wisdom. And we want to be able to look in the inner world and navigate through it and keep our awareness on those parts of the inner world named on the checklist that the Buddha gave us and Sayadaw gives us. Those objects on the dashboard that tell us whether we're driving safely, whether we're living safely, in a healthy way, in an energetic way, in a loving way, in a wise way. And the three most important things on that dashboard as objects of the inner world are craving, aversion, and delusion. We're almost at 10 o'clock, so we can't go into this too much. If someone were to throw either me or Lanchi a question on craving and aversion, we can start to get into that, into the check-ins today. I'm sure Lanchi will say more about these. I will also tonight in my Dharma talk. But just to remember for now, as we begin to cultivate and to keep our attention on the inner world today in this retreat, keeping at least 50% of our awareness on the inner world today, I would say to simplify things this morning and today. Notice craving. Notice craving. Today, notice craving. What is craving? It's wanting something that we think is not present at the moment. And what is that thing? It is a pleasant thing. It is something that will give us a pleasant sensation. That is craving. Craving is thinking that pleasant sensations are not present enough for us now, and we crave that thing that we think we need in order to have that pleasant sensation. That could be something in the refrigerator. It could be music. It could be seeing somebody. It could be looking at a tree, looking at the sky. It could be taking a shower. It could be fantasies that the mind wants to go to in order to feel good and have a pleasant sensation from those fantasies. In other words, it could be any of innumerable forms of distraction. So today, to keep things simple, but also not simple, profound, because craving is the second noble truth. It's where suffering starts. And at that point, the practice is, and this is also straight from Sayadaw as it is from the Buddha, when you notice an object that is causing craving, and I just mentioned a whole bunch of them there, the direction is take your attention off of the object and put your attention onto the sensations of craving in the body. How does it feel in the body when you crave? Especially notice where tension arises because of craving, because craving induces grasping, and grasping is itself tension. You want that object. That object happens to be impermanent like all objects, but nevertheless you want it. And your mind tends to go back and back and back to that image of the object or that object itself. Take your attention off of the object or the mental picture of the object and shift it to the feelings in the body that you get when you crave. And then just keep awareness there as much as you can, and especially if you can, notice that as soon as you just directly turn your attention to craving and flood it with some awareness, craving starts to diminish, even a little bit. And if you notice that little bit, pay attention to that, because what you pay attention to grows. All right. Hey, I've still got one more block to go, but let's leave that last block for both Lenchi and me later today, possibly during the Q&As, certainly during our Dharma talks and further meditations and talks. And let's just work with the checklist that I've outlined so far. That's my proposal. Let me unshare. Any questions before we wrap up this session here? Any questions or comments? So, everybody got the checklist? Okay. I hope it's useful. I hope those instructions or suggestions were helpful. And let your own intuition go from here, I would say. Again, having just dropped all that on you, don't feel any need to memorize the checklist. Don't feel any of that. Don't grasp to it. Don't think it's the greatest or not the greatest. It's like, but do notice even if there's one of the things in there that's really pulling you, like I would really like to check out that thing about relaxation, or about am I aware, or any of the things, just notice just one thing that's pulling you and work with that. Feel no need to be comprehensive. Just go about daily life. Remember, try to remember you're aware. That's the main thing. Notice what happens when you're aware, and pick up on that one thing that might really be pulling you, that you have natural curiosity for, you're naturally drawn to, and just work with that and see how that goes. And please do bring anything you notice, obstacles to practice, little breakthroughs, insights, or anything else. And gosh, I don't even have my schedule in front of me. I think we have another session. Okay, hang on.
The check-in is 9:30 in my time.
Right, so it's 11:30 Central. So that is in 1.5 hours. Yeah, that's right for everybody, right? 1.5 hours. We'll get back together for our first check-in. Sound good? Okay, off we go. Thanks, everybody. See you soon. Yeah, I just started the recording. Would you mind backing
Okay.
up and just asking the question again?
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry
Okay.
about that.
That's all right, no problem. Um, so my question is around suffering. And what I was saying is I certainly experienced firsthand and realized that suffering without awareness is very problematic, both for myself and others. Sort of mindless or unaware suffering. I do still experience, my question's coming out of this. I do experience somehow, I still have this sense that mindful suffering or being aware of my suffering is fruitful or fertile in some way. Like the suffering serves almost as a creative prompt, a direction around what needs to be paid attention to, an indicator of things that I need to pay attention to, etc. So I find myself sort of feeling, I'll just say it this way, that I would a lot of times feel like I would rather suffer creatively or fertily, if you will, than not suffer at all.
Hmm.
And I wonder, uh, either or both of you, what your take is on that.
You want to jump in on that one, Lianchi?
Well, yeah, I can say something a little because I started my practice with my suffering too. Um, yeah, just like you all know that the famous teaching from the Buddha is like starting with first noble truth is there's suffering. So because as human being or any being, when we suffer, we want to get out of that. So, and then the way that we want to get out of that is one of the way is to get what we want. But because the nature of get what we want is endless, so we get what we want and then we want more, and then we suffer more.
Yeah.
So that's why we have to find another way, and which is the way that to end suffering by stop the root of wanting or aversion or delusion. So, but saying suffering in the word on ordinary way that we cannot get what we want. So that's suffering or the stress. But there's different level of suffering, which is the suffering of becoming. Let's say um, we have body, so because we have body, it doesn't matter it's body healthy or unhealthy. You have to take care of the body. So becoming is, and then you need to routinely to take care of that. Is that also considered as suffering too? Um, and because of suffering, that level of suffering is not seem like suffering that we know that painful, like dukkha is like painful, or suffering of we don't get what we want, like let's say we want happiness and we don't have happiness, so we're uncomfortable, and then that level like becoming if we have something like Sayadaw used to ask this question as funny question like why do we have pain in our leg? And we all don't know, oh, because the leg have problem, this and that. And he said, no, because you have a leg, that's why you have pain. If you don't have a leg, you don't have pain. So that's the level of suffering becoming. But practice, when we practice, we start with that because we don't know the teaching. But the more we practice, the more we start to understand. Then at that point, a lot of people have the same idea that if I don't have suffering, I don't pay attention. And because I don't pay attention, I don't practice and I suffer more. And this is very common. I'm sorry. Uh,
Hold on, let me mute the participants again, and then you'll have to unmute yourself again, Lianchi.
okay.
Go ahead.
So because of that, we understand more. But the more you practice, the more you can see that the practice at that level is not based on suffering to remind ourselves anymore, but it's based on interest, because the wisdom at that level is getting so strong. So when the wisdom is getting strong, then the wisdom know what is benefit, what is not benefit. And the root is not like, let's say, the root of suffering is delusion. So the delusion is cover up the reality. But now, because wisdom getting so strong, so at very basic one, you don't have suffer yet, but you already know that is the beginning of the process. So it's not proliferate yet, but you already know that the seed of suffering, and you already stop at that point. So the the trigger for remember practice at that level is not a practice anymore, but it's more like it's not a reminder or the reason for practice anymore, but that more become of a habit. Like Doc talk and talk a beginning of his talk today, like he asking himself every day, like, am I aware? And it's become a resident in the mind. Like he just know that the first thing the mind know, like, am I aware in the morning? So in that level, wisdom and awareness become strong, and you don't need to remind yourself to practice. It just go as any other president in the mind. It just go on its own way with momentum. Back to you, Doug.
Sure. Yeah, I'll, I'll take a swing at that one, John. Too, it's such a central question, right? So I certainly, like Lian Chi, came to this practice because of suffering. And I'll tell two little stories. One is I was working at the time as a bureau chief for Bloomberg News in Tokyo, working my tail off as usual. And on this occasion, I had to fly to Singapore for a week or so, and I was just really, really suffering bad from burnout at that time, and it was for sure manifesting in my body in big ways. I was just hurting a lot, and I was in a taxi cab, and we drove past a Buddhist temple in Singapore, and I said, "Drop me off here." I had a little time. I thought, listen, I gotta figure this out somehow. And I tried a lot of other things, allopathic medicine, pharmacy stuff, and I'd done some meditation up to that point as well, too, but it obviously wasn't kicking in. So I thought, well, let's give this Buddhist temple a try. I went in, and I went into the lobby, and there in the lobby was a little pamphlet, um, a little free giveaway pamphlet. And I picked it up and I looked in there, looked in this tiny little pamphlet, and right on the front page were the Four Noble Truths. And I took a look at the first one, which was the truth of suffering, and that the first thing you need to do in the path was to acknowledge the suffering. And I was in such a state of mind at that time, I just closed the pamphlet down, closed the pamphlet, put it back down, and went back out and said, well, obviously this is not for me. I want to get rid of suffering. I don't want to focus on it, you know. So that was something that happened. And of course, the suffering continued. Jumping to another story, a long, long time later, with all these things still happening in the body and the mind. And this little story I thought of immediately last night when I was saying I was suggesting the instruction from Sayadaw to, experience whatever is happening just as it is, whether it's pleasant or unpleasant. That's like a really, really core thing. That's called right attitude. And it's one of the 3 pillars of practice that Sayadaw talks about. Lianchi will talk about that more. We'll both talk about it more, but seeing reality just as it is. And then I said last night, well, if it's a pleasant experience, look into that, see if there's some craving to have more of it. And if it's unpleasant, look into that and see if there's some aversion to it. And just get really involved and interested in that contemplation. Bring your natural curiosity about life right into that contemplation. Let go as best you can of the object that's creating that experience, and look at the craving that is present, the aversion that is present, or possibly both. Then when you do that, and this is what takes me to the second story. There was a day when, again, I was feeling high level sensation that would normally be called pain in the body. It was super high. I couldn't sleep. All the meditation in the world wasn't working. But I remembered right attitude, and I took a walk, and I decided to look right at the mind state at that time. And by the way, I was on a walk. I didn't go to the corner to cross my legs and do a formal meditation. I took a walk, and it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, completely dark outside, and I got into it, and I found it very interesting. And I found that I was like learning some things about what was really causing all this body pain and the tension. And I felt joy. I felt piti because I was learning. And then the line from the Dhammapada came to mind, which Sayadaw himself often speaks about. Understanding is what brings peace to the mind. So last night, again, when I said, just look at any experience, pleasant or unpleasant, and see if you can find some joy in it. Last night I thought, well, wait, I just told everybody you can even find joy when there's a painful feeling. Then I thought, well, now I have to explain why there can be joy in exploring a painful feeling, painful sensation. And it's because when you get into that investigation, when you get into that contemplation, again, another big theme in Sayadaw's teachings, you feel joy because you are learning about the way all this works. You're like really under the hood, and you're looking at how you're looking at your life, at its most fundamental level, or at least way down there, or way in there. And that in itself is a joy. The joy, I'll say this, joy naturally arises at that point. And at that point, the heavy level of sensation that you're feeling is very small in relationship to that feeling of joy, piti, of understanding, because that feeling comes from a very large space. Because at that point, your awareness is so big, it's taking in the big picture. And in the big picture, any amount of physical suffering is microscopically small. So those are two stories that came to mind when you asked your question, because you yourself were saying or asking or feeling that sometimes you might rather suffer than not suffer at all, because that leads to something good. And in my experience, what it leads to is learning and enjoying the learning and expanding the understanding. And when you can connect all of that to the felt experience of joy, that's a real breakthrough.
Thank you, both of you. Thank you.
Hey, I have a question.
Yeah, hi, Mary Beth.
Hi. You were talking about relaxation and I guess maintaining a relaxed mental state. And I was wondering how that relates to being disciplined, living, there's in this world, there's a lot of rules to follow about, 30 minutes of exercise a day or eating fish twice a week or whatever. There's a lot of rules that people follow. And, you know, staying disciplined in that kind of lifestyle, and then also staying relaxed. If you could kind of talk about that.
Sure, I'll offer a little something, and maybe Lynn, she would like to jump into. Okay, so this question of discipline, right? And what I heard you just speak about there, let's, for the purposes, like, to put it into context from this morning, what you were just talking about was like the checklist that society tells you to follow to be well and happy. And feeling like, and I'm extrapolating now a little bit from what you said, but doesn't it feel like, another to-do list, basically? And, how do you fit it all in, man? And it often seems like super impractical to eat the right amount of fish and get the right amount of omega-3s and the right amount of magnesium and creatine, or the right amount of exercise, and like balancing all this stuff, So Lianchi was talking last night about the adaptability of this practice to current conditions. And both of us have been talking about, last night and this morning, talking about how with this shift in awareness that we're talking about here, it's a shift away from fixation on concepts and objects. Concepts like, I need to do this, I need to do that. There's a fixed idea. Linchi was talking about that last night. I need to do this, I need to do that. I've got 10 things on this to-do list. Which goes to the top? Which is middle? Which is bottom? How do I put all these things in balance? This is like working at the conceptual level. And you were just expressing, to me, what I was hearing was you were expressing a sense of like bewilderment and confusion about all this, and not really seeing any clear positive output from it sometimes, or often. Whereas in this practice, when we shift our attention, when you think about it, shifting our attention is about the only thing we can ever control in our life, if you spend a little time on that. And one of the handouts is on this, by the way. It's called The Way of Skillful Attention. Just think about the fact that really, when you just settle down and just think it through a little bit, what we do with our attention is, and where we direct it, is like one thing we clearly can control to some little degree at first, and then more as time goes on. When you make that shift from fixation on objects, which includes pain and which includes suffering, but especially the objects that you think are creating the pain and the suffering, that's the real fixation, and identifying with those. And you make the shift to awareness, relax, and be aware, be knowingly aware. Then suddenly, naturally, you have access to, while you're in receiving mode, which Lenchi talked about last night, you go into receiving mode, and in receiving mode of awareness, just a quiet, non-conceptual listening, certain thoughts come through that kind of have a brightness to them and a shine to them. And suddenly you know that is the thing you need to do. Because awareness is telling you it is a wholesome thought to do that thing and follow that thought. And the suttas are full of stories where the Buddha does exactly this. Even the night of his awakening, he said, I'm going to look at all my thoughts, and I'm going to separate those thoughts that lead to tension in mind and body and those that lead to relaxation in the mind and body. And I'm only going to follow the latter category. And he did that on the night of his awakening, just before he got enlightened, right? So what we're offering here through Sayadaw's teachings are lots of tips and pointers on how to make that shift, how to release the grip that objects have on our attention and open and expand to the wide open receiving awareness space where wisdom flows, and wisdom knows what to do. It naturally knows what to do. And it's pretty much always telling you that, but it's sometimes hard to hear that because of all the noise and the distraction, and because of the momentum of all of our bad habits. And by bad habits, I mean the ones we all share. We think that just the accumulation of pleasant experiences equals happiness. But as Lianchi just said, that's not true. Because we've done that a long time, it hasn't brought us happiness. So back to the question of discipline, which was like one of the first things you mentioned. There is some discipline in the Buddha's path. So there is structure. And to that degree, at least in the beginning stages, there's a real need to, in faith at first, and then in increasing faith, as you see that this checklist or this disciplining, sometimes kind of forcefully disciplining attention to go in a certain direction, that's very real at first. It ultimately shifts into a more natural receiving of these quiet words of wisdom that knows what to do. Yeah, but at first in faith, you take the checklist and you work with it and you see if it works. Now, and I'll just finish with this. One of Sayadaw's teachings is you have to give the mind something to do. You have to give the mind something to do. Why? Because the mind, thoughts, feelings, and perceptions are wired in such a way that it keeps us distracted and busy and far away from that open receiving awareness. And unless you at first kind of a little bit forcefully move attention away from its fixation on and identification with objects, unless you do that, you don't get access to the wide open space of wisdom. And if you don't give the mind something to do, it will naturally do, let's call it the wrong thing as opposed to the right thing. And again, man, isn't it true that our conditioning to the wrong thing is so strong? And it comes it comes from way, way back. It comes through society with all those to-do lists, the exercise list, the pill list, even the yoga and spiritual lists can seem way too much sometimes, right? And there's the church, and there's our upbringing, there's our parents, and going for generations and eons back, society says one thing and our real nature says another thing. So yeah, to wrap up then, I probably talked too long on this, but it's such a good question. At first, yes, it feels a little forceful and effortful, just like when you're pedaling a bike uphill. It feels forceful and effortful, but there does come a point at the top of the hill when you stop pedaling and you're going down and you can take your feet off the pedal. You're still exerting some energy because you have to navigate the speed when you're going down. Sometimes you have to put the brakes on, you have to avoid potholes, but the whole energy equation changes. And now you're just like working naturally with the force of gravity, as opposed to for a while pushing against it. And that's how practice goes.
Thank you.
I hope I didn't talk too much, but you got me going on that one. That's a good question. Thank you so much, Mary Beth.
Thank you.
Doug, I just add a little bit to that, if I could.
Oh, please, yeah.
Is that just personally, because just personally, my temperament more is more the relaxed side. My husband say is more structured side. And we go on a vacation and he'll say he has his checklist on his vacation, what to bring. Sunglasses, sunscreen. And I am adverse to that, almost have an aversion to being organized like that, because I want to be relaxed. I don't want to be tense. And I associate that with being tense, and being too, you're going to do something wrong. You've got to do it right, just kind of versus flowing in the moment. Now I know that's not right. We've got to have a balance. But I'm saying just what I find in myself is when you call it a checklist, I go, oh, a checklist, a checklist. But everything on that checklist is a good checklist. I mean, it's a great checklist. But I can only take a couple things on that checklist. I can't take too much on that checklist.
Right on. That's it.
I have to break it down.
Absolutely.
If there's too many things on my checklist, like when you were mentioning it this morning, your checklist, I thought, okay, well, I can work on a few of these things.
Yeah.
And they're going to be super helpful. So anyway, that's me getting identified with something, probably, getting identified with just what I want to be more in the moment. I feel so much like I'm studying a lot, reading and doing some retreats lately, kind of just doing a back-to-back one right now, practically with Eckhart Tolle, coming off of that on Monday. And so there's so much in my head, I think. There's a lot in my head. You have to have concepts to learn. You have to listen. But I feel like I need to get out. Here I am, 75 years old. I need to experience life more. I need to be outside. I need to breathe the air. I need to, just have some balance in my life. And I think when I'm thinking too much about all this stuff, I'm overthinking. I'm not just being. It kind of takes over.
Yeah.
It takes over. It's helpful, but
only up to a point. And that's wisdom.
Like,
that's the wisdom that Lienchi's been talking about.
Yeah.
And because you're just noticing, like I said, on that to-do list, there's a spiritual to-do list too, and that's overwhelming. And just being sensitive to that voice that's saying, oh, overload on concepts right now.
Yeah.
Let's take a walk and just be open and see what floats to the top. And what floats to the top will be something wholesome, like looking at a leaf for a few minutes or a minute, something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
that's kind of where I am. But I had a funny story. I wasn't going to say that when I was going to share, but last night before I went to bed, I'm listening to all this inspirational things, and then I'm watching a Netflix show about suffering and loss of a child, and it just really made me sad. Just it really touched me, and so I went to bed sad. I woke up sad. Um, Went through the first thing, and it's still there, kind of that sadness and stuff. And I thought, okay, well, I mean, I'm checking in, and I'm sad, and I can kind of know why I'm sad, and so I'm sad. So what do I do with the sadness? I guess that's where the wisdom comes in. I mean, but you just let it be there. You just what do you do? What do you do with it?
Okay. So great question. Great. All this is a wonderful, wonderful narration of the kind of what's happening. So sadness. According to the checklist, if I may say, notice whether there's aversion or craving for the sadness, for example. And you started off this by saying you have an aversion to checklists. Yay! Because like that's the first thing you noticed. It was like, oh, the minute I see checklist, I have aversion. That's wisdom, And then the instruction is to look into that aversion. How does aversion feel? Isn't it more tension, really? It's like the very tension you're trying to get away from is appearing when you have aversion. So therefore, when you notice that, the mind, which in this case basically means awareness, knows that that's not a good thing to do. And when the mind learns at that level, it remembers that lesson. Sometimes you have to go through it over and over again, but eventually, and sometimes very quickly, the mind just goes, again, without your reminding it, it goes, that aversion leads to suffering. Therefore, I'm going to release my attachment to the object that's causing that aversion, which is the word checklist, for example. Or all my thoughts about my husband loving checklists, for example, something like that, Yeah. And by the way, that can lead on eventually to, if I may, a great, which I'm sure you already have to some great degree, a great appreciation for your husband's, love of checklists. I'm
Somebody
sure
has to do it.
Yeah, I'm sure you have it. Yeah, and then you see the balanced partnership that you guys have got going on here, because I'm sure he gets a lot from your kind of innate way of relating to things as well, and that's like, yeah, I hear you. So, but at least there's a lot bigger opening there, and there's a lot more space for, in this case, wholesome relationship. And a balancing and a conscious balancing and that kind of thing. So again, sadness, looking into it, what's causing it. There's an object that you're stuck on, it's causing aversion. You release, and that the mind just naturally gets trained to let go of attaching to the object that's causing aversion. And the minute that happens, awareness opens and you're automatically in receiving mode. And by the way, of course, there can be craving to sadness also. And I speak from experience on that, because in my personality type, I somehow think, or some part of my mind has thought from a long, long time ago, that sadness is like the really authentic thing. It's the really true thing. And when I feel sad, I feel alive at some level. I hopefully am outgrowing that, as time goes on. But there can actually be craving for it. There are people who love that. The moody types, the melancholy types, there are great poets and writers that are so deep into that, kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, can I say one more thing though?
Yeah.
Then just right before we came on to this session, I just got a little text from my daughter saying that my granddaughter, who's 7, just made her first goal in soccer, and she's not a real high achiever kid in sports. And so I was like, yes, that really makes me happy. It's like now check in. Okay, I'm happy. I'm feeling
Yeah.
happy. I'm feeling
Yeah.
joy, or a little bit. Now that sadness is there too, but it's I can still see a little joy there.
Right on. The sadness is more in perspective at that point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's wonderful. Yeah. Thanks for sharing that, Nancy.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure. Hi, Dory.
Hi. I'm noticing that when I try to step back into the knowing awareness, I want to then label everything that comes up in my awareness, which is a form of thinking. It almost turns into like a noting practice. Like now I'm feeling my feet walking and I can't just be in the experiential aspects of awareness. I just want to label everything, and then I feel like I'm not doing the right thing because I'm then in a thought.
Yeah. You want to take a swing at that one, Lianchi?
Yes, I can say something about it. But before I answer the question, can I understand your practice a little bit more? Was you practice labeling before you practice Sayadaw style?
Only a little bit. I've read one of his books, so just a little, I would say.
No, I mean the
You're
practice
talking
of
about Mahasi. You're talking about Mahasi Sayadaw, Dory?
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, okay. So there's a couple of things in there. For those who can practice with Mahasi style and learn how to practice with labeling for a long time, it's become a habit. And that habit is even with that habit, it's not that difficult for practice with Sayadaw style because his style is not telling us stop labeling, but actually is telling us to look at the mind that labeling. So when you recognize that the mind is labeling, you know this is labeling mind. So you already been aware of the object of how the mind label things. So you already do a right thing, not a wrong thing like you think. Another level of practice in when the mind labeling is actually when the mind start to see how memory work. It's just like when we use language or when we use things, you walk around your space and you can see table, the mind will say table. You see yellow, the mind will see yellow. That's how we remember things. And just like we learn a new language, if you don't use it, after a while you forget. The same with human being. In order for us to remember things, the mind repeatedly in the way so we can remember and record it as fast as we can. But because we are busy with our content or storyline in our life, so you walk in your space, you see the table, you see the color, but you only remember thing. The way that we talk is like upfront in our head, like your son is going to be late in a soccer game or stuff like that. I'm just example. And you can see that the many layer of the top level is the things that you're planning to do. And underneath of all of that is the mind is labeling. But if you practice to the point that you can see the mind is not only have the storyline up here, but also labeling down here, then that is not labeling. That's how the mind keep information alive so that you can recording it. So it's different than the one that Karma says stable. That's all I have for this question. If I may, can I say one more thing? There's a thing that I heard from one of my teacher, Achan Sumero. He said that in one of his books, he said that meditation is not this or that, but seeing this or that. So when you say that you feel like you don't do the right thing, it's actually when you see that you don't do the right thing. Do right thing is this, don't do right thing is that, but you see it both, so you already be aware. So your job is being aware, not doing this or that, so don't worry about that so much. It's identify with experience, it's make the practice even more complicated.
So Lian-Chi, can I ask, what was the little pithy saying that you said? That it's not doing this or that, it's what?
Seeing this or that.
Seeing that, being aware of
Yeah.
this or that. Yeah.
Recognize this or that is being
Yeah.
meditation.
Yeah. Dory, did you want to ask a follow-up on that or anything like related to your practice? Is that helpful?
Yeah,
Still
that
have
is
questions
really
on it?
helpful. Yeah, no, I that makes sense. It's more seeing the process than kind of seeing that I'm labeling is kind of the the focus, not just getting caught into the label and identifying with that.
Mm-hmm. I'll just say, I'll just add a little PS to what Lian-Chi said, because what comes to mind from Sayadaw's teachings, and I did write a handout on this because I went wild on handouts this retreat. It's like a 4-word koan, which, as everybody knows, that's like a favorite way of the Zen teachers have of teaching. It's a statement that doesn't make any logical or conceptual sense, especially it does not accord with what I was referring to just recently talking to Nancy. It doesn't accord with or align with the way we either are evolutionarily trained or socially trained. It's inviting us to open to another dimension, which is beyond the evolutionary training, which is 100% towards physical survival, or to societal training, which, as we all know, tends to be very much guided by a lot of forces other than those that lead towards what is wholesome and good. And the 4-word koan is, or what strikes me as like a koan. And, Sayadaw may not have thought of it as a koan, but it strikes me as very koan-like. Don't focus on objects. Just those 4 words. Don't focus on objects. What is focusing? It's taking wide open awareness and turning into a pin spotlight on something like a single thing. And when you do that, again, we're naturally wired to have a feeling of craving or aversion to it. The solution, as Lian-Chi said, is to just notice. That's what the mind, that's what we're wired to do. But there's actually another thing that's within the realm of human possibility, which takes us beyond compulsive reactivity to conscious response. And conscious response is the action of wisdom. Noting, the practice of noting can go in the direction of focusing on objects. Of course, that's not the intention of the practice whatsoever. The intention of the practice is the exact opposite. And there are specific instructions in that practice too that go on beyond the noting to the more wide open expansive awareness, but it can go in that direction. And that's just something also to notice and relax that tension.
Doug, I have a question.
Hey, Julio.
Hi. Hello. Yeah, so there seems to be, well, I've made some sort of connection with this knowing awareness that you spoke about earlier, and what Sayadaw said with you have to give the mind something to do. It's almost like giving them, it's almost like you're deliberately, at least at first, now that I'm starting off, giving the mind to be, or assigning the mind to be knowingly aware. I just wanted to see if I had that right, or if you could kind of develop that more, if I have it wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, Lianchi, do you want to try that one? And I can chime in after you.
I can say a couple things on that. When Sayadaw say that don't let the mind idle, give the mind the direction or give the mind a job to do. What he means is like, just like Doug said earlier, we are wired to think and wired to pay attention to our content, pay attention to the hour instead of inner world. So because of that, the mind doing its job is momentum. So when the mind already have momentum to do that, and we try, meditation is, we try to cultivate something that we do not cultivate by society. So we need to give the mind a job to do, same momentum, but in different direction, more like, so let's say we pay attention to, let's say if we hear the sound, we immediately say the sound is beautiful or not beautiful and think about what type of sound is that. And now if we just sit in there and then six sense contact with the hour, every single thing with contact with the sense that we give something meaning out of it. But if we give it a job for awareness to do, is when we just sit in there and then just, are you aware? What are you aware of? Aware of the processes. So we start to cultivate another kind of momentum so that the mind can do its job in that way. So use the same concept to do that, but we cultivate in different kind of direction instead of the outside. That's what I understand. That's what Sayadaw said.
So, yeah, I'd add to that something a little bit. And what I'm going to do here, Julio, is like hopefully clarify something which took me quite a while to clarify, and it's been very helpful. So it's the question of what do we refer to when we use the word mind, and what do we refer to when we use the word awareness? And there's a lot of confusion over this that is rampant in all spiritual teachings, in my experience. And so getting really clear on this is extremely helpful, no matter which teacher you're listening to. So looking at the word mind first. The useful, how can I put this? The confusion, Julio, arises because when the word mind is used, including by Sayadaw, whose work does come to us mostly through translation, he sometimes the use of that word is referring to one thing and sometimes to another, and you have to determine which meaning he's pointing to by the context of everything that he's talking about at that time. So think of it as there's a small m mind, and this is the way I think of it now. Think there's a small m mind and a large m mind. What is the small m mind and what is the large m mind? The small m mind is It's the five senses and the thinking mind all together. It is the way that this thing encoded in our DNA that guides through its workings the arisings of thought, speech, and action. But most of all, it is altogether the five senses and the thinking mind. It is the lens by which this thing we're calling small m mind interprets and presents a picture of reality. That's what small m mind is. Because think of it, there's a trillion, gazillion, whatever large word you could bring, things that reality itself is sparkling with all the time. And we're like receptors to all of that. And if we were to take it all in, we'd explode. So we need that lens to interpret all of that, to weed out what's unnecessary, and only to pull in and create a picture of that broader reality in such a way that we can navigate it successfully towards our physical survival. That's what the mind is. Now, the large M mind, in my understanding, is what we refer to when we use the word awareness. I'm putting the word consciousness aside here for just a second, just to keep things clear. Awareness and consciousness can be used synonymously, but that's kind of a separate discussion. We can take that up on another check-in or another question sometime, but let's just look at awareness. Awareness is what is aware of the mind. Awareness is what knows the objects in the mind, meaning for the purposes of this practice and the Buddha's practice is being aware of those objects in the mind that appear on the checklist, meaning those objects which are most closely attached to the way we either create suffering or dissolve suffering. And that's craving, aversion, and delusion. And all of the emotions that are around craving, aversion, and delusion. So you take those three things, and every unhealthy habit that we have is some combination of those three. That's why the investigation is so helpful, to look into those and see it. So mind is the interpretive lens of the broader reality. Awareness is that which knows about the nature of the objects that our senses are attuned to notice and then to automatically react to. And through that same awareness, which must be larger than the small m mind because it is what knows the small m mind, and awareness is just so full of, in that larger awareness, you basically have the intelligence of nature itself, which it's inherent in nature itself to direct life in a healthy way. It just automatically does that. It's like when we cut our finger, it just automatically heals. There's a similar process that can be unleashed on the suffering we cause for ourselves. But we can only have access to that process if we learn how to be knowingly aware and be in touch with that large M mind. And gather the resources. Receive, to use Linchi's word, receive the healing resources, or as I sometimes call them, the natural antibodies to internal suffering, to the suffering of the mind. They are there. We just have to dissolve the barriers that are naturally there between us and the natural antibodies to internal suffering that will flow in if we can access this larger awareness, which is essentially the intelligence of nature itself.
No, thank you. It makes sense. Thank you, Lynchy. Thank you, Doug. And So the craving, aversion, and delusion are basically the three poisons, more or less, correct?
They are exactly the three poisons. Yes,
Are we going to be speaking of that a little more later on? Because
absolutely.
I'll confess.
The whole retreat is about that, basically. But
I'll confess.
we're
Go ahead.
we're getting into it. We're going step by step, right? We got to get a little grip on awareness first, and then we can
Okay.
get down to the fine points where that's where we're going on this retreat.
I cheated a little. I read this already, and and I read some more. So I'm kind of like I'm trying to stay more present or aware because I know that you know what I mean. Like there's some stuff that I kind of know that I kind of want to ask, but I know that we're gonna get there somehow. So thank you. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you, Julio.
Thank you.
Right. So that brings us to 11:30 Central Time. So thanks, everybody. Thank you so much for sharing your wonderful questions, what you're encountering on the path of practice, and for just being part of this beautiful Dharma conversation. I will say, to close off this session, I will share that in the Buddha's love of checklists, sorry about that, Nancy, to bring up that word again, but there are many checklists, many lists, many numbered lists where the Buddha says, these are the things that help you on your path to liberation. And on many of those lists, being with Dharma friends and sharing with Dharma friends right at the top. Yeah, because we're all in the same practice. We're all walking the same path. And yeah, discussions like this really help bring to the surface like what we're all trying really clearly to see. So, so now we've got a break for lunch for most of us. It's kind of in the middle of the day. So we'll come back again in 1 hour, and Lenchi and I will engage in a little Dharma conversation with each other. And at some point that may naturally expand into, contributions from any or all of you on the things that come out of that conversation, so we can keep the Dharma sharing going. So we'll have a great lunchtime, and we'll see you all in an hour. Bye for now, everybody. So, welcome back, everybody. Great to see everybody back here. So, this session is a Dharma conversation between Lianchi and me. And at some point along the way, feel free to, I think in this case, it might actually be best to use the hand raising function if you want to ask a question that comes out of the unfolding conversation in any way. And we'll probably go 50 minutes or a little longer. So how does that sound? Hi, Lianchi.
Hi, Dad. Hello, Sangha.
By the way, thank you everybody for that really wonderful check-in. I learned a lot. So I was a newspaper reporter for 30 years, So I have a little experience asking questions. Let's see how it goes. Sometimes I ask too many questions, by the way. That can happen, but I try to not do that. I try to stay in receptive awareness more and more. Thank you for that one, Lanchi. I really appreciate that one. That's a good one.
I see Donna is smiling or laughing back there.
Yeah, Donna knows all about me asking too many questions, that's for sure. Yeah. So, Lanchi, you can stay unmuted. That would be great. So, let me kick it off by asking Lianqi. Can you tell us a little bit about where you grew up and how you eventually became a Buddhist meditation teacher?
I am Vietnamese, and I grew up in Saigon. But my grandparents, my aunt and uncle, all was, I said was because they all passed. Monk and nuns. So basically I grew up very close. I wouldn't say that I grew up in the temple, but my life, like half of the day, that I spend my time in the temple with little monks. Is the way to spend time with friends, and then I did not set out to become a meditation teacher. Because as Asian culture, Asian female do not ask a lot of questions, and they kind of shy. They're afraid to ask like realistic question with the monks, like how come I still feel wanting to have sex when I already a nun? That kind of question, right? So it make a woman or like, oh, I'm so jealous with my husband friends. Kind of question, like, to us it's very human, but Asian female cannot put out a question like that to a monk. So even though I grew up in Asia as a female, but my family has 7 children and only 1 boy. So my parents raised me as a tomboy. So my personality is like, if I need anything, if I want anything, I'm pretty loud. So when a female cannot ask the question like that, I feel uncomfortable. So I asked Sayadaw to help them out. And initially, I just want to help Asian females. But and then little by little, I should get into this position or this role. But initially, I did not want to be a teacher at all. It just happened. Yeah.
I know that over the years, you've actually had many teachers who are very dear to you, have been very meaningful to you. I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit about that progression and how you eventually kind of settled on Sayadaw and started teaching in Sayadaw's meditation style, which seems at this point to suit you so perfectly.
Yes. Thank you for that question, because that's a long journey. So at first, it's the way that Vietnamese practice. Everybody know Thich Nhat Hanh, I assume. Yes. Okay. That's the way Vietnamese then practice, and I grew up with a lot of that in my teenage. So I love it. I got all the books or that Thầy wrote and practiced that sincerely since I was 14 years old. But over the years, when I get to 18 or 19, I cannot smile like the way that Thầy teaching anymore. Like the thing that helped me a lot, or it's stuck in my mind, like breathing in, you breathing in, breathing out, you smile. That kind of poetry that when I was young, it's so beautiful. It make me happy. It make me feel joy. But when I get to the age of 17 or start 17 up to 19, I cannot do that anymore. And that's one reason. And another reason is since I was a kid, I don't remember at exactly what age. I only know that there's some kind of question in my mind, but I don't even know what question that was. I just know that I want to ask a question. And then right before my family migrated to United States, my parents went back to central Vietnam, that's where we came from, to visit my grandparents' grave. And by the end of that video on that trip, when they went back to their hometown to visit their parents' grave, and there's a picture of the monk in the background, sit on the stone or on the big rock. And I asked my mom that, who's that? Why is that? And I asked everybody, pause the video. And my mom said, that's the monk. And I asked, how come we never see that monk robe? Because I live in Saigon, and where I live, there's only Mahayana tradition. So I never exposed into Theravada tradition. So until that is the first time in my mind that that monk wearing robe appeared in front of me. And since then, immediately the question that popped in my head that I want to know what is that, like how come that tradition. And then when we went to California, I started to look for the monk in that tradition clothes, and I heard there's a temple in Riverside, which ended up become my home temple. There's a monk who practiced in that tradition. So I went up there the first time. We couldn't find it because we don't know the address. We only know in that areas. The second time we went, and then we met the monk up there. So when I come in, the moment I saw him, immediately I know this is my teacher. And then I took his first retreat for 10 days. Right after that retreat, I know that I will switch to Theravada. But the monk who is Bante Kipapanyo, he's practiced with Mahasi Sayadaw back then at that time. So he's really, really good with Mahasi style. So I practiced with him for about 10 to 12 years in Mahasi style. But in between, in about 8 years, then Sayadaw Bante was introduced with Sayadaw Surmin, which is Sayadaw Tejania teacher. So I, on the way to Sayadaw Upandita temple, we stopped by Sayadaw Surmin temple to pay respect to him. Back then, Sayadaw Tejania is just like only 1 year of monkhood. So I met him there the first time, and for some reason, I just liked Sayadaw Surmin, but I continued my path. I went to Sayadaw Upandita temple to stay there for a year to practice Mahasi style. And then 3 years later, I came back. No, 5 years later, I came back. And then I started to practice with Sayadaw Tejania. And the reason why I stopped at this style because it's Mahasi style. I practice from 1 month to up to a year. Every single time after the retreat, the momentum it lasts for a while and then it just dropped down. I couldn't carry on with my school, with my work. But when I met Sayadaw Tejania, and then when I went back to school and work, I can apply that in my practice, in my office, in my school. I can take tests, and I'm still be aware. So I really like it. And to be honest, that Sayadaw, the way that Sayadaw teaching is not only he funny, and I feel easy to connect with him because I like to laugh. So he laugh all the time. So that's the first thing that make me feel comfortable with him. And then the second thing that he emphasizes on adaptive, flexible, and wisdom, which is basically that what I like. I don't like anything that like put me in the box, like the checklist, like Nancy say, or like rule and law. Anything like that is make me feel very tied up, and I don't like that. So his practice is based on adaptive. Like whatever we have, challenge yourself. How do you practice with this condition? That make me very happy. And then be curious about that. Like play with that. If you fail, so what? Do it again. So that kind of attitude I have. So I think because of that, I settle in the style because it's very wise. It doesn't have to follow any kind of fixed idea or formula.
I love that. I'd like to continue with that timeline just a bit, but if it's okay, Lynchy, let me go back to one thing you said right at the beginning there, because I'm very curious about it, which is when you were 17, so leading up to those years, you were able to do the practice of Thich Nhat Hanh, breathing in, I relax, breathing out, I smile. But then suddenly you could not smile anymore. Can you tell us what's behind that? Why couldn't you smile anymore at that point?
I think that as a young person, you grow up, your life is not very complicated. So you can live with all ideas, ideals of life. So you can see everything is like pink and beautiful, rosy. And at the end of at the end of my first year of my high school, I start to try to escape, be a bold person. And when I try to escape Vietnam, I used to be like one of top 5 students in school. And when I escaped, I cannot satisfy the requirement of school that the tendency. So I have to stay back in 1 year. And when I stayed back, my younger sister is 1 year younger than me. She's the best student in school. And I'm the one that stayed back, so I feel embarrassed. So I do not contact with any friend. I don't talk to people. I start to like just do my own business and be on my own. So little by little, I don't have friends. I become very grouchy and depressed and no talk to anybody. But back then, Vietnam doesn't have any kind of like therapist or family. My father is still in the jail, communist jail, and my family is still very struggling with food and harassed by government. So basically, the only things that I can help myself is go to the temple. And when I go to the temple, I cannot practice like that, smile when I'm suffering greatly, like crying because I don't have any friend. All my friend has already passed, go to the next class, and I'm still being back. Embarrassed because my sister is the best student of the school, and I'm the stay back student, and all kind of stuff. Like I start to understand the government harass my family, all the realistic of life. So I cannot smile I start to deal with society or human communication, I think. Yeah.
So it sounds to me a little bit, but you can tell me if my intuition is correct here or not, but it sounds like with Sayadaw's practice, you learned how to smile again and laugh.
Yes, I think so. With Sayadaw, actually, if you was in my retreat, you should know that every single time I come to Sayadaw, I cry. I cry and cry and cry, and then by the end of retreat, I stop crying and laughing, and then I come back, I cry again. So to the point that the moment he see me, he give me the tissue box, and he say, "Here." That's the first thing he saw me, and he gave me that. And then by the end of I think before he when I asked him, like, Trudy Goodman, you all know Trudy Goodman, right? Jack Confield wife, yeah. Um, invite me to teach inside LA. That when I asked Sayadaw what he thinks about that invitation, and Sayadaw said, "Yeah, I think you should be a teacher." That the last time he told me that, like, how many box of tissue that you use when you come here. No, it's not really that I cry only, and before that, I cry a lot too. I think I'm a crying baby. But yes, definitely, his style is make me smile. Yeah, I think.
What are the tears about?
Whenever I come, it's all about relationship.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. So you want to ask me any questions?
Yes, I in all Sayadaw books, I saw that your book is like Relax and Be Aware, and it's a very nice book. And I heard that how you come to wrote that book, but from my friends, but I haven't heard about that from you. So why don't you tell me how you come across with Sayadaw and end up to write that book with that really like essential teaching of Sayadaw, Relax and Be Aware?
Sure. By the way, thanks for the plug. I really appreciate that. Yeah, so I'll tell you, the way that I got initially attracted to Sayadaw was at the time I was going very regularly to an insight meditation center in Minneapolis. I was sometimes driving up there 3 times a week just to go to the Dharma talks. I went there for many years, did a lot of retreats, and somewhere along the line, it's a fairly large center. It's nothing compared to Insight Meditation Society or Spirit Rock, but it's very solidly a middle-sized one where very frequently you'd get 90 people into the meditation hall, and with a lot of different teachers coming through, visiting teachers, plus they have quite a large group of teachers as well within the center. And somewhere along the line, somebody mentioned Sayadaw. I don't remember that like specific event, but I do remember clear as a bell that his main teaching, his first teaching to yogis was to relax and be aware. I just heard that line. That's years before the book, 5 or 6 years before the book. And I'm telling you, the word relax is what did it for me. That is what did it for me. So I've said a couple of times right on this retreat so far, like right now I feel self-conscious because I've unloaded so many handbooks or handouts on everybody, and so many words and so many concepts and talking. And I always try to make a point that, yes, the Buddha himself said that the ground of practice is what he called Sutta Maya Panya. It means learning the basics. Sutta Maya Panya means literally learning from the suttas, the written suttas. Read the suttas, listen to good teachers, get some basic information in your head. That's the first thing to do. And there's 2 other levels to that, which I'll probably talk about later, but just focusing on that for now. I did that in spades. Like I said, and Donna knows this very well. Where's Donna? She knows how many Dharma books I have. It's way too many. It's way too many. And I've only read half of them all the way through. But I also just read the suttas a lot. Always have since I got into this. And going to all these retreats, I went to about 15 longer retreats, I guess, during that period. And it was making me tense. I was just like, it was just making me tense. I was spending a lot of time meditating, sitting in meditation halls, doing mindful walking, contemplating, reading, thinking. And when I heard that word relax, and it was just an offhand conversation somewhere, somebody said, well, there's this monk, Sayadaw U Tejaniya, who teaches to relax and be aware. And when I heard relax, I said, I've got to, okay, that's the next Dharma book I need. That's the next teacher I need. I'm going there. And so this for me is like this, this is an illustration of what I was saying before, that yes, it's actually a good thing, especially when you're starting and setting a ground for yourself. You create a root tradition for yourself. I think that's very important. And that was very much in my mind in that first decade, where I felt I was creating a root tradition for myself. Because I know my mind goes in different directions, and I said to myself, I'm going, and I went to Gurdjieff for a while. I went to G.K. Chesterton, who's a Christian, for a while. I went to, I tried other types of meditation. But then I said, I need to pick one root tradition and just dedicate myself to it. And then I found out that there were like 3 gigantic volumes, the suttas, where you have the verbatim or close to the verbatim teachings of the Buddha himself. And I just thought, okay, I'm just going to read and really absorb as much as I can. So that was my basis in Sutta Maya Panya. But as I said, at a certain point, I realized I wasn't having big. I had a lot of little. I had tons of insights along the way, but still, it was like search, try. Always going for the next thing, almost like what you were saying, Lanchi, earlier. You grab a pleasure, you love it, and then suddenly it's like, oh, that pleasure doesn't last. You know, it's like goes away. And I realized even within the Theravada tradition, I was like hopping around and always searching for the next thing, right? And then when I heard the word relax, and this is what I'm saying, that wisdom itself or awareness itself knows where to point you next. And sometimes through all the words, something pops up and it's very simple, but it has a very strong magnetic pull to it. And it feels positive. And you must go with that, I feel. And over time, you come to trust it. So I saw the word relax, and then I saw the word aware. I said, okay. Then of course I ordered all the Sayadaw U Tejaniya books, which at that time were small free books that his own Sangha had raised the money to publish them, and all of them were transcripts of Q&A sessions that he had with students. So I read all those, and then with my Western mind, I said, I would like a book that provides a satisfactory overview of the practice from the fundamentals up to the specific practices. Because in a Q&A session, you get lots and lots of gems of wisdom and pieces, but you don't really see the underlying logic of the whole system. I said, Sayadaw needs a book like that. And then my dear teacher and friend, Steve Armstrong, many of whose retreats I went on to with his wife, Kamala, they co-teach. And in the course of that friendship, I floated that idea to Steve, who at the time had just received an offer from a yogi. This yogi would put up the money for another Sayadaw book. And Steve was wondering, what kind of book would that be? And I told him my idea, and Steve said, let's do it. And so to edit that book, I went through all of Sayadaw's writings, and I tried to distill the practice down into very clear steps, starting from the foundation, which is right attitude, right effort, and right view. And a fourth one, which Sayadaw doesn't explicitly say as a fourth pillar, but there's so much of it in his writings that I think it could amount to a fourth step, which is right interest, right curiosity, investigation, which you've talked about too, Lianqi. So I just pulled it all together, and I gathered all these bits and pieces, and I put it into what I hoped was a concise and thorough kind of map through Sayadaw's teachings. And then the way things happen, wrote up a book proposal, sent it to Shambhala Press, and we got it published. That's it.
Have you ever come across with student who can, like Westerner student? I know that I heard from many people who say that your book is very clear and easy to reach for Westerner. Mm-hmm. But I'm wondering if, like, if they've been practiced with this style for many years, and like you been practiced with Sayadaw for many years now, if you have to write another book, mm-hmm. What would that be?
Oh, another Dharma book, or another Dharma book on Sayadaw specifically? Yeah,
so for Sayadaw. Would that be very similar idea with precise and step by step like that?
Yeah.
Or do you think that it's enough for people to just go and practice?
Actually, I've got two ideas on that. One is if there's a second edition of Relax and Be Aware. I would suggest putting, let's see, hang on. Right now, yes. When we talk about the three pillars of practice, I start with right effort and go to right view and then go to right attitude. I would change the order, and I would put right attitude first, right effort second, and right view third. Because as time goes on, it's more clear to me that right attitude is the very first thing you've got to get at that, and which is acknowledging and accepting experience as it is. And then the second one, which is very practical and addresses the question many people have about Sayadaw's practice, which is, wait a minute, you're telling me to be aware from the moment I wake up until the moment I fall asleep? I don't have that much energy to do that. You know, it's like, That just sounds impossible. It's hard enough for me to meditate in a cross-legged sitting posture and keep up the energy to be mindful even through 1 hour. And you want me to do it all day. So that's a very important question to address with people studying in Sayadaw's tradition in his style. And I would possibly expand that chapter a little bit with more of his teachings on right effort and explaining why there's actually a ton less effort needed to do that, and explain all that, and then finish with right view, which is understanding all experience as a natural unfolding, which if you do right attitude and right effort correctly, that understanding just sort of naturally emerges. And the beautiful part is to notice when it just sort of blossoms up through your practice. So you want to put that one last because it's the most beautiful thing, really. And it's like the gift you get from doing the first two things correctly, and it gives you faith and confidence in the practice. And then I would also, in that second edition of Relax and Be Aware, I would stress more Sayadaw's approach as keeping an eye on the mind all the time. That is his, in my opinion, that is his core teaching, is to learn how to notice the mind, relate to the mind, explore the mind, all as a way to foster and enable this spontaneous opening to the larger awareness that knows the mind. I would focus on that more. So that's my first idea for a next publication, if one should come about. The other idea I have is to write a book that basically amounts to showing in almost case study fashion how the practice relates to people's daily lives. I'd go around and I'd talk to people, and I'd interview people such as you, Lian Chi, and others. How in specific ways has the practice affected your life? What have been the obstacles? What have been the breakthroughs? What have been the insights? And how has your own life improved from the practice? Showing as clearly as possible how the practice relates to daily life situations, such as you just mentioned in your short biography. Yeah, that would be another book that I think could be very helpful.
I think the second book that I would write is the first person. That's really awesome.
You would like you would like to be the first person interviewed?
No, the first person to write it.
Okay, great. It's a deal.
So you mentioned a lot. I know that you have the Tejania, daily Tejania email every day.
Yeah.
Like coding. Which one is your favorite code?
Oh, goodness. All right, everybody. I can tell you right now that that question was a plant, because I'm so glad that you asked, Lian Chi. I'm going to share the screen. Let's get rid of the emails. Let's go here. Okay, this is our sharing and resources page. We already checked out that one. Okay, this is my favorite Sayadaw quote. And when I publish it on the Daily Tejaniya, which I do like a couple of times a year, it's all one paragraph, but I broke it up here so we can look at it a little more carefully. And I just gave it the title, All the Problems in the World. So my favorite quote is, all the problems in the world originate from the trio of craving, aversion, and delusion. Keep an eye on them. Watching the bad qualities is most important because if you can keep them at bay, all the good qualities will automatically come in. Now, to me, every line and sometimes every word is very meaningful here, starting with that first thing, all the problems in the world. That means all the problems within inside ourselves and all the problems that appear to be outside ourselves, and in fact, of course, in reality are out there. Maybe later in this retreat we can talk about the concept of inside and outside and whether they really are all that different. That's an interesting topic. That's an interesting contemplation. It's a profound one. But in any case, I'm intensely attracted to anyone, any teacher who can make such a bold statement as saying all the problems in the world have a very specific origin. I want to know that. I'm very attracted to that. And then he goes on to specify, that's it. Right now, in those words and the actual experience of those words, when we find them internally, that's it. That's the origin of all the internal problems and all of the external problems. I want to know. Secondly, keep an eye on them. Now, he doesn't mean the physical eye here. That's a metaphor. It's a metaphor for what Lienchi called directed awareness as opposed to receiving awareness. It means being aware, consciously, intentionally aware of craving, aversion, and delusion, and do it pretty much all the time, as much as you possibly can remember, but just keep scanning the mind for these three original problems that, or the three fires, the three poisons, because that's where all the problems in the world originate. And if we handle them skillfully, those fires will be quenched, they will be extinguished, they will go away. I definitely want to get there, and I want to learn how to do that. Then the next sentence, watching the bad qualities, meaning craving, aversion, and delusion, and all their relatives, is most important because if you can keep them at bay, all the good qualities will automatically come in. So what he's speaking about here, which has become more apparent to me over the years, is that the way Sayadaw is teaching is all oriented towards working with the mind in such a way that we remove the barriers between our own essence, our own true self, and all of the positive qualities that awareness itself is made of, to flood into our bodies and our minds. We don't need to manufacture awareness. Calling for awareness to come in can work sometimes. It often doesn't work. To say, may I be protected, may I be loved, may I be at peace, may my dear friend be protected, and so on. That can work. It's problematic for a lot of people. Sayadaw's method is to simply take away what's already within us and is effectively a barrier from letting all the positive qualities that are inherent to awareness itself flood in. And those, of course, include warm-heartedness, compassion, joy, equanimity, as well as kind of at a daily life level, things like patience and generosity and honesty. Those are the antibodies. They just flood right in if you just take away the barriers to them. So this is why this quote is my favorite Sayadaw quote, because I think it sums up his entire practice the most succinctly. And if you want to go in almost poetically, So if you want to take a look at that, that's on the sharing page. Whoops. Okay. Yes, I'd say at this point, if anybody wanted to ask a question or make a comment, go right ahead. Let me. Oh yeah,
Hey,
go
Ben.
ahead. Hey, Michael.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. No, that's funny. You just ran that quote in your daily Tejania not too long ago, and I remember sending it to a Dharma friend of mine who's, been practicing a long time. And we've had this very discussion. I would always say to him, well, explaining Tejania's approach and that you're always looking out for the kleshas, the poisons, greed, hatred, and delusion. And he said, well, I like to come at it trying to practice the 4 Brahma Viharas.
Correct.
And in your nice little exposition just then, you the first 4 words out of your mouth after you can kind of get rid of greed, hatred, and delusion. Loving kindness, compassion, sympathetic joy, and equanimity naturally arise.
Yep.
So I'm glad we had this little discussion, because I'm gonna go back to him now and say it's equal here, but Tejaniya gets at it by first dealing with the poisons, and then the good stuff automatically arises. Is that right?
Yeah, automatically, and an even better word maybe, Michael, might be naturally. It's nature. You know what I mean? Like, the essentially the same thing. It naturally floods in, so we're just getting out of the way of nature expressing itself naturally, and that is not due to any effort on our part except noticing the blockages and dissolving them with what? With awareness. Awareness dissolves tension of any kind. If awareness touches any, and it's wide open, non-judgmental, accepting, acknowledging awareness, it's got loving kindness in it, it's got compassion, it's got healing antibodies of all kinds, and it just naturally causes craving and aversion to disappear, to dissipate to one degree or another. And, Sayadaw himself has many times spoken about how the practice of invoking loving kindness through the practice of metta, as it's commonly taught at the meditation centers, where you imagine 5 different types of people: yourself, a mentor, a friend, a neutral person, and even an enemy, and then reciting the metta phrases. Yes, it's certainly a fantastic thing to do. It can definitely and does definitely work. It's super powerful. I did it for a long, long time. But especially when you start doing the practice, and it can go on for a long time, it strikes many people as being somewhat mechanical and dry. And in that respect, it doesn't work so well. And this is what happened to Sayadaw. He has spoken many times about how before he became a monk, he would go and do metta retreats, and then he would say, and yet my bad behaviors continued, which was actually, in his case, drug addiction and depression. And then it was only when he changed his practice to watching the mind all the time and scanning over craving and delusion, that's when he noticed, oh, now metta is flowing in, compassion is flowing in, understanding is flowing in, and that's what changed it for him. So his experience was very similar to to that of many people when they try the let's call it the traditional meditation. Yeah. Thanks for that, Michael. Much appreciated. Hey, John.
Hey, Doug. I was pleased when I saw you were having a retreat because I've enjoyed your book so much for last year or two. I constantly refer to it, and I enjoy the daily newsletter tremendously. So thank you for both of those.
Thank you for saying that. Appreciate it.
I love Sayadaw's teaching so much that I'm always curious about him and his, people who've studied with him and the circumstances under which they're able to study with him. I know Burma is a terribly difficult place politically and has been for a while, though some Westerners were able to go study with him. What is your, do you have any background? Were you able to go to Burma to study with him, or have you studied with his Western teachers, or is it mostly from putting the book together, or what is your engagement with Sayadaw?
Sure. I've taken one 15-day retreat with him at Spirit Rock. And at that time, I recorded all of his morning talks and transcribed them and put them online. I went to 6 or 7 Q&A sessions with him. I had one brief chat with him. And that's the extent of my personal experience with Sayadaw and a retreat. Other than that, I studied with Steve Armstrong for many years. Went to 1, sometimes 2 retreats a year with him over a 5 or 6 year period. And Steve always taught with his wife Kamala. But Steve is the one who, between the two of them, he's the one who actually ordained with Sayadaw U Pandita originally, and then changed over to Sayadaw as his main teacher, and then started to teach Sayadaw's style on those retreats. So it was through those retreats with Steve that I think I got Sayadaw's teachings more at that personal level through Steve. I have to say then that, I was so attracted, I started doing the daily Tejania, and that is a root practice for me, because every single one that I put out, I practice, and I never put out any one of those statements from Sayadaw unless I feel like I've connected with it in some real way and it's really worked for me. If I come across a line or a paragraph or even a word that I'm not like in some way sure of within myself or verified through my experience, I say, well, maybe there's a translation issue, or maybe I'm just not, I haven't got to the point where I really grasp it. I don't put that one out, So in that way, the daily Tejaniya is a super big practice for me. And then, of course, teaching is a practice, because I try to do the same thing. If I pass something along, I try to make sure that, I'm speaking from something I've verified myself, and I do that before I share something. So that's my my background with Sayadaw's form of teaching. And then with regard to his center in Rangoon or Yangon, it was shut down during the COVID period, and then the civil war in Burma, which is still going on, has made it basically impossible for most Western students to go to the meditation center, the Shui Omin Meditation Center, and practice. I think that longtime students who are extremely familiar with Burma, as I like to call it, and have a longer relationship with Sayadaw, I think some of that is happening, but it's a difficult thing if you're just starting off, or to actually just get online and get a ticket and go there. And that's a sad situation, but that's the way it's been for like 5 years now.
Thank you. It's great to have that, to hear your background. You mentioned sitting with Saida in some Q&A sessions. I listen every day to Q&A sessions from the retreats that are online, like held at IMS and in Finland and Czechoslovakia and Malaysia. I love the one, I've currently been on the ones in Dhamma is Everywhere at IMS. I think it was held in 2012. I can't recommend it highly enough. If you like his teachings, if you get into it deeply. I got enthusiastic about editing, taking, they're like 2 hours each, and an hour of that is the Burmese translation, which can be it can break up your concentration if you're listening to it. So I went through and edited out the Burmese translations, and it's listening to that first one, I come back to it repeatedly, and I always hear it in a new light. It's got tremendous nuggets of wisdom in it, and it's like mainlining a drug, really. In its edited form, it's so compact and so direct that it's just got wonderful passages on nibbana and eating meditation and wisdom, and those Q&A sessions. I find there's so much that comes out spontaneously.
Yeah.
In such a brilliant fashion that they can constantly surprise you and nourish your practice. So if any of my fellow retreatants are really taken with the practice, I highly recommend looking on dharmaseed.com under Ajahn Tejania, and you'll find all his retreats. And like I said, the one at IMS in 2012, I believe, called Dharma is Everywhere. I'm finding it especially rich, although any of them are great.
I appreciate that a lot. Most of the daily Tejanias come from his published books, and that 2015 retreat that I attended at Spirit Rock. I'm very glad to hear about your recommendation for this retreat at IMS, and now that you've given that recommendation, I'd very seriously consider transcribing those talks and pulling out daily Tejanias from them to expand the repertoire, so to speak. That's a great idea. Yeah.
I've actually used some AI on the first talk and then cleaned it up. And it's basically ready, except I want to clean up some of the Pali words. So I'd be happy to share that one with you. It's already transcribed.
Wow. That's such a fantastic offer. You will get an email. I'll send you an email, John.
All right. And we could talk about using AI on all the others.
Wow.
Because it does a fairly good job. You just got to go through and clean it up line by line, but that's much better than having to do it from scratch. And it includes time codes, so that's handy.
Well, that sounds like a truly wholesome use of AI, I must say.
Yeah.
Since John has already gone to the great trouble of transcribing and shrinking down those Q&As, if he sends it to you, could you put that out on the resources page as well? I would love to see his already edited version.
Absolutely. So, hey, John, why don't we just say we'll be in touch on that and see where that project goes? But it sounds like we could do it pretty quick.
Excellent.
Okay, great. Much appreciated. There's a fruit of the practice right there, big time. Hey, can I just say, too, that I just have to say this. John, I think you'll know exactly what I'm talking about here. Sayadaw has benefited tremendously from having a brilliant translator and interpreter over the years, Mashumi Ghosh. She is, she just has a fantastic way of translating Sayadaw on the spur of the moment, simultaneous interpretation, and she's utterly fluent in English, and she also shares that sense of humor that Lynn, she was talking about, she gets his
Yeah.
sense of humor, and she gets that
Yeah.
across extremely well, right?
Yeah. You can tell she enjoys his humor, and she finds really lively, colorful phrasings
Yes,
for
yes.
his jokes, and you just end up laughing
Yeah.
out loud.
Yeah. That's rich stuff, rich stuff. Yep. Yeah. Lianchi, did you want to throw in anything that this previous little exchange has come up for you?
I think I saw Julio hands earlier.
Oh, Julio has his hand up? Sorry.
I had it. I just wanted to touch a little on what Michael said earlier because I studied the 3 poisons and the Brahma Viharas. I think they're like the antidote kind of thing, at least from when I was taught that. But I got a real insight now when Michael said, well, you know, or what you said, Doug, about keeping an eye on craving, aversion, delusion. It's almost like the Brahma Viharas are like the result or a byproduct of keeping an eye on craving, aversion, delusion. Loosely, I'm not sure. I got to verify that. Obviously, I got to go practice that. But it seems like this kind of hit hard now. It hit, you know what I mean? It made more sense now.
Yeah, good.
Versus, yeah. So thank you for that, both of you.
Yeah, absolutely. Byproduct is a good way to think about it for sure. Yeah. Or a natural consequence of, I would say, Yeah. Hey, listen, if you've got a big old river and there's a dam in the river and all the river upstream is all backed up and is 200 feet higher than below, right? And everything upstream of the dam is loving kindness, compassion, joy, and equanimity. What happens when the dam is destroyed? When the dam breaks, it's just a natural consequence that it just starts to flow. Yeah. And it flows right into the mind and the body. So it is a byproduct and a natural consequence. Well,
Thank you.
how time flies when you're having a good time. And so we're now at 2:30 Central Time. And hang on one second here.
We'll have group check-in again at 1:30 in PTS.
Okay, so that in 1 hour, thank you, Lianchi. In 1 hour, we'll get together for a second check-in, and it'll be a natural consequence, a natural following from the first check-in in our discussion here. I hope that you get a sense of how rich it is when Dharma friends share Dharma and practice on the path. A lot of teachings and very practical teachings come through that way, and it's also a lot of fun. So we'll do that, and then I think there's about a 2-hour break. I'm not sure why the schedule keeps escaping me, but you can follow the schedule. I think there's about 2 hours after the check-in, and then we'll have the last session today, which will be the Dharma talk that I'll offer on watching the mind. So continue daily life, and we'll see you in an hour. So welcome everybody to our second check-in, continuation of the conversation. So this is another time to just, keep the conversation going. And for some reason, this idea of just letting things float to the top, I think, is important to keep in mind. And if something floats to the top, it means it would like to be looked at. Let me say that, and thank you so much for those of you who've shared emails with me and texts with me. We're really on this retreat as it's unfolding, you know, there's a lot. And there's a lot in the handouts we've packed already. We've packed a lot into the meditations, the talks, the conversations. And, you know, it would be perfectly understandable. It is perfectly understandable if there's a feeling like, wow, this is quite a lot. In fact, it might feel like too much, you know. That's really possible. And you know, if you feel like taking a break, that's also a heck of a good idea. One way or another, or for example, after a session, just say, you know, there's a nice line that many teachers, including myself, often put into Dharma talks, which is let the words go. There's an awful lot of wisdom there. And, you know, you can pull in, very much you can pull in advice that Sayadaw frequently gives, which is let the mind do its work. You don't have to do the work. That's if you get that, that is just a tremendously helpful thing. Another way, now, for example, when he says that, let the mind do its work, I mentioned before that Sayadaw, in my understanding of Sayadaw, he uses the word mind in two ways. Sometimes he's talking about the mind that thinks in concepts and ideas and wants everything to fit together perfectly. And that's the mind that we normally use to try to create a solid conceptual framework that we feel familiar with. You know, like so many of the conceptual frameworks we get in schooling and so forth, and in spiritual traditions. But in this case, when he says, let the mind do its work, my interpretation, and it's my interpretation only, is that when he says, let the mind do its work, he's talking about awareness. Let awareness do the work, awareness being the mind with a big M, that is the natural intelligence of nature itself. For example, how many times have you had a busy day where you were working on a problem, trying to solve a problem, either in your daily life, relationship with a person, like what should I say back to the person? How should I respond to what a person said to me? Should I even say anything? You don't know how to handle it, right? Or you're trying to solve a math problem, or how to fix something in the house or anything like that. And, you know, you've tried and nothing works. So you just go to bed. You just forget about it and you go to bed. And then first thing in the morning, suddenly you realize, oh, this is what I should say to this person. Or, you know, the best thing right now is for me to just not say anything and just let's see how things unfold. You know, it's like first thing in the morning, the answer's there, sitting right there. That is letting the intelligence of awareness, the intelligence of nature itself, handle things. And you wait patiently. And by the way, patience is one of the virtues. It's one of the antibodies explicit in the Buddhist teachings. Patience, Kanti. That just lets, that allows wisdom, which is part of awareness. It flows with awareness. That's nature putting all the data points together itself and then delivering it to you for free after that period of patience and waiting, right? The same thing applies to all this stuff we're giving you, all the pointers, all the stories, all the metaphors. Awareness will, on its own, pick up what's needed. And so much of the practice is just developing faith and confidence in that. So, yeah, I offer those remarks in response to some wonderful feedback I've gotten from you guys. Really appreciate it. And it also occurs to me that, as Lanchi pointed out, and John pointed out, several of us have pointed out that Sayadaw has got a lot of humor. He's often laughing, joking, having fun, being playful. He even says, do not practice too seriously, but peacefully and respectfully. And that's another one of those lines that made me fall in love with Sayadaw. Do not practice too seriously. I think that's great advice, but peacefully and respectfully. So, yeah, this is a continuation, and yeah, the floor is open for anybody to share what's working, what's not working, thoughts that are coming up.
Hey, Doug.
Including, yeah, sure. Hey, Michael.
I had it's no great shakes of a deep insight, but I think I had a little one this morning after our first session. As I've told you, we've talked about it before. My wife has Alzheimer's, and she's in a memory home very close to our house, and so I go to visit her pretty much every day. And I went over there today after the morning session, and we did it's I'm in Northern Virginia, just outside of Washington, D.C. And we walked around. There are three houses together. We walked around the property, the grounds, and had a nice time. And we came in and sat down on the couch in the common room, and there were a couple of women sitting in the lazy boys. Two were asleep. Dottie, who's just a delightful woman, small woman. She's always singing or talking, and not, there may not be music on, but she's just singing herself. And so we were sitting there, and everybody loves Dottie, but I was looking around, and one of the other women sort of looked at me and rolled her eyes like, "When is this going to end?" and and so I thought to myself, yeah, yeah, it's a little grating, but then you had said, take something with you and just apply it when after that first session. And I thought, well, I'm going to take, are you aware? And so as I'm sitting there listening to Dottie sing, I'm thinking, are you aware? And I'm aware of a little bit of aversion. Like, it would be nice if she calmed down and stopped singing. But then it just sort of kicked in that, my gosh, she's not doing this of her own accord. Um, she would be, I'm sure before the tau tangles and the amyloid proteins took over her brain, she was a lovely human being. And so, compassion came up, one of the Brahma Viharas, and I thought, I got to tell Doug this because it's a very small little insight, but I just wanted to share it.
That's an absolutely beautiful story. And let me say that that's not small, man. That's not small. That's really great. But you know, like the way you tell the story, Michael, and I hope you'll allow me to say this. I know you will. Take a look at the thought that this is no great shakes, like what you started off by saying, this is no great shakes of an insight. Just take that. And then you repeated it at the end, right?
Yeah.
So what is that? What is the mind doing when it says that? And by the way, it's like, it's only 100 times a day or more that my mind creates the same exact type of thought. And it goes for everyone here too, right? But the practice is to look at everything, including those little thoughts like it's no great shakes, or it's a little insight. See what I mean?
I've never thought about that. Yeah.
Yeah, the mind comes in, and I'm telling you, man, this is the way the mind acts. This is the way it keeps us self-regulated in an unhelpful way sometimes.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It minimizes the greatest things. So, I mean, just look at what happened by simply noticing I am aware. The dam broke a little bit. It actually broke a lot. And all that compassion upstream started to flood down. You know? And suddenly you were feeling compassion for Dottie. Was that her name?
Yes.
You're feeling compassion for her. Suddenly the perspective widened out to, wow, who she really is. Who she was, who she is now. It probably even widened out. It may have widened out. It did in my mind too. You know, even now, not so bad. She's singing, you know, that's no small thing. She's singing in a home like that, you know. Would it be possible to kind of enjoy the singing a little bit? Possibly. You know?
Yeah. Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That spirit is in her to bring joy to herself, like right now, and possibly joy to others, if they're in that receiving mode that Lanchi talked about last night. So that, am I aware? That was the opening. It just widened your perspective out in all dimensions, and the antibodies started to flow. You're absolutely right. The Brahma Viharas, they're all very powerful antibodies, yeah. And they put things in alignment with the way things are. You're how many human beings sitting in the sitting room, yeah. And all kinds of things can happen with those people in the sitting room. Things that go in the direction of harmony and unity, things not going in that direction. And just using that thought and getting that blink of awareness, which is much more than a blink. A blink is that's the tip of awareness that's infinite, basically. It's showing itself right there. Behind that blink is all the light of awareness, yeah. And it just, things started to align, and you were feeling better about Dottie, and you were feeling better about your wife, and you're feeling better about yourself, and then you became some kind of a unifying presence in that room. The temperature went down in you, that no doubt through just your presence, you know, influenced others as well, and in some way brought things together in a good way for everybody. So I'm just pushing a little bit back on those ideas of it's no great shakes. It's a great shake, I think.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Those things are great shakes. Hey, Nancy.
Hi, Doug. Oh, am I muted? I'm not muted. the last conversation was brought me to something that I've been thinking about, and it's getting dementia personally. I don't feel like I am getting dementia at this time, but just when I'm studying awareness and saying am I aware, and awareness in general, and then if Alzheimer's does come to me or come to a person, they are not aware. Or are they aware? I mean, I know there's a deeper awareness that you've talked about, but your brain will not be a conduit to that awareness. You may not be aware that you're aware. I mean, we have an opportunity right now, obviously, to be aware and to be aware that we are aware. But if we age and at the end of life do get Alzheimer's, I owned a care home. I think I had mentioned to you for many, many years, 20 years. And it was delightful to be around all sorts of different people. And I could go in and be as silly as I want and pull up someone to dance or sing or just be off key, do whatever you want, do exercise. I just could wing it and do whatever you want. And they would just have great time. It was, and so I hope if I am in that spot on the other side of it, that someone's silly with me. That just that silliness that Sayadaw has is, I understand. I never met the man, but that is not a small thing.
Yeah.
To have that skill to lighten up and to go with the flow, kind of, and to actually enjoy it. To actually say, I'm here in this situation. I may as well have fun. I don't know. But do you have any insights on where this awareness is and how we can access it if we can't be aware through mind? Or is that just something we don't know?
Yeah. So many things come to mind, Nancy. I'll just say right off, you asked a few questions there. The one at the end, can we really know what awareness is? To me, the answer is no, in an absolute sense. Because there's obviously a great and deep mystery about awareness itself that's inescapable. Why is there awareness? That's like a super fundamental question. It kind of touches to me on what Michael asked on the first night last night about, like, he's taking a bike ride. Why am I trying to be aware? What's this about? It's really like asking, well, what is this awareness that all these teachers are talking about, that everybody talks about, and all the great things, And it's a mystery. And the thing about it is, it's a mystery that the mind, the small m mind, all the concepts, all the words, all the drive to create a logical structure where everything fits in. Awareness is so far beyond all that. Awareness is what knows, large M mind. Awareness is what knows the mind. It knows craving. It knows aversion. It sees through all the traps and tricks of delusion of the small m mind. Well, what is that? What is what I've been calling throughout this retreat? What is the ultimate intelligence of nature? Like, how did all this happen? And so at some level, for me personally, this is just coming straight out of me personally, it's relaxing into the mystery of it, being okay with the mystery of it, like the mystery of being able to go into a room full of people with dementia and suddenly you feel like dancing and singing and doing silly things. Like that is nature's intelligence directing you in a wholesome direction, I would say, and you don't know exactly where that came from, because that's not what society says. Society says, if your mom forgets your name, that's horrible. Oh, she doesn't know me anymore because she doesn't recognize my name or doesn't know my name, as if we were our name. What? We are so much bigger than our silly name, which was, you know, our parents talked about it for a couple of days or maybe 5 minutes and picked something out of the blue, you know, and gave it to us. Well, why should we identify with that? You know, kind of a thing. So that's one way that my mind goes, and hopefully my awareness goes, my wisdom goes in answer to your question. And I'll just mention one other way, which, as some of you know, is my mom had dementia for 20 years, and I was her principal caregiver for 20 years. And she went all the way from occasionally, you know, losing her credit cards and her car keys, all the way to profound dementia where she had lost virtually all speech, and in between, she was at points where she would say, where am I? What is this? That kind of thing. She didn't know the name of Rochester, Minnesota. She didn't know the United States. She, at least she couldn't verbalize that, right? So I got to see the whole progression. And what I'm driving at here is that all throughout that period, during which I was pursuing Dhamma, you know, in the different ways I mentioned this morning, I was trying to relate to her, not through words and concepts, but through shared presence of being, okay? And what I noticed about Mom through that lens was, and I mean this sincerely, she never changed from who she always was, not for 1 second throughout those 20 years. She was always Mom, totally. So for example, when I would go into her room, all the way to the end, when she was basically sitting in a lazy boy, Michael. She was sitting in a lazy boy and picking at her food. She had the ability, which she always had through her life, but she maintained with utmost precision. She had the ability to size up the energy of anybody who walked in the room immediately. And she would make a quick decision whether she was going to put her attention on that person or not. So if a caregiver other than myself, because at the end she was in a home that took care of her because her needs were so great, but I would come by, like Michael, I would come by practically every day to see Mom, right? If one of her caregivers came in and they were in a bad mood, Mom would just go like this, like instantly. She would just go like, she would turn away, right? And if I was in a bad mood, she'd do the same thing. Whereas if I kind of shaped myself up, so to speak, you know, before I went in and remembered metta and remembered awareness and everything like that, I'd come in the room. Sometimes she'd throw me a glance. That was about it. Then I'd sit down next to her, just pull up a chair right next to her lazy boy, right? And I'd just sit there for a while, okay? Then after a minute or two, Mom's hand would come over and she'd put her hand on my hand. And she'd squeeze my hand. Or she'd do this, right? Sometimes she would actually then lean into me or something like that, kind of like that, right? There was one caregiver at the last place she lived for 3 years. She was in her late 20s. She was going to school and doing part-time caregiving at this home for people who had a high level of need, right? She was really a sensitive person, is a really sensitive person. She loved my mom totally because she was with her a lot more hours of the day than me. And she developed on her own a way to interact with mom in the way I was just mentioning, right? And she got to the point, because to be honest with you, she came from like a really troubled home herself. She shared that with me over the years, like pretty abusive relationship at home, trouble with the parents, all kinds of things. But she was a real sensitive person, really loving person. She used to come to work early in the day at that home where mom was. And she'd crawl into bed with mom before mom woke up. She would literally come in and throw the blankets over, and she'd cuddle up with mom. And the next thing you know, mom is like fixing her hair, like brushing her hair so it looks good, and patting her cheek, and stuff like that. And when I saw that and heard about it, I just thought, yeah, right on, right on. And mom was totally happy in those situations. And that young woman, with all of her faculties and all of her bright young mind, and everything like that, she was getting from mom what she couldn't get at home, which was pure love. Pure love. Wow.
Yeah.
I thought, wow. It's not just a tragedy that we don't understand dementia patients. It is a tragedy, but the greater tragedy is we don't recognize how much they have to offer us. Seriously. Because by now I've met so many people whose parents have gone into dementia, and they've had transformative experiences like the one I just mentioned, where, for example, and this is a very frequent thing, with children whose parents have dementia. And at first the child will say, "I'm Doug," and the parent will go, who's Doug? Which, by the way, is a great Zen question, my mom often during that middle period, she would look at me and she'd say, "Who are you?" And I'm going, that's the greatest Zen question I ever heard. Okay. But then it's something frequently said by dementia patients to their own children. "I don't know who you are, but I love you." What is that if not pure metta? Pure warm-heartedness. It's the pure antibody, to love people you don't even quote unquote know, just because you don't know their name. So honestly, Nancy, I was really touched by that story. And that's what comes to mind for me.
Thank you.
And my heart.
Yeah.
When you share a story like that.
Now, if somebody crawled in bed with one of my residents in my home, they would get in big trouble.
Yeah.
That probably would not be okay.
Yeah, I know for sure. Yeah, I got to stop telling stories. I have endless stories about mom and in those homes. Those dementia patients, they'll go into other people's rooms, get into bed with another person, or they'll take items out of another person's room and put them in their room. In fact, one time in my mom's room, I saw a photograph that my mom had taken from another person's room, apparently. And it was obviously a precious family heirloom picture that had like 3 generations of the family, and it's sitting on my mom's table because she loved it so much, Well, that's the extended family of humanity right there,
But awareness, where's you're saying it's kind of an innate awareness, or just kind of a an impulse that's natural? Or, I mean, some people have to acquire that familiarity or something.
Oh, yeah, yeah. That's what
But
this retreat is all about. And that's the perfect question at this time in the retreat. Perfect. See, because we're going towards it. That means it has a magnetic power. It's pulling us, and it's challenging us to ask ourselves what it is and how to access it.
Mhm.
What's the skill? What's the trick? What's the thing, you know?
Mhm.
But we can recognize the pulling power at this point in the retreat that's pulling us in that direction, and that's fantastic.
Mhm.
I would say it's not an impulse. Awareness is not an impulse. It's a steady, you know, words fail, of course, but let's go to poetry or imagery or metaphor, which is often so much better. Like a good poem speaks right to your heart, correct? Boom. It's like, oh, that's it. But it's not logical. It's language that gets close to or embodies that mystery and gets across. It jumps the barrier. So I'm going to use, it's not, awareness is not an impulse. It's a blazing, steady, radiating sun. It's just constant. It's always, always shining. It's always shining right from here, you know, but it's also shining right from everywhere. There is no here or there. So I'm not right to say it's here, but it, for whatever reason, can be accessed by putting attention here. It can be, you know, but where's it coming from? Who knows? For some reason, it's really powerful here. So we use it because it seems to be here. And when we spend some time here and not here, suddenly the antibodies start showing up. Well, if that's the way this system works, I'll take it. You know what I mean? If that's the way it works.
We're blocking our sun.
Yeah.
If we're not open to this awareness, we're blocking it. So our actions are not causing it to come, but our actions are removing obstacles.
Well, if our actions are skillful, they are removing obstacles. If our actions, including our thoughts, our word, and our actions, if they're unskillful, they're blocking.
I see.
You know?
Yeah.
And this practice of Sayadaw is primarily about dissolving the obstacles.
So is that
craving and aversion.
Where does wisdom come in then? Is wisdom at the end or the beginning of this process?
Okay. I'd like to throw this one to Lienchi, actually, because Lienchi knows a lot about wisdom and how it works in Sayadaw's system. Yeah, so how would you answer that one, Lienchi?
I don't know a lot of wisdom about wisdom.
Yes, you do.
Thank you for saying that, but no, I don't.
I've been talking
I know a
so
lot
much.
about delusion, though.
Delusion.
Well,
I'm thinking about, by the way, I'm thinking about the whole gathering data thing that you were talking about on Friday night, you know?
Yes. In my understanding is awareness is one of the function of the mind, that ability that human has. Just like thinking or knowing or survival. This is the fundamental ability that human has. That the thing is, because when we grow up, we need to take in another function is perception. We need to take in information so much. Like you need to learn about who's mom, who's dad, where's your home, what's your name. We need to take in a lot of concept and information. So we develop that kind of thinking. The moment we contact with something, immediately that mind develop and it gain momentum. So we did not develop this ability of seeing reality, which is like feel it, sense it, just knowing it. And when we don't develop this one, but it's there. So once in a while, we recognizing that. So that's why people say like sometimes they just know the answer, but they don't know why or how. Because when they go beyond the meaning or the concept, the storyline, they just feel it, they will sense it. So when we have dementia, which is we losing ability to comprehend information, when we're losing that ability, but our fundamental of recognizing like cold, hot, pain, or love, all of that is beyond meaning or form or shape or color or tone. Then it's just pure. So if you develop this way of relate to your experience, then when you lose your information, you still can contact with other or relate with other things with just directly through it. Just like Doc just give an example of pure love. I don't know who you are, but I still love you. I always wonder, like, if I was conditioned as Westerner, I don't know I have enough courage to look into Buddhism because it's so much to understand. So I always feel like you guys really brave to go dig into something that is completely new, a foreign way to understand. I'm deep bow to that. But because I'm grow up in this one, how many times that I practice based on seeing things happen in front of me? How many times I see old people, they just practice and they become like dementia, but they still being happy because they forgot their information. They don't have the way that comprehends all of that. But because when in our mind, there's a lot of, there's, I don't want to use the word wholesome or unwholesome, because when we use that word, we start to catch into meaning, good or bad, A or B, black or white, stuff like that. But one quality is anything in universe is cause and effect. But with this kind of type of quality, is give you want to have more, and you suffer because of that effect. And this type of quality, when you have it, you don't have that kind of thirst, don't have that kind of suffering. So we call this one as unwholesome. We call this one as wholesome. And because if we keep practicing with right view, right attitude, right effort, and be in present moment, and see in our experience in the way that with Tao concept, then we develop this ability. So when we lose our ability to comprehend information, this quality is still there. And because it's still there, it's still working in the way it's working. So you still be happy, you still a lot of love, you still be flexible, but you don't have information to say, oh, I love this person because that person is my family. No, you love because you just love. You're happy because you don't want anything. You don't want to change anything. You feel complete. You feel content. So that my understanding, and by seeing many people in Asia, when they practice a long time, and by the end of their life, they still be happy even though they don't remember anything.
But Lindsay, what about, in my own personal experience, my mother had dementia, but she was never happy. She was never happy her whole life. So when she got dementia, she still was not happy. Mm-hmm. And she was not kind to people. She was not.
Yes, because the momentum of her mind, she doesn't have enough information to comprehend it, but the momentum of her mind is still being like anger. So, like I said, the pure of the quality is still there. So because she did not develop that kind of ability, right, like seeing things, so she still be angered, a lot of uncomfortable things on this side, because they go in team. like when let's say if you say like, oh, you see a car, if that car is not your car, you will say, oh, that's a car. But if that car is look very much like your car, you suddenly like have a little like jump up. Is that my car? Right? So you see the relationship.
Mhm.
So that's what I mean by seeing is just feeling, not
Mhm.
meaning into that. And whatever quality that develop together with that is still stay the same. So your
I
mom
see.
developed a lot of anger. It still have momentum onto that, but it
Mm.
doesn't have meaning into it, but momentum is still there. On the other side, when people practice without meaning of that, just practice with being aware and wisdom, and because they practice with wholesome quality a lot, so they develop a lot of wholesome quality. So they don't have meaning by the time they have illness, but that momentum of being calm, being gentle is still there.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes, very much. Very much. But that the awareness part is all part of the people that are being happy at the end is because they have developed this along the way, the momentum. They don't have awareness, a certain kind of awareness, the brain awareness, but they have awareness of what happiness is, maybe you
Yes,
think?
they do know, like, just because we think awareness is something that long and permanent, but awareness is just ability to know at like right at the split second, like moment to moment. And that split second, you just know whatever happened in your body.
I
So
see.
that is still there. Just
Mm-hmm.
living in present moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's still
Living
there.
in the present moment is the key.
Live in present moment is not making you to regret or anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
That when we are normal with the normal brain that we have.
Mm-hmm.
So we develop a ability to be content,
Mm-hmm.
to be happy with whatever we have. So because of that, we keep develop this, and then right view, which is seeing direct experience as experience. We don't say this experience is good or bad or because of this person or that person. We don't proliferate it. So we don't have that development. And so because of that, it's continue to gain momentum in that way. On one side, we create a momentum for wholesome. On the other side, we do not fit in the unwholesome quality of the mind. So it die out.
Yeah, it does seem like the elderly people that I saw were um, very compliant, very happy with very little, just, shelter and food and companionship, but not having the craving, not wanting shopping or not wanting material items so much, just wanting a connection, um, and to be taken care of and to be acknowledged. But
Yes.
that craving, I didn't see that so much. Oh, I did see aversion though. I mean, if sometimes if they didn't like the food or didn't like something, but a lot of times they would not even say anything, be so polite. It's
Um,
amazing. It's amazing how this awareness is, of I hope I'm like that. I hope I'm that nice.
um, so that's
I
all
would
I
add,
have.
I would add one thing. I mean, I think Lynchie just said it all right there. But in response to Nancy, I think I heard you connect the idea or like state something like developing awareness, that it's important to develop awareness or something along those lines. But we do not develop awareness. Awareness is already complete, it's a steadily blazing, constantly radiating sun of love, basically. And love has its own vast, infinite intelligence to it. And it's, if you have to use words, again, it's more like what we do when we meditate is we increase our amount of access to that by, again, breaking down the barriers, the clouds in the sky that prevent the steady rays of the sun to reach us. And again, the sense of developing awareness, it comes with like, I have to develop it. No, that's, there is no I. Well, first of all, there is no I, me, or mine, period. But certainly there is no I that develops awareness, which is.
That's two people.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah, awareness is.
There's I and there's the awareness, but if we are the awareness,
yeah,
there's one, right? We're one with that.
100%, 100%. I have to just tell this little tiny story because for me, like all those years with Mom, I just have to say this. It's just really burning in my mind right now. So I went to one of the homes where Mom's was. She was in 3 over this long period. And in this one, yes, there was a big sitting room, which comes to mind, Michael, when you mentioned. So I'd go and see Mom in the sitting room. And there was one lady who always walked around carrying a little doll, a little baby doll. And she came up to me one time and she had a worried look on her face. And she came up really close and she looked really worried. And she held out the baby doll and she pulled down the collar on the baby's blouse. It's a little girl baby, right? She pulled the collar down to reveal that it was a doll, but the head in the doll manufacturer was separate from the body. And so there's this, of course, this big gap between the head part and the body part, and like the head kind of wiggled around and there's this like half-inch gap where the head is, and she runs her hands along that gap like the baby has a broken neck and she's like trying to figure out how to heal it. She keeps going like this and then she's looking at me like, what can I do? Because the baby's head is flopping around, But I just felt the love she had for that baby so strongly. And she's walking around every day just holding this baby, right? This baby doll, but relating to it like it's the most precious thing in the world, which it was to her. And she cared. And there was this flowing, powerful urge to heal, which is nature expressing itself in that pure and beautiful way. It was profound for me, Now then that allows me to relate to her through that same compassion that she was just radiating so powerfully. Again, these patients, we call them, they're enlightened in a certain way because they're beyond concepts. They're beyond attaching to concepts. It's really beautiful. It's really powerful. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Doug.
Yeah. Yeah, the stories really flow when you get me on the topic of Mom. I have to tell you.
Can I just tell the group what we did? I've told you about my wife. Our youngest son got married over the Memorial Day weekend, and 4 days before the wedding, and we had planned this with the home where she is and everything, but they came up here and I had invited 15 or 20 of our closest friends who have been with us on this journey, on Anne's journey. And we had a mock wedding at her facility, at her memory home. And, complete with Martinelli, sparkling cider, champagne clicks to the couple. and the chef there made a wedding cake and catered a nice little lunch for us.
Wonderful.
Our oldest son was officiated. You know, he's the one that went through the vows with him, and my wife is sitting there looking. And as soon as the ceremony was over, I put on a mini Bose speaker in my life, the Beatles. And so Alex, our son, gets up, goes over to his mother. She stands up, and they do a first dance.
Oh,
And I'll tell you, there wasn't a dry eye in the house. So, you know, I've since
beautiful.
asked my wife if she remembered that, and she doesn't, but she was smiling, so happy that day on some level. It made her happy. I mean, I don't know cognitively if she really took it in, but there was just a lot of love flowing that day, and you know, none of us ever will forget it.
Yeah. It was not a mock wedding for her. It was the real thing.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I'm just looking at Kelly's avatar down there. Pretty nice. Appreciate that one a lot. It fits right into the conversation.
Doug,
Hey, Helen.
it's Helen. I'd like to add one more story or two about Alzheimer's, because my husband of 65 years is in a memory loss facility. And presence is something I've learned so much about with him because he is so present. But I would like to just tell you this two stories. One, yesterday we were listening to some classical music, and George began to weep because it was so grand. And when he was weeping, he said, "It's good to cry." And I just thought, how amazing that he would say that. The person who he has a difficult time sitting, how to sit, of course, put clothes on, all the things he cannot do. But look at that awareness. It's very touching. And the other story I just want to tell you is that when our children come to visit George, he doesn't recognize them, and they get very close to him, and he said, "I know you, I know you," and then he looks at them and he says, "I love you, I love you." So it's really it's just wonderful. I just wanted to add that it's a good trip.
What could be better than that, Helen? Thank you so much for sharing that. Really.
Thank you.
That's really beautiful. And right, it's like we've heard several stories from many of us now noticing what people in this condition have to offer, you know. They are teachers.
Mm-hmm.
I just have to add just a tiny one more, which was one day I went to Mom at the last home where she stayed. I took her out on the porch to have some lunch. It was a bright day, and I realized that I'd forgotten to bring her baseball hat, you know, to protect against the sun. So I said, Mom, just stay right here. I'm going to run back in the room to get your hat. And I don't even remember, she nodded, but she was okay with that. So I ran back to the room, got the hat, came back and put it on her head. And then, so her eyes were shaded from the sun. At that point, she turned around and looked at me really deeply. And she said, "Are you the same one?" Meaning, are you the same one who was with me just a minute or two ago?
Mhm.
Well, that's a pure Zen question. Because if you look at it, I'm not the same one. I'm 1 minute later. And 20% of the cells in my body have already changed, you know? My thoughts are different, my emotions are different, my present moment is different, everything's different. I'm a different person. You see what I mean?
Mhm.
They are just throwing us, they are throwing us ropes from the other side, you know, that we can grab onto and climb over, you know? Yeah, so thank you so much, everybody, for sharing these. And I think it's safe to say we got the flow going in this conversation. These stories, these images, these teachings, coming from the other side, so to speak, just really, really came through. They're right there in Kelly's avatar, one heart to another. So super grateful for this conversation, this Dharma conversation. And so let's just see if I can find my schedule. Oh, here it is. I realized that this whole time my schedule was pinned to my bulletin board over here, and I'm looking right in front and I never saw it. So it's now 4:30 Central Time. So in 2.5 hours, we got 2.5 hours to do another form of daily life now. And have a wonderful time. Enjoy your life. And we'll come back at 7 Central, 5 Pacific, 8 Eastern. And I'll offer a Dharma talk on some of the points we've touched on a little bit, and see if we can expand understanding and wisdom a bit. And I look forward to that. So look forward to seeing you all soon.
Mhm.
Thanks so much, everybody. Bye for now. So welcome back, everybody. Here we are at the end of our first full day of our weekend retreat. I hope everybody had a enjoyable dinner or maybe breakfast in India. I have to say how thrilled I am. I'm sure we all are thrilled to have someone join us all the way from the subcontinent on us. It's truly awesome for sure. So we've been over a lot of territory this past day and last night. And I do hope that you're just letting The important things float naturally to the top and letting everything else go. The important things will naturally float to the top. So tonight I thought we might enjoy a closed eye meditation and then an open eye meditation. Daily life meditation, off the cushion meditation is usually an open eye meditation. Then what is that? And how do we do that? And how does a closed eye meditation and an open eye meditation work together? And a really important question to explore, as Sayadaw always encourages us to do, which is to explore. A really important question to explore is, in the way the Buddha teaches meditation, in the way Sayadaw teaches meditation, is there any real difference between meditation and daily life? So just taking a few moments to really relax. Letting the eyes close gently. And if we need to, pulling back awareness from where it's been wandering and grasping in the world of objects all day, as it naturally does. And being very interested in all those objects, meaning sights and sounds, tastes and touch and smells. And bringing awareness right back here into the body, into the mind, into the internal world. Just taking a couple of deep breaths. checking the posture. Making micro adjustments to the posture so that we are both upright and strong and relaxed. Relaxed and aware. And enjoying it. Enjoying the relaxation. Enjoying the awareness. You can feel like coming home, settling, calming, breathing, feeling. Noticing to whatever degree they're present. And they don't have to be wholly present, but just really noticing to whatever degree they are present. Stillness and silence. Enjoying the stillness. Enjoying the silence. So this guided meditation will be taken from Sayadaw's own instructions. On what you might call right meditation. So as we open awareness to notice the sensations of the body and thoughts of the mind, accept, observe, and learn from your experience just as it is. As best you can, be continuously aware while staying relaxed. Just letting things happen as they happen. And with a very light and relaxed awareness. Even an awareness that's sort of in the back of the mind. Just keep lightly noticing. You don't have to notice everything. That's completely unnecessary. Just be aware that things are happening. Sensations of the body, thoughts of the mind, doing their thing. And we're just observing them. From a little distance, standing as relaxed awareness. It's already there. Awareness is already there. We don't have to develop it, build it up. And we just take a moment to calm. We can notice awareness come flooding in. With all of its power of observation and simple and direct knowing. And then we come to what is in so many ways the real heart of it, which is simply to recognize that all of these things that are happening, the coming and going of thoughts, the rising and falling of sensations, sounds appearing and disappearing, which altogether constitute the fullness of our experience, is very simply nature unfolding, nature doing its thing. The body is nature, the mind is nature. They are doing their things. And there is no I or me. There's really just awareness, noticing all these different objects of the senses and the thinking mind doing their thing, nature unfolding, nature happening. Simple being. Sayadaw says, don't have expectations or try to control the experience. Don't focus, penetrate, or concentrate. Instead, simply observe, watch, and be aware. So now we are observing the internal world. Observing the internal world with the eye of awareness. We're not focusing. We're taking a wide view. Within that wide view, looking over the landscape of the internal world, it is skillful to be aware of three objects. Craving, aversion, and delusion. Not that we understand or can recognize them immediately or fully, but it is our intention to gently explore these three particular experiences in order to learn about them, how they arise, and how they pass away. This is the heart of the practice. Sayadaw says, all the problems of the world originate from the trio of craving, aversion, and delusion. Keep an eye on them. watching and keeping these unskillful qualities at bay will allow all the wholesome qualities to arise naturally. Sayadaw says, throughout the day, check whether you are tense or relaxed. Any tension indicates an unskillful quality of mind is active. Either you are wanting something, disliking something, or are feeling confused about something. If you feel tense, observe the tension. If you are continuously aware of your state of relaxation, you will become more and more relaxed. I'll read that one again. If you are continuously aware of your state of relaxation, you will become more and more relaxed. Check to see if there is interest in the mind. The mind naturally investigates reality. The mind wants to know the nature of the mind and the body. It studies itself by asking questions to discover what is happening and why it is happening. Understanding what is happening brings peace to the mind. Understanding what is happening brings peace to the mind. We just stay relaxed. Just light awareness. Not focusing. Not trying to penetrate anything. Just observing. With interest. Gentle interest and caring. Now, in my words, for just a moment, let's explore a little bit with interest and care, craving. Craving according to the second noble truth, is the cause of suffering. It's an important thing to know. Craving, its habits, its tendencies, its nature. Craving is wanting something that is not present to be present, especially a pleasant sensation in the body or the mind. Scanning through the body and the mind now, gently and with caring, explore to see if there is some craving, some wanting something that is not present to be present. A feeling of lack. And if you notice it, notice such a thing, be very happy. Because now you can really see it and feel it. If you notice craving, see if you can notice the thought or the image. That's causing that feeling of lack to arise. And just hold that feeling very gently and loosely in wide open, accepting, loving, caring, interested awareness. Not getting entangled, but with appreciation. That at this depth of the mind, such a thing as craving, a part of nature, is being known, is showing itself, is exposing itself. To the clarity and light of awareness. And with this continuous light awareness, always gentle, always clear, always caring, see what happens to the feeling of lack. And just let the mind learn from that. And that's all you need to do. Just that. You might have noticed some tension in the body that arose when noticing craving. Comes from that powerful sense of attachment to that craving. That attachment is also called identification. I want, I desire, I need to have, I need to experience, etc., etc. Those are the thoughts of identification. as if everything is happening to me. Sayadaw says, in meditation, when investigating the mind, it is only important to recognize when there is identification with an object and when there is not. Sayadaw says, either there is momentum on the wisdom side, or there will be momentum on the side of craving, aversion, and illusion. If you let go of wisdom momentum, even for a bit, beginning again is not that easy. That's why you can't let it stop. Imagine going all the way. So whenever we're ready, we can gently open the eyes and make the opening of the eyes a practice in itself, noticing how, when the eyes open slowly, notice what happens to awareness. Notice how awareness, when the eyes open and we're not very sensitive, awareness will naturally change directions from scanning and being aware of the inner world to fleeing in the opposite direction, once again going out to see the objects in the external world on its continuous search for especially pleasant objects to settle upon, to gather, to collect. And to crave. And as you notice that, make that effort, a light but persistent effort to keep at least 50% of awareness in the body, in the mind, continuing to be aware of all the activities in the internal world. So something Sayadaw recommends very frequently when the eyes are open is to notice very simply that seeing is happening. And he often, and I think really helpfully, to see how it works for you, he analogizes seeing is happening to something that we're all pretty familiar with now, which is noticing that thinking is happening, right? Most of us have had quite some experience of noticing that thinking is happening and that we don't have to be attached to the thoughts, but rather we can observe them as something like fireflies flickering or clouds in the sky or a train passing by with all of the different cars of the train, and we don't have to hop on the train. And Sayadaw suggests using that same wisdom, applying it to seeing is happening. So many objects are appearing when we open our eyes. They're also, so many of the sights are so powerfully attractive. So powerfully attractive. And instead of unconsciously going from object to object in sight, attaching to so many, identifying with so many, instead we can just notice seeing is happening. Objects of sight are appearing. They're pulling us. We have a desire to attach. We automatically attach. We automatically crave, but we don't need to do that. We can just notice seeing is happening. Sights are appearing, just like thoughts appear, one after another. And we don't have to crave, we don't have to grasp. We can just let seeing happening. We can let the train of objects of sight go by. When we feel enjoyment at a sight, enjoy the sight, but don't attach. Let it go, because all objects of sight, like all other objects, come and go. Enjoy the enjoyment when it's there. Let it go. There'll be another one. So that guided meditation and then this little talk is going in the direction of, is on the topic of meditating with our eyes open and bringing this very same super skillful attitude towards sights that we already have quite some experience with in regard to thoughts. So let me then continuing with this pattern of sharing Sayadaw's wisdom, just read a few things from Sayadaw's teaching that address this really practical question of how do we continue the meditative posture, the meditative approach to life, the very interested but not attached and non-grasping attitude towards our experiences. How do we apply that with our eyes open as we go through the day? Honestly, he says so many fascinating things. He says so many helpful things with regard to eyes open meditation, which is really such a huge part of daily life off the cushion meditation. And it is full of the potential, really full of the potential to allow us to bring the same level of calm, clear seeing, clear feeling, clear equanimity and wisdom right into daily life that we have some amount of familiarity with from formal sitting meditation. That's why this careful, subtle exploration of going from closed eyes to open eyes is so useful. So Sayadaw says, you need to become skillful at meditating with your eyes open if you want to take this meditation into your daily life. Many defilements, and he's talking there about craving, aversion, and delusion and all their infinite combinations. Many defilements arise in relation to eye sense objects every time you look without awareness and wisdom. He says, the fires of craving and aversion are burning. You need to learn how to practice while looking. You need to learn how to look with awareness. Now, in this next quote, he uses the word samadhi, which we all know refers to the calm, clear, and stable mind, such as we have been experiencing over these past minutes, just by the simple act of sitting and bringing awareness back in, calming the body and the mind, and we get some measure of samadhi. So Sayadaw says this. He says, some yogis have told me that they are afraid to open their eyes after a sitting meditation. When I ask them why, they say, because when I open my eyes, my samadhi is gone. Well, Sayadaw says, that's not very good samadhi. If the mere act of opening the eyes makes the stability of the mind go away, then that samadhi was not very strong or stable. Whether we are seeing, walking, eating, taking a shower, or sitting, samadhi must always be there. I think you can see how, if we can cultivate the practice of knowing that seeing is happening in the same way we have familiarity with noticing that thinking is happening, but not being attached to thinking, we can shift that to seeing is happening. Now, right, just when we notice thinking is happening, we can very clearly notice that thoughts are like really grabbing at us. You know, they are like super sticky. And our mind can get right wrapped up in those thoughts, and we're on the train and we are taken away into suffering memories and worrying about the future and spinning stories about the self needs to do this, needs to do that. And We're doing all kinds of unhealthy things. We can see that with thoughts. See if you can shift that to noticing that the same kind of thing happens when we see sights with the eyes. They also are pulling at us. They are so strong. And they just suck awareness right out of the body and the mind. And we suddenly get stuck in this landscape of visual objects, sight, sense of the eyes. But really all that's happening is just seeing is happening. Objects appear, objects disappear. We're driving in a car. They're constantly disappearing behind us, right? The whole landscape is constantly disappearing as we go through. For that matter, we can be looking out over a whole landscape. All we have to do is close our eyes and it's all gone. It's like, boom. How impermanent is that? And as we all know, every object of the sights, just like every object in every other sense, perception is impermanent. Given enough time, it's all gone. So what's the use of grasping to all that? And why can't we just notice seeing is happening, and in a certain way, we can feel free at that point, because whatever happens when we see a sight, we notice that that response is also impermanent. If it's enjoyment, enjoy it, but let it go. If it's unpleasant, feel the unpleasantness, but know it's impermanent. Don't attach, just let it go. It's okay. It's just another thing to be known. So this is the direction that Sayadaw's teaching takes us when he starts to talk about meditating with your eyes open. So now we get into something really interesting, and it ties right in very directly with what Lienchi brought up on last night. And you might have heard in the guided meditation that Sayadaw spoke about not focusing on things. Now, what's the first thing that comes to our mind when we hear an instruction like, don't focus? I invite you, when you hear that instruction, don't focus on objects. What's the first thing that comes to our mind? What's the first thought that comes to our mind? Isn't that thought, well, if I don't focus, how can I see it? Isn't it all going to be blurry? I'm going to miss everything if I'm not focusing. Isn't that like, that's what the mind says, right? But the practice of open-eyed meditation points us in the direction of cultivating the ability to literally see in a different way, not with the eyes, but with awareness. It's absolutely fantastic to start to shift in that direction. And it may just sound like, at first, illogical and nonsensical, but let me offer a few teachings from Sayadaw to address that, and a couple of metaphors I'll throw in as well that have really worked for me. So Lienchi on Friday night, she spoke about two types of awareness: directed awareness and receptive awareness. Now that's really interesting, right? Directed awareness, as I understand it, would be actual focused awareness where we do, for a period of time, hopefully a fairly short period of time, because that's all that's necessary, we do need to take wide open awareness and focus down to see some details. In the teachings of the Buddha, this type of awareness is called vijnana. Jnana meaning pure wide open awareness, which is wide open receptive awareness. And vijnana is awareness that arises in contact with a sense object, so that a sound is heard, a sight is seen, a taste is tasted, a smell is smelled, a touch is sensed. And there are these many points when awareness focuses itself down and knows all the senses and the thoughts with these very quick momentary moments of noticing, which add up to our total sensory experience. Now, it's very interesting to notice that the actual word vijnana translates as divided awareness. Vi is a prefix that means separate from or divided. So this is just indicating that for this period of time, this wide open, broad awareness, which I've been analogizing to the rays of the sun, which are illuminating, that's one of the qualities, right? Just for these brief moments, that those broad rays of the sun are focused on a sense object. The sense object is known. In that moment, the broad rays of the sun focus down to a pinpoint, just like when you can use a magnifying glass to create a spot of light, you know? So in my understanding, that would be directed awareness, so we often call it attention. But the thing is that if we always stay in just that mode, right? By definition, we are not seeing the totality of things. We are keeping ourselves locked into only always seeing, you know, microscopic specks of what's actually all around us. And that therefore, the direction we want to go in practice is to cultivate staying most of the time in receptive awareness, wide open awareness. And it's only on those fairly infrequent, when you really look at it, at times when, you know, for practical reasons, you just gotta like look at something straight and get the details straight to work out a problem, to solve a problem, to fix a problem, something like that. So yeah, go ahead and do it there, but also recognize that when you're focusing like that, tension comes up in the body and in the mind, and you don't want to stay in that state for a long period of time. You want to be, you know, you want to have that period of tension and stress for just the amount of time that is needed to solve the problem, to fix the problem, to see a detail really clearly. And then you want to shift back to the wide open awareness, because there's just so many things going on, and you want to most of the time have a kind of open and receptive awareness, so you can be really clear on all the different things that are happening inside of you and outside of you at the same time. Now, Sayadaw uses a really beautiful metaphor for this. He says that this focused, directed attention he calls looking. So I invite you now to just, you know, in the ordinary experience, recognize that there is a lot of difference between looking at something and just seeing. Looking is like really looking. You're in the art gallery and you see the painting, and then you like walk right up to it so you can see the individual brush strokes, right? But then what do? at the art museum, you're looking at a beautiful painting. The first way you're looking at it is not at the brushstrokes. It's like you're just taking the whole painting in, and just like it's the whole thing, and it hits you. You get an emotion, you get a feeling, you get a sense of the totality, and then you go, "Gosh, I wonder how that painter made that thing." And then you walk right up and you see the little individual brushstrokes, but you're not going to get the whole experience of the painting until you walk back and just take it all in at once. And that's the wide open awareness. That's when you get the fullness of that experience, right? So cultivating a real close feeling and understanding for the difference between looking and seeing, where seeing is wide open awareness. This is super important. And you want to go in the direction of mostly being in wide open receptive awareness and only using looking and focusing when it's, you know, of real practical interest. For example, I'm just going to spin out this metaphor a little bit. Let's say you're an artist, okay? And you want to make a painting just like Delacroix, okay? And so you take it all in and you say, oh my gosh, there's this big battle scene, and wow, I have all these emotions, and this work of art is really working for me. But you're an artist, you're a painter, you want to paint like Delacroix. So then you walk right up and you get 2 inches away, if you can get that close in the museum, because you want to see how this whole thing was created with all these individual brushstrokes. You want to get a feeling for how the artist turned his hand and, you know, created this big thing out of these little tiny. Why? Because you're an artist, you want to learn the craft, you've got to learn the details. So you use focus attention for a while, but then you pull back. And so there's always this shifting back and forth. Most of the time, receiving the fullness of everything awareness can be aware of. Okay. So the metaphor that Sayadaw uses is, with the wide open awareness, he calls it taking a bird's eye view. A bird's eye view. He says a bird's eye view is an expansive, aerial, A-E-R-I-A-L. Bird's eye view is an expansive, aerial, bird's eye view of what's happening in the mind and the body. And from that perspective, being able to, quote, see and understand the processes and causes and effect relationships between all the different things that are happening. For example, a super important thing to notice is, like, what's the relationship between a thought and a body sensation that's caused by that thought? So if you're feeling really tense and tight, if all you're ever looking at is just that, all that you're ever aware of is just like, oh, the tension, you're not going to get the cause and effect relationship. But if you take the bird's eye view and notice the thought that preceded the tension, and you keep continuous awareness, you start to recognize, wait a minute, there's a cause and effect thing that's going on here. Certain thoughts create tensions in the body. And then if you keep looking, you see certain tensions in the body create more thoughts. And you start to see there can be a cycle going on there, a repetitive cycle that's just making you more and more tense. And the magic of it is that just having seen the cause and relationship and the tension that it's causing, by the very nature of awareness, awareness itself learns, or the mind learns, that this is not a helpful and healthy thing. And by its own natural intelligence, there's a delinking that occurs. And the thoughts may still be there, but they're not attached to. There's a non-identification because it's just nature happening. And therefore, there's no identification, and therefore that breaks that tight cause and effect relationship between unskillful thoughts and tension in the body. And all you have to do is just place wide open awareness on the totality for a while, shifting back and forth to noticing, learning, and you're just basically giving awareness all the data it needs to connect the dots. And once it does that, by nature's own intelligence, that cycle stops. And that's a wonderful thing to notice. That's how meditation, this type of meditation works. Now, one time Sayadaw gave a wonderful example of this, of how this works, this bird's eye view awareness. Here's the story that he tells. Once I was talking to my teacher, Shui Min, and I was very involved talking to him. At one point, he suddenly said, "So-and-so is coming." And I was shocked, Sayadaw said. How did he know? Then I heard the sound of a car running outside, and I realized my teacher had already heard the car. It struck me then that he had a bird's eye view of everything going on. He would never get so involved in something, which Sayadaw just said he was very involved in the conversation, right? So he said about his teacher, he would never get so involved in something to the exclusion of everything else. He knew everything that was going on in his environment. Now, I have to say too, drawing in from my own personal experience, I mentioned that I only met Sayadaw once for like 3 or 4 minutes, and it was at the end of a retreat, and we were both like, I think, waiting for a car to come pick us up. And I had a brief conversation with Sayadaw, and I don't even remember exactly what we talked about. But what I do remember very vividly is that I said something, he responded. I think we were talking a little bit about the retreat. I was expressing my gratitude. He was thanking me for that, and that kind of thing. And we had a nice little end of retreat chat right there. But I also had the very, very clear feeling that all of his attention was not focused on me. And I have to be honest, I was a little bit like, gosh, I wish he was putting a little bit more attention on me. And then I go, well, there goes my mind thinking that I need to be paid more attention to. But the fact of the matter was, we were having a nice little conversation. So why did I have to be worried about that? We had a nice exchange, it was very warm and gracious and beautiful. But he had this very palpable sense of just knowing a larger what's going on all around. I just really felt it. It was an energetic thing. And I think it's quite apropos, and I've heard other people say that about Sayadaw too. Here's something he says. You need to recognize that you are aware. Don't observe the objects, just checking whether awareness is present. As your awareness becomes stronger, it will automatically be able to see more objects. It is like a good satellite dish. The better the dish and the receiver, the more channels you can receive. He says, the more you try to see something, the less clearly you can see it. Only when you are relaxed, there's that big word again, only when you are relaxed can you see things as they are. Then he says, those who don't try to look for anything see more. This is one of the great statements of Sayadaw in my book. This is really something. Those who don't try to look for anything, meaning constantly focusing on this or that, those who don't try to look for anything see more. Because think of it, if you're always looking for this or that, there's no chance for you to see the totality and to be aware. Like, in a relationship with a person, this can often really come to the fore, right? You may be having, well, I think Michael's example from today with Dottie, the lady in the nursing home who was singing. And at first, Michael was reporting today that there was like a sense of aversion to the fact that she was singing. So that indicated that, seeing and hearing were doing its natural thing. It was like focusing right on Dottie singing, how loud it was, how much it clashed with like expectations and wishes and the way things should be. But then he asked, am I aware? He noticed he was aware, and suddenly the diameter, you could say, or the magnitude of the awareness opened up greatly. And suddenly he recognized that Dottie was singing out of a sense of joy, happiness, wanting to share. And he felt a lot of joy and compassion for Dottie. See? So he went from the focused view, fixing on the sound, fixing on the thoughts of this is not the way it should be. He opened a receptive awareness, this wide open aerial view of awareness, and suddenly all the antibodies to suffering came in: compassion, joy, perspective, and so on. So I think that's a great example of how these two versions of awareness work. Okay, now I'm going to end tonight with, if you'll indulge me, there's two metaphors for open awareness and focused awareness that have always really worked for me, and I'll just share them with you and see where they land. I often call open awareness receptive awareness as very similar to, in fact, identical to, the same as, how many people have ever been to the Grand Canyon or stood at the edge of a vast open space, which could even include being at the seashore and looking at the ocean? I've been to the Grand Canyon, and I remember standing at the lip of the Grand Canyon. And that's why I call this mode of receptive awareness, I call it the Grand Canyon view. Because when you're standing right at the edge of the Grand Canyon, are you focusing? You can focus. You can decide every now and then to focus, like to look at the striation of the rocks on the other side of the canyon. You can decide to look at the condor that's flying by, or the little tree that's like 10 feet down that's sticking out of the wall of the canyon. And you think, watch, if I drop here, I'll grab onto that. That's a useful thing to notice. But where does the magnitude and the power of standing at that spot really come in? And are you focusing? Not really, not at all. You're just taking it in all at once. I find it wonderful to notice that. What are you really noticing? You're noticing emptiness and the glory and the magnificence of all that space. It's like noticing awareness itself. It's just vast and open, right? And it's, every human being who goes to the Grand Canyon has a natural affinity for that, because I think there's something about standing right there that's telling us something about who we really are. It's like looking right into ourselves in some way and seeing the vastness of awareness. It's like a really beautiful thing. Again, it's super practical to notice that there's a tree branch down there, and if we fall, we could grab onto the tree branch. So directed awareness, we can use it. We should use it. But stay in open awareness, because after all, it was in open awareness that the attention suddenly went to that space. And so there's something natural that will direct our attention to what is necessary, what is useful. And then we consider, well, should I attach to it or should I let it go? We do a little thinking, but then we go back. So that brings me to my second metaphor, which I always find very useful personally, is, I call it fire lookout view. So some of us may remember, I remember from when I was growing up, that some of my lucky friends, I never got this experience, but I've known people who got a summer job with the National Park Service sitting in a little cabin at the top of a gigantic fire tower out in the middle of a big forest out in the Rocky Mountains or some other place like that. And they got to spend 3 or 4 months there. And what you do when you're in the fire tower is you basically are looking over this big, beautiful landscape with open awareness. And my friends who had that experience said it was like the greatest summer they ever spent. So interesting. They read a lot of books. They did a lot of contemplation. They just soaked in nature. But consider how this interplay of vast open awareness, occasionally moving into directed awareness, is why you're up there as a fire tower lookout. You're there to notice everything, especially when a little wisp of smoke appears somewhere in the northeast, like 10 or 20 miles out. That's when you use directed awareness, and that's nature saying, oh, that's something to focus on right now. We got to solve that problem. You get on the phone and you call the firemen and say, oh, there's a fire happening 10 miles northeast of the fire lookout tower. So they're using directed awareness for a good, solid, practical purpose. And so on. So yeah, I've just spent a little time on, I spent a lot of time now on just like trying to bring some words and some images and some metaphors that maybe you might find helpful as we go in the direction of like, what is awareness and what's the skillful way to use awareness? And it has a lot to do with this, with developing skill and awareness of how awareness itself can come in these two forms: wide open awareness, receptive awareness, and directed awareness. So I hope tonight's guided meditation and this talk have been helpful. I haven't left very much time for questions, although I hope everybody would indulge if anybody did want to ask a question. I'd be very happy to entertain one. And I would certainly understand if, once again, that's a lot and you might just want to sit with it. But if anybody did have, pardon the pun, considering the metaphor, a burning question, I would be very happy to entertain it. Any burning questions? Okay. I'm glad. No fires. Well, that's the guided meditation and Dharma talk for tonight, everybody. So we're at the end of the first full day of the retreat. I was very glad that this, and it always happens right around the middle of the retreat, that when we contemplate and practice in this way, sooner or later, right around this time, this very important insight of everything, of nature just happening and there's no I or me came in. That's known as anatta in the Buddhist tradition, no self. And as people often say rightly, no self, no problem. It's the ultimate release, because this idea of an I or a me or a mine, pure concepts, just like the banana that Lianchi was talking about before. You can't eat a banana. It's just a concept. But the sweetness of the banana is not a concept. That's a reality. It's the same thing with these bananas right here. The sensations are real. The perceptions, but we needn't let those thoughts and perceptions harden into an idea of an I or a me or a mine, because that's the worst concept to cling to. And these practices are naturally now in this retreat starting to go in that direction, where we can maybe see see that starting to come into view a bit. So wishing you all a good night. We'll gather tomorrow. Lynchy will offer us meditation in the morning at 9 o'clock Central Time, 9 a.m. Central, 7 a.m. Pacific, and 10 a.m. Eastern. Wishing you all a wonderful night. Let's take our daily life practice into the next phase. See you all soon. Bye, everybody. Bye for now.
Retreat with we continue the retreat with the blog that yesterday we didn't have enough time to unpack enough for the checklist. Sorry, Nancy, you have, I don't know what other word to use that. The Kelisa, delusion, aversion, and greed, and what kind of attitude that we have. Also, a little bit about awareness, how we observe, how awareness relate to that, to what kind of awareness that we're going to use. So I will do the talk before we going to sit together. So with that, we all can sit with all the information that we have together, so we are in the same pace. Yeah. So with the I remember when I came to Burma, in America, we don't have a lot of fly or bees, unless we go into the place that a lot of bees or fly, like a farm, bees farm or something. But in Asia, especially in temple, there's a lot of trees and flower, and because they don't kill, so when I came there, I remember I walked along the path. It's a meditation, and I was ordained at that time. And when I walk, the bee is just like zoom over my face, and then so many times like that, and I'm just keep moving like this. It feels so weird when you be in a nun and you just walk and like exercise kung fu or something. It feels so weird. So I came in and I asked Sayadaw, like, Sayadaw, every time the bees go over my face, I have to look really fast. And this is the reaction, like I'm keep jumpy like that. It feels so weird. So how do I do that? And Sayadaw said, watch the urge of moving. Just watch that urge. So I said, okay, so next time when I walk, the bees is to go over my face, and I just like don't move, watch the urge. So I can see that fear go up, 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 and then move. But before I can move, I can see so clear that my the urge of moving is go really high, and then don't move, just watch, don't move, just watch, and my whole body is tense up and just watching. And then I came in and I told him, like, Sayadaw, I feel like I'm a robot. I'm just sitting there and say, don't move, don't move. And he said, no, don't do that. You need to tell yourself it's okay to move, but just it's okay to move, but let's see how it react first. So it's an invitation. It's not like formula that you should apply to. You have a choice to move, but you want to try. So I did that, and yeah, little by little, my mind is calm, and then it's because I know I have a choice to move, and I just watch. So later on, I learned that relax first, and then try. Just a invitation, just a trial. If you cannot do it, you cannot do it. So what? Just do it. So at that time, I didn't understand that is the instruction for the attitude or the right attitude or the right effort. You don't need to focus so much on the urge, which is like wanting to move. That the urge of feeling is building up in my body, and that the reaction in my mind. So first thing, I didn't know that. I understand is a formula. This is what I need to do. Just like, okay, walk, lift, move, place. I just came from Paditarama and Mahasi style. Yeah. So I just think that the formula I need to apply into. But actually, it's not a formula, but the invitation. You have a choice to make. And I want to make a clear note here. It's not that Mahasi style is a formula. It's just the way that we understand in the formula we need to apply to. Um, we the way that our mind works is whenever we hear something, we just take that and doing that step by step is the instruction, because that's how we learn in the school, right? That's how we learn when we buy something new. There's instruction, step 1, step 2, step 3, following step, then you can do it. But we don't use the wisdom to think like, if we do this, how it's happened? If we do that, how's that happen? Later on in that year, one time that Sayadaw talked so much about greed. So when I came into eating, is in the temple that you're not allowed to eat over 12 o'clock. So I come in and I watching my urge of eating, wanting to eat. And because we don't have a lot of food, so lunchtime is party time for greed. So all I have to do like standing in the line, and I'm thinking like, oh my God, I'm coming so late. So by the time I come to the food table, probably nothing left. So already in my tummy is like butterfly is coming up. So I keep looking over, and then no more the food that I can eat. They all took away all of that, and only the food that I cannot eat is left over. And I came in, and my mind already have a lot of aversion to the food, and a lot of greed because I'm so hungry. So I'm sitting in front of food, and I said, okay, I come here to learn about meditate, about my mind. So I'm not going to just throw away and eat it. So I'm going to wash my greed. So because of the experience of the fly and the bees, so I say, okay, it's okay, relax. And I'm relaxed, and the moment I pick up the food, so much aversion and greed, put it down. Pick it up, so much aversion and greed, put it down. And I keep doing that. I couldn't have a spoon of food, and it's over 12 o'clock. So I said, cannot eat, so just throw it for animal. Like in the temple, they have a lot of like stray dogs and cat and so many animals. So we just throw that food away for animal to eat. And I come in to Sayadaw and say, Sayadaw, I am so hungry. I cannot eat anything today because so much greed and aversion. And he say, how dumb you are. Eat and then take your time to practice. You have a whole life to watch greed and aversion. It's not only one day. Back then, I was only 20 something. I'm so young. And then in my mind, like, have to get it over, like, get it done. So, and then I told him, but it's over 12 o'clock. I cannot eat. And he said, so you break one preset. Next time, do it. Just keep sitting and eat and watch it until you can see that. So the next day I come in the morning. I'm taking 2 hours. Just keep watching. So between receiving the greed and aversion. And then the moment I'm watching it, it's gone. So I thought it's done. So I can put it up again. So my mind shifting back and forth between directed awareness, like, and receiving awareness, like receptive awareness. Allow the body to be relaxed. And you can see, it's okay, now eat. The moment I'm seeing that, immediately greeted come up. And then my mind, because directed awareness is like Doug talked about yesterday when his friend sit on the fire tower. You see the smoke, you're looking at it. So I was so not skillful back then. So the moment I'm looking at it, it's gone. It's just like shy and then run back. So I feel like I'm okay. But the moment I put it in, it come up again. So this is the nature of greed and aversion. It's not like you see it once, so it's gone. But you need to keep looking at it again and again. And the moment you keep looking, because they are persistent, so do you. You like keep watching. And then little by little, I can see it subside. And the food is not no more interest. At first, I only watched the urge, but little by little, the mind start to, because it keep watching the urge so many times, and then that when wisdom arising and seeing that it's not only the urge that you can see, but also there is the relationship with that. The way you think about food at that time change, because the mind see the food is not so good like it thinks. So now it doesn't have greed, doesn't have anything that feeding into that. So greed subsides. So that's the work of the wisdom, because the thought about food is not so good anymore. It subsides. It's not the urge anymore. So when I'm watching that, and then breakfast served from 6:30 until 9 o'clock, I was so happy and ran over Sayadaw's place and told him that. And he said, good, keep practice that way. I thought I'm done with that, but no. In that year, in Asia, we washing clothes by hand and then hanging on the string for sun dry. And because I'm come from America, so everything I have is I just bought it, so it's new and clean. So I have my own clothes pin. I wash my clothes. I put on the string. My pin is clean, brand new, clip over my clothes. And we usually go to the Dharma hall all the way from 4 o'clock in the morning until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, then go back to our cabin. When I come back after Dharma talk, 5 o'clock, my clothes wet and dust on the ground. I was so crazy, angry, like, oh my God, my clothing on other people's clothes. I was just about to explode. Like, why my pin on your clothes and my clothes is on the ground and wet and dust? I was so upset. I went to Sayadaw Kuti. Kuti means cabin. I went to Sayadaw cabin, and I was thinking like Sayadaw will have sympathy for me and tell me, oh, it's okay, blah, blah, blah. But the moment I told him the story, and he looked at me and said, so what do you want? And I said, I want my pin back. Of course, it's my pin. And he said, so does she. And I said, what? What do you mean, so does she? She also wanted, but my pin. He didn't say anything. And then I came back, because this is the way in Asia is. Usually we don't ask the monk or the teacher so many times when they give you advice. You took it and then you just learn from your own direct experience. You don't ask so much. This whole year, and that no, that was only 7 months when I was in the temple. It's not a whole year. I didn't understand anything. I just see that, oh, Sayadaw said something about that, but I didn't understand. When I went back to America, it took me a long time. I was still in college at back then. So I was on the left side to make a signal go into my parking lot. And then all the students go on the right side. But I make signal, but all the students just get the spot because they're on the right side. I was standing there like 3 cars get into my spot in my head like I'm going to kick their butt. But so I'm just thinking like immediately after the third time I said, that's my spot. Suddenly the thought that come up, that my pin come up. And then that's when I remember when Sayadaw said, so does she. She also want to have it. Then that when I understand. What is priority at this time? Do you want a spot, the parking spot? Do you want the cloak pin? Do you want to eat? Do you want to move your head? Or you want to watch your anger? Which one is priority for you right now? If you need the parking spot, get out of your car, confront with them. That's what the right thing to do. But if you don't want that, your priority is learning about eating, learning about your anger, learning about whatever. Stay there and watch. So what is your priority? That when Sayadaw said that, so that's what she wanted. So which one is my priority? Right at that moment, I feel so relieved. Okay, now I can wait. I can confront with them, or I can just go another spot, look for it, or I'm just watching my anger. So that's my story about watching aversion and greed. The delusion is my pain, my anger, my parking spot, and the watching shifting between awareness, receiving awareness, and directed awareness. Watching that so much, if you're not skillful, it subsides, but then it come back. But if you watch it lightly, you allow it to come, and then many, many times, and accept that is the first time we cannot watch it without the ideas of, I want to learn, or I want you to go away. We cannot help it, but just keep doing that until you become skillful with that. And when you become skillful with that, little by little, you can step away from it and watching it from far, just like Duff said, from the bird view. And then you can see it's not only the urge, the sensation in the body, but also there's the relationship, the thought about it. When you see that much information, wisdom arises. And when wisdom arises, delusion is gone. So now it's not my pen anymore. It's not my food. It's not my parking spot anymore, but it is the object of greed and aversion work together with ideas, thoughts, perception, and all of that, the delusion is gone. So because delusion is gone, greed and aversion start little by little to subside, and the whole team of wisdom and right view, right understand, right thoughts come in. So now it's the whole thing is make your body and your mind is more like drop down the burden and feel much more space. It takes a long time to watch it and to learn about this whole process, even though it's difficult, but accepting that this is the way of momentum work. We will fall into the trap of the greed and delusion or aversion. But if we're not giving up and we keep be persistent again and again, we will understand and the way that why we cling so much to so ordinary, like my food, my pen, my parking spot. It's very ordinary, right? How many of you been like steal your parking spot? Yeah. See, yep. How many of you been like cut in front of you, like you make a signal and then somebody cut in front of you on or standing in line or on the freeway. So many times it's very ordinary that it's not, and when you understand that, you can see that um the energy of greed and aversion is so different. Aversion is you really want to learn about it because it's so, how to say, it's so hard. It's hard, it's solid, it makes you feel uncomfortable. But the energy of greed is totally different. It's just like very seductive, very soft, very sweet. Because I didn't eat the lunch the day before. So in the morning, I couldn't sleep all night because I'm so hungry. So in my mind, like the breakfast, it will be super good. Like all kind of imagination of the food is so good. But when the grease subside, the the energy of greed, it doesn't make me feel like I want to watch it because it's so sweet. But the energy of aversion, when they took my parking spot, it made me want to watch because it's uncomfortable. But like thinking about tomorrow food, I didn't watch it all until I come into the meditation hall. I mean, the dining hall, then I'm watching it. That one I can see the energy. It's very different on that. The moment you turn from greed to aversion, then you can see when you cannot eat, then you feel angry immediately. I cannot eat, put it down. I cannot eat. So it's switching from greed to aversion. You can see the energy, two type of energy. So when you do that, you learn so much from very gross level, like thinking about that, feeling in your body. But when you learn in subtle level, you can feel the energy in your mind and heart before it start to forming ideas or opinion. And this is the work of wisdom, because the wisdom can see the difference between energy movement in the mind and heart. So that is my stories of my early years in practice in Burma. Any question or comment about shifting the mind from awareness perceiving to directed or watching greed aversion is the way that how we watching it, or the attitude, accepting, inviting, trying. Yeah, I'm open to question and comment. And all that of that, I can see that we all have it, right? If you see a fly like drop on your food, you really want to kill the fly, right? Like you have like guests come over your dinner and fly into your house. You really want to slap the fly, right? So all of that is very ordinary. So how do we practice with that? How do we become better relationship with our own Kelisa? Welcome for question and comment, and then we can sit together. Okay, great. Then let's sit together. We have 7 to 8. We have 30 minutes sitting together, and I'm going to do the guiding meditation. Be comfortable in your posture, with sitting or laying down. You can open your eyes or close your eyes. Whatever comfortable for you. The invitation is to be comfortable but alert and interest in the experience that you have right now. Maybe a lot of thoughts, maybe a sensation in the body. Maybe the sound in your place. You already know the experience, so you don't need to do much more than knowing that, and knowing that you also knowing. When the body and the mind settle in, you can welcome whatever experience that the mind notices right now, the obvious one, or the subtle one. Don't look for it. Don't try to hold on it. Just relax and receive. Meditation is acknowledging and observing whatever arises, pleasant or unpleasant, in a relaxed and open way. We can watch and patiently waiting with awareness and understanding. Meditation is not trying to experience something that we have heard or read about. The experience simply rest your attention in present moment. If thought arise, notice that thought arise. When you're observing thoughts, if you're not familiar with that, you can alternate between thoughts and body sensation of thought and breath. Don't concentrate too intensively, and don't try to control the experience. Let go of forcing or holding back. Just allow things to unfold. Don't try to create anything. Don't push away what is happening. Just rest in awareness. Noticing that you are aware of present moment, like sitting, hearing, feeling, noticing. The meditation mind is only arise when there's no greed, no aversion or delusion in the watching mind. We're watching because we want to understand our experiences, the relationship between mind and body, how the mind works, not because we want to shape our experiences or we want to experience something that we think we should experience. So relax and receive whatever arises, allowing that happen. Is the mind fully aware or only partially aware? Check the quality of awareness. Is there interest in the experience? And even if you're not interested in the experience, you can also ask, why not experience interest? Is there anything else that can be known? This is a good habit to remind ourselves to relax and step back from watching the experience intensively. So be comfortable in your body. Drop down the shoulder. Give a gentle attention to the areas that hold tension. And simply notice the experience in the present. What is the experience right now, right here? Feel it, sense it, notice it, and that's enough. Thank you for sitting with me. I guess the bell doesn't go through again. So this morning, we continue our daily practice. You might go to the shopping to get your grocery. You go to washing your clothes. So the invitation is to watching your ordinary experience. Like, let's say, it's very simple. If you want to scratch because of an itch, you can see the last second you scratch is the extra because you want to satisfy, like to get rid of the itch. Or you go into the store and you can see that the urge of getting hurry, somebody is approached in the same way done to get your spot. Or I don't know, just keep watching to see if you can recognize the um like like Duff yesterday say you stand in front of Grand Canyon, you watch it just in the general in your daily life. Don't go focus so much. But the moment you see the smoke come up, then you can see the mind, watch the mind. It shift from bird eye views to fire view. So when you see the fire view, then don't just focus in there, just see the shifting instead of focus on the fire. That's not the intention. See the shifting in the mind. And then the moment that you see, oh, this is how, when you want to learn about greed, aversion, or delusion, then step back and watching like how the mind and the body feel or senses or thinking or relationship between them. Also, relationship with your environment at the same time. So don't focus only on the experience alone, like I did. So yesterday, the story of Sayadaw and Sayadaw Yi, Sayadaw Tejania, and Sayadaw Shumin that gave us. And today is my experience that I share with everybody. Hopefully, can give you a way that how we observe our daily life experience and how we see the body and just go through our ordinary things. Any question about what you're going to do today or how to watch it? Okay, back to you, Doug. Is any announcements you need to or
No announcements, just we'll come back in 1.5 hours, whatever time zone you're in. A little more than 1.5 hours, and it'll be our last check-in. So bring your observations, bring your findings, and bring your questions. That would be great. See everybody soon. So this is our one and only check-in today. So we'll go as long as there are questions and comments and sharings. Usually goes 50 minutes to an hour, something like that. No more than an hour, of course. Yeah, the floor is all of ours. Please feel free to share. How's it going so far? How's the practice going? Comments and reactions, responses to what's been offered, what's working, what's not working, and as always, like really general questions about the practice. Like Michael asked on the first night, while he's riding his bike. You know, like, what is this anyway? Why am I trying to connect with awareness so much? What is this awareness? You know, what a great question. That's a super big opening question, you know, that really applies all the way throughout. But yeah, whatever's coming up.
Can I follow up on this morning's Lianchi's Dharma talk? Hi, Lianchi. Very good talk this morning. I want to be sure I'm getting what you're saying. You had given you gave several examples, but the two examples that stick in my mind was that great story about you hung your clothes up on the clothesline with your clothespins. You went about your day, you came back, your clothes were on the ground, now dirty, and your clothespins were on someone else's clothes. And you went to Sayadaw, and his answer was, well, she wanted him too. Okay. Then you told the story about, I think, going to your college campus parking lot, and you're in the right-hand lane wanting to turn left, and you see 3 parking spaces, but cars coming from the other direction, all they had to do was turn right. They get in the parking lot, and they get your parking spaces. So, you know, you talked about watching the anger. This is like a flash fire kind of anger, because both of these things just come up. You know, there's no lead into them. They just come up. But I want to be sure I understand what the move is once you're at that point. And I think what you were saying, but I want to run this by you. Are you basically saying that's the time for the, you know, the quote sacred pause, that, you know, you pause, and that gives you can pull back, and that gives you time to reflect on how you're going to respond to these, you know, people, you know, the woman or man that stole your clothespins, and the students that got ahead of you into the parking space. I mean, is what you're saying is, you know, pause and then respond, therefore respond and not react. And also, let me just carry that one step further. You know, if this woman keeps stealing your clothespins, do you become a doormat and let her just keep walking over you? Or, you know, how does, you know, I mean, I can see how if you pause and you say, this is not worth getting, you know, strung around the axle here, I'm just going to let it go. But at some point, on some occasions, you really do have to stand up and say, no, you know, this is not going to stand. So at any rate, what do you think?
Thank you, Michael. That's a really good question. I get the same question a lot. It's true. My point try to come over is when I was in the temple, when I saw people took away my pin, I was so angry, and the reaction and the mind is like, I'm right, but I didn't see that because I'm so angry. I was so angry. So, and then when Sayadaw gave me the instruction that watch the anger, because I want it and she's also wanted. That's the anger, that's the wanting mind. But I didn't see his instruction. I went back to America. It took me a long time, and I did not, the way I practice is only when I really say something bad or something, I want to do something bad, then I know that I shouldn't do, but more likely when I practice, I allow the emotion or thoughts arise, and then just let it naturally flow, but watching it, see how the mind movement with that kind of energy. So when I see the mind saying like, hey, that my spot, that the mind keeps saying that few times, that my spot, and suddenly memory came back. And it took a long time from time that I learned about Sayadaw said, but she wants it too. So that stuck in my head. Like, what does she mean by that? He didn't teach me anything. It's my, of course you want it, I want it. So what the heck? What does he try to say? So, but it's stuck in my mind, in the back of my mind, and I keep practicing his style. And then that when it trigger, when my mind say, hey, that's my spot. That is came back. The memory came back. Hey, that's my spot. It's just, hey, that's my pin. That when I remember. So what do you want? So Sayadaw also asked me, what do you want? So do I want to come out and confront with them? Because I don't have time. I need that spot. So that's my priority. My priority, just like food. I need to eat, otherwise I cannot continue the day. So eat it, even though you don't learn anything. But at least you support your body, you support your life. So it needs to go on. And then he said, you have a whole life to practice. So do that. But if at that moment in the temple I have time, the next day in the breakfast, I chose to watching my greed because that's the purpose and I have time. So like you said, the wisdom here, sometimes the wisdom level is in the reasoning. So you can pause and do that. Or sometimes the wisdom is in a very high level of seeing what to do, when to do. That is like already gain momentum. Then it just naturally know what to do. But if we don't see that clearly, we can see that we only see the energy. Oh, I want to practice with that. Or I want to get the parking spot because that is reasoning. That do that too. So meditation is not about shaping you or telling you what to do. But see, if the intention or the level, understand level this much, this is how the mind doing it. If the understand level is this much, this is how the mind doing it. So meditation is learning about how the mind doing its job with whatever quality of the mind in that moment. It's not telling you what to do or what to do, which to do. Precept, reasoning, logical thinking can tell you what to do or when to do because thinking. And then awareness will say, oh, this thinking this way, telling you do that way. Thinking the other way, telling you to that way. So the message is do it. Live your life in the way you think is the right thing. It's benefit for you. It's benefit for everybody. It's the right thing to do in society. But then awareness is like a bird's eye view, seeing all of that from the level of wisdom, from the intention, from the reasoning, from the logical thinking, from perception, from view, from belief. All of that. It's just the activities of the mind. That awareness learning from it. When you learn from that, you can take all of that, throw it back to the way and you live your life, and little by little, your mind or your body, it trained in that way, and it just naturally do in the good way or in a wholesome. But at the beginning, we have to do what we have. We cannot just do it by belief. When I have belief that, oh, I have to wash my greed, then I cannot eat my lunch. And it affects my health. It affects my day of practice. But when I allow it to happen, and then with that belief, allow it to happen, but don't know how skillful to do it. And I get angry and I couldn't practice either. But later on, when I start to build up my skill, then I can see, oh, this is how it works when I'm so angry. Now go out. So at that moment, awareness still see this level of practice. You have a choice. You have a choice not intentionally to pause, but the mind is just like suddenly a step back or a pull back and see everything clearly with a choice. But at the beginning, I didn't see it. Does that make sense?
Just one follow-up question. I'm curious. The parking spaces you can't really do anything about. I mean, it's over with, and you have to find another space. But did you actually confront the person that took your clothespins and say, "Don't do that again"? I mean, you can look at your anger, but it's one of those close situations in life where it might happen again tomorrow. So, I mean, do you want to just keep kind of letting it happen, or
No.
I'd be curious, what did you do? Did you actually confront the person?
No, I did not, because I don't know who did that. My pin, it didn't do that. Back then, I was so angry, so I didn't know. I just took my clothes back and cleaned up and put it up again. I didn't know who took my pin. And then the next day, I follow up. I can see that multiple pin is on. She didn't took it from, I don't know, did she took it from my clothes or not? But the pin the next day is on the string again. I don't know who did that. But to answer your question, at some point, like I know when you go to the store to get in on the line, I did tell the person, like, I'm in a rush. I cannot give you my spot, but please don't cut back like that. If I'm not in rush, I would give it to you, but cut in front of the line. Right now, I cannot give you. So I did confront with the person who tried to cut in line, but I confront in a very calm and explanation to the person that I would give to her, but I did not. But I'm not going to do that today because I need the time. I'm rushed. I was rushed. So there's time that you need to confront. Family too. Sometimes I don't say anything with family because they did something that I don't like. Because to me, when I'm angry, I say things that might hurt the relationship. So my priority is relationship. But the next time, I will say that if my mind is calm and more gentle, like my food, they can take my food and eat it, my niece and nephew. It's fine every time, but when I was in rush, I would tell them, like, if I put my name on it, it means I need it, so don't eat it. Okay, honey? So saying that with that kind and calm manner, that won't make the person feel sad or you have the righteous. That is more like explaining, and they can copy from that if they want to learn. And if they don't want to learn, you don't embarrass them. So just like my teacher, Bante Kiprapanyong, one time that I asked him, why don't you tell them that? Or a game that I said, why don't we play a game that a person who gets it right will have a prize, and the person who get it wrong don't have anything. And he said that, don't do that. One person happy, the other person not happy. Why don't you just give gift to everybody, and everybody happy? So it depends on the quality of the mind, and it depends on the situation. Sometimes you being firm with what you want, but you still can be calm and gentle. But sometimes you can be allow people to do that. So it depends on, at that, right at that moment.
But if you don't have mindfulness, you'll probably
No,
just
you
react in fury.
react.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you
Okay.
probably
Okay.
just react, just like on that day I was so angry. I just came into Sayadaw and just tried to tell Sayadaw and get his stuff. I'm right, she's wrong. But I was so surprised with his reaction. It's just like, so what do you want? And I said, of course I want my pin back. And he just said, she wants it too. So just reaction. There's no learning, just my righteous. This is mine. Yeah. So totally not understanding or learning or anything. Just want to be, this is mine, this is my right.
Thank you.
But yes, yeah, definitely you're right. With mindfulness, you can follow, I'm so angry, I'm not saying anything. And then with wisdom, you can know what to say in a new way. So it's multiple level. It depends on our level of practice and training.
Would you say wisdom kicks in 9 times out of 10 if you really pause and just say, and just look at it? I mean, you're saying wisdom more times than not is really gonna arise, and you're kind of gonna know what to do.
Yes, wisdom is, I cannot tell like 9 times or 3 times. That is the time that for us is like 3 times is too much. Like out of 3 times, I cannot forgive you anymore. So with us, we have a system, but nature doesn't have system, just like fruit. You cannot tell the fruit exactly when it's ripe. So you just have to wait. Same with wisdom. You don't know when wisdom arises. You just have to wait. And then our job is just put in condition. I'm keeping like condition that we can do, like keeping precept and being mindful and cultivate like goodness. But when actually panya arises, nobody knows. And
That's
when
a
it's
great
arising,
metaphor. That's a great metaphor. You can't tell the fruit when to ripen. You just have to wait. I really like that. Thank you.
thank you.
Hey, I'll chime in just a little bit on this. Like the Buddha offers some really clear instructions, Michael, on this question of on this whole question of how to not just properly work within yourself, but also taking it into that next dimension of interaction with others, you know, like when to put your foot down and in what state of mind, would it be like and helpful to put your foot down? You know, the Buddha is an extremely practical guy. And this is where it's like it's in my experience has been a super helpful practice to look at this whole question. First, how do you work within yourself, and then how do you bring that same working with conditions into interactions with others, and when is it right to put your foot down, that kind of thing. So the lens that I have found most helpful for this is the Noble Eightfold Path, which starts with right view. And largely inspired by Lianchi's talk this morning, I was giving this some thought, right? And I remembered a quote that Sayadaw gave, which is, he's actually said several times, there is one thing that's more important than awareness. And I've really like struggled and worked with that, you know, over the years. What's more important than awareness? And he says, right view is more important than awareness. And the reason is because if there's awareness without right view, you're going to get caught in craving and aversion, confusion, anger, compulsivity, reactivity. So this is why right view is the first step on the Noble Eightfold Path. And the essence of right view, as Sayadaw explains it, and as the Buddha explains it in different places too, it's the understanding that whatever is happening is just nature unfolding, and it is not I, me, or mine. It is not. And what got me started on this line of thinking was Lianqi's stories this morning. What did she think about that clothespin? It's my clothespin. That's what her thought was. That's wrong view. It's not my pin, because there is no me, my, or my. There's no I, me, or mine, you know. But from that one single thought came all the anger that Lianqi was feeling, and the reactivity and the compulsivity, you know, and all the confusion and everything. So that's a perfect example of awareness without right view. Whereas if, as Lianqi has gone on to do over the years, there's an automatic arising now, or more frequently automatic arising, of this really deep understanding that only comes through, you know, practice and repetition, that whatever happens is completely unrelated to the existence, which is actually the non-existence of anything like an I, me, or a mine. That's just something that comes along with time. But just notice, in Lianqi's case, it was my clothespin. That was going to be my parking space. That is rightfully my parking space, you know? And that like just sets off all the problems. So now, going along the Noble Eightfold Path, if you have that to some degree, some looseness at first, it's obviously not complete. It's very hard to have a complete, you know, to like always walk around without I, me, or mine. That's a pretty high bar. But if you have it to some degree, there will be some degree of looseness around the situation, and then it allows the next step in the Noble Eightfold Path, which is right thought. And right thought, sometimes called right intention, is basically like the idea of what is it? It's just having a kind of an intuitive sense of like, is this thought going to result in the direction of peace and calm and clarity, or is this thought going to lead on in the other direction? Again, something that the practice we're doing is allowing us more and more, because we're training our mind to stay in this space, to just sort of cultivate a really intuitive understanding of that. And then after that right thought, then we kind of learn how to like discriminate between thoughts that lead the bad way and the other ones that lead the good way. So once you've cultivated that, the next step after that is right speech. You know, like, should I say something? Should I actually turn my thought into a speech that would be, right, directed towards another person? Now we're getting into the realm of the interactivity, the relationship of our individual work with the work of others in the world, not just human beings, but objects of all kind, nature, buildings, trees, our house, you know, the things that are around us. So we're starting to get out into that realm with right speech. And what's the one after that? Action. What's the right action to take? So that's the fourth. Let's see, right view, right thought, right speech, right action. That's the fourth noble truth. And the Buddha's instructions on right action are Well, let me back up to right speech for a second. His instructions on right speech is to be mindful before speaking, during speaking, and after speaking. So when it comes to right action, same thing. Before you take an action with mindfulness, think through whether that action is going to go in the good direction or bad direction in terms of your own internal world and how the relationship is going to be after you take the action, you know. And the good thought will be like, just like Leanne, she said, it's like, okay, I'm mindful before the action. Now, if I take this action, putting my foot down, which will happen first through speech, right? But then could go into actual other types of action. Is it going to go in a good direction or a bad direction? And then if it's going to go in a good direction, which basically means the Buddha says this explicitly, is it going to, I'm trying to remember the exact words, but it's what he says is basically, is it going to establish me more in the Dhamma and establish that other person more in the Dhamma, or is it going to go in the other direction? But he talks about staying established in Dhamma. If the speech or if the action is going to keep me established in Dhamma and keep the other person established in Dhamma, then go ahead with the action. For sure. And then the Buddha goes on to say, in a number of different places, in these wonderful conversations that he has with people, sometimes the layperson or the monk who's asking says, well, what if what I say or do in action will make the other person angry and hurt them emotionally? And the Buddha says, it is okay to do that. It is okay to make speech like that. It is okay to act like that if, in mindfulness, you arrive at a certainty within yourself, a confidence that will help the person become more established in Dhamma. Even if the action is in some way hurtful, emotionally. You know? I found that, I mean, when I stumbled on that, that was like a real big breakthrough for me, especially as a journalist, as a writer. You know, like if I write this and publish it, lots of times when you're a journalist, it's like, okay, that person's not going to be happy to read this, you know. But if I really think about it and contemplate it and settle mindfully and think through everything and somehow come to a sense of confidence in myself that, you know, yeah, this is not going to be easy for the other person to read or hear, but I feel within myself that this whole contemplation is making me feel more established in Dhamma, and I feel equanimity, and I feel calm, and there's no craving or aversion around, and I'm like really established in that. Then I'll write it and I'll publish it, you know. So anyway, like I said, those steps, those first 4 steps of the Noble Eightfold Path have been really helpful to me in moving the practice from the within to the without in relationship with others. Others being beings of all kinds. Human, animals, plants, nature, and the physical objects of the world.
Thank you both.
Hey, Julio, please.
Yeah, this question is for Lynn. She said that in the parking lot. What does it say here? I think there was a question. I think Lynn, you said that you asked, or Sayada said to ask or something about sorry. What is the priority now? Like, what is the priority now? So, like, when you're in a parking lot, do I want to learn, or do I want to observe, or do I want to get out and talk? Yeah. So I was a little confused in terms of that.
Thank you, Julio. Yes, I was get upset because like three of them get in, like I'm keep making the spot signal, and then another one, and then another one. So I lost three chances to get in the spot, and I was so angry. And my mind is just like, okay, I'm going to kill this kid. And then the mind keeps saying, "That's my spot. That's my spot." So the saying like three times like that, suddenly memory kick in. That's my pin. And then when the memory kicked in with my pin, then I remember Sayadaw said, immediately wisdom arise at that moment. Because that's the whole time it's already practiced, like many years. I think it's like 6 or 7 years, I think. So that when the wisdom come in and say, oh, this is what he mean. This is what he mean, like, what do I want at this time? What is my priority? Like, do I want to get out and confront with him or her? Or I want to just sit here and watch. What is it that I want at this moment? What is my priority? So when I realize that, and I feel the anger just like, it's all gone. And then I'm just feel so happy, like that give the talk on the first night. When you understand something, the flush of understanding is just so much that all the energy of anger is just so, it's all gone, and you'll be happy because you understand that. So I'm so happy, and then I say, okay, now I have time. So like, just go and look for another one. So I did the same action, just go and look for another one. But now my mind is happy and gentle instead of my mind angry and want to kill them. So I was just 20 something back then, and then cussing, and then like banging on my horn and all of that. It's just okay. Now I understand. I'm happy, so I'll do it without anger. Just like the story on the first day, right? So, at first he gave the way for people, otherwise he bumped into people. But and then he just realized like, oh, I can move, so let they go. So he happy to give the way. Like sometimes the teacher tell the story, and it's not only when you have understand once. When you practice continuously, your understanding grows really fast. At that moment, I also understand that, like, Sayadaw, all the story you give, we always laugh. But actually, it's the lesson in there. But at the moment, I didn't see the lesson. I just laughed. And then when I understand my story, then I understand his story. So, and then I came back and I told him that story, and he said, now you understand. It took you so long. So you see, if the causes is anger, but you've been practiced, then the effect is understanding. But if the causes is the understanding and the effect is the even bigger, you feel much more like that. So it's depend. It's a change of action. So that's how it's gain momentum.
Yeah, and it also sounds like it's, you're not causing suffering to yourself, right? You're relieving yourself from suffering, kind of thing. I think that's what I'm getting.
Oh, I did at the beginning. So I was so angry. I harmed them. I cursed them. I really want to kill them. Oh, this kid like took away. But and then the thought just keep arising the same. That's my spot, man. So and then it just memory kick in. So the trigger.
Right. But then after that, then you got happy. So then it's like it almost sounds like the practice kicked in or something where
yes, it's natural.
The relief of suffering occurred because now there's no more anger there. But it also sounds like there's a lot of direct experience there, right? Direct experience, like for instance, I'm big. I'm big on reading, right? I'm big on let me get this and let me read that and let me, you know what I mean? I went and bought like 5 books on side out. But then I told myself, I've been doing so much reading and I have so much knowledge, but I'm not doing anything with it. And so the thing that I'm starting to figure out now finally is that it's just direct experience. Like once you get the instruction,
Exactly.
forget about all of that. I mean, like for me right now, right? Because like for years I've been explaining things to people, like they're like, "Who are you?" Like they get lost, like, and then so it's like I have all this knowledge, but okay, well, I'd rather have all this wisdom through direct experience because one is conceptual, intellectual understanding, and it's cool. You could talk to a bunch of people about it. You're intelligent, you're smart, but then their direct experience isn't there. And now I'm like
Yep.
making that switch to where like forget all of that. Let's have that direct experience and see if what go see for yourself basically because
Exactly.
it's almost like they're giving you their formula, what happened to them. But then let me see what happens to me because what happened to them might not be what happens to me. And this, yeah. So anyway, I'll stop there because I could go on forever on this one. And
Exactly.
thank you. But I think I'm finding out it's a lot about direct experience, and it's very difficult when you've been doing so much reading and you want to go to the next book.
Don't discard that. There's one time when I asked my teacher about like because I'm a big fan. I was born as a Buddhist, so I hear a lot, I read a lot about Buddhism, and I have a habit of reading philosophy. So I love philosophy and psychology, so I read a lot too. And then there's one time I asked my teacher, Bante Papanyo, and I said, all of that is just like wasting time, Sayadaw. And Sayadaw said, no, the tree needs branches and leaves before it bear the fruit. So don't discard things like that. If there's no language or words, you don't know where to come. So don't discard that. It takes time. So everybody have different way to get closer to the goal. So don't feel bad or don't feel wasting time. It's just the way that your mind works. That's why we learn about meditation. We learn about the way that you've been brought up and how your mind form a habit out of pattern. So now you see. So you understand a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not either or, it's both, right? It's this
Yes.
and that, and it's almost
Because like you different than other people. Other people just like, I don't want to do that. I just want to come in and practice. So it does not mean that the other person better than you. It just means that you learn. This is the way my mind being conditioned. The other person that's how they being conditioned. So we learn about the mind pattern and conditioning, not about judging the experience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Kelly.
Hi, Doug. Hi, Linji. Thank you both. Kind of going on the same thread that has been brought up. I guess for my own practice, I'm just seeing, I'll use the parking space and the clothespin, the attachment to both things as tangible things and applying ourself to it, right? That this is mine. Doug, you spoke to that already. But then the attachment to the experience and that's what leads to greed. You know what I mean? And then that's conditioned around that. So the attachment to how it was going to unfold for Leanne when she pulled into the parking lot, how it was going to unfold when she went to get her clothes, that it was going to unfold a certain way in our minds, that's kind of conditioned. You know, I've hung my clothes up and it's going to just be that way when I get back to it. Or I've pulled into a parking lot and there's just going to be a space for me like that. And I'm asking, like, these are our attachments that are conditioned within us, and that leads to that greed, is these attachments to how the experience is supposed to unfold. I say that in air quotes. Is that, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, so the next day when like until now it's still memory, like okay, I'm put it up. But back then when I still remember because the experience so vivid to me. And the next day I pinned my clothes in and I said that okay, I'm going to go back early to make sure the pin is on my clothes. So the next day it's not like wait until 4 o'clock. I just go back and forth, try to catch the thieves. And then I couldn't practice the whole day. And then I feel ashamed that like what the heck I came here for to guard my pins or to practice. So I said, okay, let's go practice. And then, but my mind still like powdering. I don't want to wash my clothes again. I don't want my clothes dirty. But over many days, over the months, I was like 7 months or something. So little by little, it gradually let go. And then you accept the situation, like, okay, this is the way you live in community. People will do whatever they want to do. You cannot do it. Accept the situation. But the mind is just like, this is crazy. Like when I go back to my home, it won't happen again. So you like more like suppress and still attached to that. But you learn to act in the way that not so angry anymore. So you form like dogs say we follow the A precept. I mean the precept or the Eightfold Path. So you learn how to live harmony in the community, even though you don't learn anything about how the mind works. But over the years, then yes, now I come back, I only laugh, right? I only laugh to say, okay, this is what I learned about. This is going to happen. But it's okay. I can prepare myself like more pins. And I can prepare myself buy more pins or like put the string on the pin. Or I can say, okay, if they do that, if I buy, it's so cheap. I can buy 100 of them, then nobody steal anything. You donate to the center anyway. Right, so why don't you donate something that is more helpful? Like Burmese, they walk barefoot, but for us, we walk with slipper. So when you get out of the Dharma hall, sometimes you lose your slipper, and then you see that like in different buildings. So it's just the way that they live. So you learn about how their habit, and you learn about how to give. Suddenly your mind becomes very kind because you see they are kind to you too. They're so poor, but they don't take money. They allow you to work, live there, eat there, practice there. And they give you food better than their food because they know that you cannot eat their food. So when you see kindness from other people and you see kindness that you want to help out too. So little by little, your mind changing not only from practice, but also from the impact from the outside of environment. They are very kind to you. They're gentle to you. And then when you go back home, you just want to express that to people around you. And of course, you cannot radiate that into the society. Still, people still cut you off on freeway, still people doing that. But now you're understanding this is condition of this environment. It's not me, not mine, but it's condition of this life is like this. And you're not getting angry because righteousness. And then your practices in, then you just you don't even become a story that my stopbot or my story or my pin, but it just say, how do you handle this? Do you have ability or anything available that to help other and to help yourself? You don't just be a doormat, but you not also be angry either. So you protect yourself and other. Which one more important, relationship or material? Sometimes material is more important because that's the only thing you have and you need that. So And that will be your practice. So using your wisdom at the moment, that's the whole practice is about.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Doug, may I? Sorry, folks. I just want to get these questions in before we part here. Doug, Joseph Goldstein likes to tell the story about Suzuki Roshi, the founder of the San Francisco Zen Center. And he's giving a Dharma talk one day, and one of the students says, Roshi, you talk in all these grand terms, but just shrink it down. What are we doing? What is Buddhism? What is all this about? And he said simply, everything changes, which is true. I mean, let me ask you, as we leave here and go back out into the world, if you had to, summarize, give us something that, as we're going about our daily lives. I mean, I think I've heard you say in a Dharma talk earlier, basically ask, am I aware? Oh shoot, it's kind of gone out of my head, but it was three things ending up with, it's just nature. Can you tell, give me a cheat sheet as I go back out into the world. The second one is, what is the attitude? So am I aware? What is the attitude? Is there greed, hatred, delusion? And then whatever you come up with, just to realize it's just nature. I mean, would those be the three things that you would think about as you're going about your daily life?
I do think about those things as I go about my daily life. And I think about them so often that any one of those three things at this point just sort of automatically pop up into my mind. Because I've been doing them so often, sort of like going to the gym and you do reps. And you do 100 reps and you take a break. Or you do 10 reps, you take a break, you take another 10, you take a break, you do that. The next time you're at home and you're picking up a heavy package off the floor, you do it the right way because you've done it 100 times at the gym already, and it's like, I'm not thinking about it, it's just happening. And so those, I wouldn't even say the words, but the sort of understanding you get over time, and this is really important, it's like the understanding is just there. Like Lanchi was talking about, going to the retreats with the Burmese. And at first, you get mad because your sandals are disappearing. But then over time, you recognize, wait, these people are just being so kind all the time. And then that comes in, and there's no words to it, but there's just this really deep, intuitive understanding, which, as I always like to say, comes from the wisdom of nature itself. I mean, the wisdom of nature will make itself known if you get yourself out of the way, And that's what this practice is. I would almost say you're asking for a cheat sheet. Get yourself out of the way. What's yourself? It's all your concepts, thoughts, and beliefs. So let's see, get yourself out of the way. Now that's 6 words compared to Roshi's 2. I don't think I can beat 2 words. But get yourself out of the way, that might be one. I'm just riffing here, man. I'm just riffing. But I'll tell you another one that came to mind. And it's 4 words. And I've used it. It's a great cheat sheet thing for me. And even before I say the 4 words, I'll tell you right now. It's not because my mind understands these 4 words. My mind does not understand these 4 words at all. My mind hasn't the slightest idea what these words mean. By mind, I mean my intellect. I mean all the rational thinking process. It means how much my mind loves to have models for how to act, including the Noble Eightfold Path. Right? Sort of like Julio's question. There's a long period of time you think if you get the right conceptual model, everything's going to go right. And you spend a lot of time on that. And it's a fantastic thing to do. But what you need to notice over time is that, like Julio was talking about how at sometimes you realize, you know what? You've done your study. Now notice when this just starts to arise naturally. But still, when you hear words like everything changes, and then you go like, what the hell? What? That is supposed to give me liberation? I was like, how does that happen? You have to work with it a while. You have to do reps on it. And then just be aware of the things that are already happening naturally that are arising out of that going back again and again, to those 2 were on the cheat sheet. So the 4 words that came to mind of my own, you could say, but they just popped up, but which I recognize I bring a lot, not as words, or not always as words, but just sort of an intuitive understanding, which is nature's wisdom gathered over time to some degree, is don't mind what happens. So that applies to the clothespin situation. It applies to the parking lot situation. It applies to the missing slippers. Oh my gosh. By the way, I used to live in Japan. I have to say this. In Japan, I lived there for 5 years. And I noticed that when I went into a restaurant sometimes and I'd park my umbrella in the umbrella stand, it wasn't there when I left. I'm going, what the hell? I'll tell you right now, Japan is a place where if you get on a train, on the subway train, and all the subway trains, there's like several routes and they all go in big circles. So there's just a big circling route. If you leave your wallet on the train, that's full of money. At least when I was there, living there in the early 90s, you would know to a certainty that to get your wallet back, which was bulging with bills, all you had to do was go to the Shuten, which is the terminal point of the loop, and you just have to go into the office and you say, I left my wallet on the train at such and such a time, and it might take a half an hour for the train to reach the Shuten, and all you had to do is just wait for the period of time, go back and talk to the officer at the Shuten, and he would just give you your wallet. So, like, thieving and stealing is not a thing in Japanese society. But, for some reason, this did not apply to umbrellas. Like, what? And I'll tell you too, it also applies, strangely enough, I learned, believe it or not, to bicycles. You'd see next to a big office building, you'd see 100 bicycles, and you park your bicycle, nobody uses locks at that time, and a lot of times you go out and it's like, where's my bike? It's not there. What I learned was, like, in Japanese society at that time is like, listen, your umbrella is not there, but the umbrella that the person who took your umbrella, his umbrella or her umbrella is there, so you just take that. And they just kind of come to the conclusion in Japanese society, for whatever reason, we don't mind what happens, right? It's like, take whatever umbrella and even take whatever bicycle. If I minded what happened, then I get upset. But if I just sort of get with it with the larger awareness of, oh, that's the way things work here. Anyway, don't mind what happens is like, right? There's so many. That's another way of saying everything is just nature happening. You know? It's another way of saying everything changes. By the way, if everything changes, what's the use of grasping to anything? What's the use of clutching to anything if everything changes? What's the use of craving, which is the root of suffering? What's the use of craving anything if what you crave changes and becomes something different or completely disappears? Do you see what I mean? So to me, don't mind what happens is another way of saying everything changes. And I would put that's a checklist of one, you know? And again,
Right.
it's something that develops over time, and it's this thing like there will be an incremental growing into it, because it certainly doesn't all arrive at once, although in Lienchi's case, it actually did arrive in a quite startling and big way, and it can arrive that way. And your whole life can change when you have that moment, right? But there can also be years, such as even the years that Lenchi went between the clothespin incident and the parking lot incident and talking to Sayadaw. There can be a long time when you're working with it. But even in the early stages, it can be super helpful. So to summarize, I would say, don't mind what happens.
Thanks.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I talked so long, it's
Well,
already past
I
11:30.
can give you one word from Sayadaw. Sayadaw's always like so. What happened? He just say so. What next? It mean like what next?
Oh.
Like if that happened, and then what's next? So he only had one word. Whatever you come in to tell him, he would say so.
One word. You cannot get better than that. Okay. That's the shortest checklist of all. That's beautiful. Okay. Hey, thanks a lot, everybody, for your fantastic questions and our great conversation there today. So that brings us the end of the check-in. And in an hour, so now it's lunchtime for most of us. Have a great lunch, and we'll come back in 1 hour. And Lenchi and I will have another conversation, which of course will inevitably meld into a larger conversation, but we'll start off at least. Lenchi and I will ask each other some questions, largely coming out of like, curiosity about each other's practice. And now we've had, almost 2 days of practice, and I have some questions about like, oh, Lenchi, I heard you say this, or I heard this happen, and that's what made me think of this. And then we'll go back and forth like that a little while, and then, invite all of you to chime in as well. So have a great lunch, and we'll see you in an hour. Lienchi and I will get things started in the second conversation between Lienchi and me to start off with anyway. And then just as it happened yesterday, at some point it'll blend into a larger discussion, and that point will happen naturally. Just to let you know, kind of like in the spirit of this segment, this session we're having, the conversation between Lynchy and me, what we're trying to do is like just model in some way, like what Dharma discussion is like between practitioners. Sayadaw himself often talks about how important that is, and there are times during his retreats when there is talking and discussion is invited. Many Vipassana retreats are held in noble silence the whole way through. But for Sayadaw, just like the Buddha, you know, they both recognize very much the, you know, how much it really helps to just have Dharma conversation, like we had in our first check-in and all of our 3 check-ins so far. And before this one, first thing in the morning already, Lianchi and I were exchanging texts about her Dharma talk this morning, because there are a couple of things occurred to me that were like really, they struck me as like really valuable insights. Now, whether they turn out to be over time, I'm not sure. Like one of them in particular, I know I have to practice with for a while before I decide it's a real insight. You know, it's like that. It sure strikes me as an insight. It's like, and right now I cannot wait to practice with it more. That's my feeling. You know, I expressed that to Lianchi in my text this morning, and she wrote me back about it, you know? So this to me, this is the excitement of the learning process that meditation is. And and I get a very strong sense of that from all of our check-ins, all of our discussions so far. We're all learning and we're adapting and we're discovering, just like Michael this morning discovered those words that worked for him. That's the way the practice should work. So I'm going to start off my conversation with Lianchi by asking, and this is a little bit different, by the way, Lianchi, than the question I was planning to ask you first, because again, the way things happen, a lot of that kind of first part of the insight, the first thing that I got and wanted to share, we talked about very, very naturally in our last check-in. So that's kind of off the list. And so let me start by asking you the question, do you still have a formal sitting practice, a regular formal sitting practice? And the reason I ask that, of course, is Sayadaw teaches off the cushion, daily life, open eyes practice, primarily. I mean, that's his big thing. And you spend a lot of time with Mahasi Sayadaw and other teachers, and a lot of that was on the cushion, eyes closed kind of meditation. And now you've been practicing for many years with Sayadaw, and I'm just wondering, again, whether you have a regular formal sitting practice and how over time you have integrated formal sitting practice with daily life, open eyes, off the cushion practice.
Thank you, Doug. I think this question is very important to all of us who walking on this path. And it's also very important for us as a layperson. Actually, the practice with Sayadaw Tejania, he say like The practice of off cushion or on cushion is equally important to each other. But the reason he emphasizes on off cushion because his life condition at that point, he couldn't go to the retreat center, and he couldn't go to any long retreat or long sit at home because of his responsibility. And for me, at the beginning, when we go to the temple, including Shumin Center, there's a time schedule from 4 o'clock until 10 o'clock. There's sit, walk, sit, walk. But it's different in Shumin Center. Is like you choose when to sit, when to walk. So, and then you choose when is the time for you to take shower, when the time for you to go back to your room, clean your room, and wash your clothes. The time that you contribute to the center, like cleaning the Dharma hall, the dining hall, or sweeping the temple ground, all of that is scheduling because this involves a whole community. But the time for personal need is your own time to choose. And then because Sayadaw teaching is you need to know your condition at the moment, not what you think about yesterday or this morning, but at the condition, then you will know sitting is better or walking is better, or just go back to your room and laying down is better. So after living in the temple for a long time, regardless that was in Mahasi style or Sayadaw U Tejaniya style, when I just came back from Burma, I kept my practice schedule throughout the day very clear that I have formal sitting. Sometimes it's 1 hour, sometimes it's 5 minutes, sometimes it's 1 minute. But since pandemic happened, my father passed away, and I became my mom main caregiver. And my mom is bedridden, so basically I don't have time to sit. And then later on in my life, I developed a lot of illness like fibromyalgia, migraine headache, and stuff like that. Then I do not sit very well because of my spine. I have a lot of spine problem. So formal practice is sitting is I do not do that anymore. But I remember there was a time when I asked Sayadaw a long time ago. I asked Sayadaw, like, Sayadaw, what do you define for formal sitting? And he told me that for me, formal sitting is when the time that I do not share my attention with another person. So back then, that like 2008 or 2013, something like that, I already applied that when I'm washing dishes, that when the time I don't share my attention to anybody, and the rhythm of cleaning my hand, wash it, it's very basic movement. So I can use that as my formal practice. Taking shower is my formal practice. Sitting on toilets, that's my formal practice. When I do not need to talk, I do not need to pay attention to somebody else. But when I'm studying, because back then I'm still working, and as an architect, I was an architect, you have to take an exam. So when I have to study, when I sit on exam, that's my informal practice. When I was driving, that's my formal practice. But when I was driving with another person in the car, that's my informal practice. So anything that I can do without sharing my attention, but I can like looking in how my mind and my body work, that's my formal practice. And since the pandemic happened, I do not sit anymore. Then every single time I lay down, that's my formal practice. So I collect things time by time. like 1 minute, 2 minutes, or an hour. That's totally fine with me. Even when I just came back from Burma in 2003, I asked Sayadaw about watching TV or playing game, and he said that those times that he said don't play because I lost my awareness constantly with playing game, and he said don't play. But because I'm so interested in how the mind work when I'm so like pulled into something, then I start with watching movie with the bell ringing, and so I come back, come in, come back, and come into the story all the time. Little by little, I start to get used to it, and then I start to watch movie with awareness as well, and playing game with awareness. So to answer your question, Doug, I actually only practice with formal practice is when I don't share my attention with another person or need a lot of my attention, like like my taking care of my mom, like even though we don't talk sometimes, but I need to pay attention to her, then that's my formal practice. Outside of that is my informal practice. Outside of that is my formal practice. And I'm strongly encouraged that if you have ability to sit, yes, keep it up with that, because I did that a lot in order for my mind remember this is the time when you really contribute to your own well-being. Just like go to swim, go to the gym, just walking into the gym, your whole being is changed, right? Suddenly your mind is lift up, you feel like you want to do something. Same thing with meditation. The body condition when it's contact with the same condition is have memory, and that memory is make your emotion or your feeling change. So sitting, if you've been doing that long time, keep doing that. Yeah.
Wow, thank you so much for that, Anchi. So let me, in response to what you just said, just say, like really how grateful I am that you gave that answer, that particular answer, and that in the answer that you gave, I had one of those experiences of feeling like that is a great insight for me. That is like a huge opening for me, just in what you said, and I can explain it. And while at the same time saying, I do not in any way, I'm not certain about it. I don't know where it will go. I have not reached any conclusions about it whatsoever. But right now, it's just supercharged for me with all kinds of possibilities. And I can tell you exactly what it is, right? So it's Sayadaw's definition of formal practice as a time when he doesn't share attention with others. That's what really struck me. And for me, after all these years of practice, which is like 40 years of different kinds of practice, I never heard that before.
We need word by word he said is like this. I asked him and he said like, when I'm not with another person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I love that. And you know what? I also love the exact way you expressed it. Because I mean, this is what I like. This is what again, as I said, I don't know where this is going to go. I'm not sure about it, but it seems full of possibilities. I definitely want to explore it. And the direction of exploration that is coming up for me is that something I've really been working on in recent years is the idea that basically there's only one consciousness, that we all share consciousness or awareness in the same way that we all share the same air. You're sitting in a room in California, I'm sitting in a room in Minnesota, and that seems like two very different places, you know, for sure. And the shape of your room is different, the shape of my room is different, in the same way that our two minds are different. But is the air in your room really different from the air in my room, or is it just one shared air? It looks different only because of the structure of the room we're sitting in and the place we're sitting in. But think about it. Right now, if all the walls of your house came down and all the walls of my house came down and we're just standing, it becomes a lot more evident that we're breathing the same air. In the same way, with this practice that we're doing, we're dissolving all the concepts and ideas we have that purport to, well, all the concepts and ideas that are basically like the walls of our house that make it appear that we're different, that we're in a different place. But we're dissolving those walls made of concepts and ideas. And maybe that leads to the recognition that our fundamental awareness, our fundamental consciousness is the same. Why? Well, that's a mystery. That's the mystery. Like I mentioned yesterday, what is awareness? I don't know. But there's a lot of circumstantial evidence that they're the same. Like we're all on the same path. We all have the same questions. I mean, when you get right down to it. And how many times do certain things happen? Like you're thinking about a person and 5 minutes later they call you or something like that. Or you're just in a conversation with a person and suddenly someone says something and the other person says, I was thinking the same thing. So this idea of sharing attention seems really important to me. And it goes back to this idea of, again, your initial formulation, Lianqi, that awareness comes in two forms: receiving awareness and directed awareness. And it seems to me that in the way he's defining a formal practice is when we set our receptive awareness to the internal world only, that would be formal. But when we're setting our receptive awareness to others, that because we've set that receiving dish differently, we're opening to all kinds of signals that allow the two of us to, in a certain way, share the awareness, you know, and the dynamic changes there. And so my excitement, you could say, my deep interest right now is in, like, now starting to practice sharing my awareness with others and thinking of it in terms of sharing to see how it works and to explore it, to play with it, you know? So that's like, that's something I really got in a big way from what you just shared. Yeah.
What about you? Do you still have formal sitting?
Okay, so yeah, thanks for the question. I think in a way quite similar to yours. My practice has evolved over the years very much. And, I'll just say, when you were answering the question, I was thinking about, gosh, like when I first started meditating, how was I doing it? And the first time that I really started to meditate actually was when I was a reporter at the New York Times, and I was in my mid-20s. I was a staff reporter at the New York Times when I was 25, and I was like so excited, but also very stressed out, like, whoa. And, I really didn't have much time. At least I thought I didn't have any time to do anything except like be a reporter and like stay on top of that job so I could keep that job, And what I was doing at that time was in response to this situation and feeling all the stress, and it really was stressful. I used to buy like little cassette tapes that were called meditations. And at night when I finally got home, before I get to sleep, I would just pop in a cassette tape like that and listen along. And they were usually like hypnosis about imagine you're on a Caribbean beach, listening to the waves and enjoying the sun and things like that. And then over the years at the time, when I was at the Times, there was another meditation practice that I did, which I didn't call it meditation, but I saved sometimes an entire Sunday afternoon. And for whatever reason, I really got into Krishnamurti, who's an Indian spiritual teacher, right? And written a bunch of books. And I just picked up a book one time randomly and I read it on a Sunday afternoon, and I really, really got into it. And then I realized, boy, the more I read this guy, the better I feel. I'm not sure why, but I really love this. But what was interesting was I hardly understood anything that he was saying, actually. It was like, I don't really understand this guy, but for some reason, I just really love to read what he's saying. And then I realized after like a couple of hours of reading, I just felt really calm and relaxed and clear. And so for quite a while, I just said, okay, every Sunday afternoon, I'm just going to close the door in my apartment and read a bunch of Krishnamurti. So I did that. Now, it was a long, long time later that I started going on retreats and doing the formal sitting practice, cross-legged, watching your breath, doing insight meditation on all these retreats. And then for a long time, I did have a formal sitting practice of sitting in the morning for 30 or 45 minutes, and sometimes in the afternoon for 30 or 45 minutes. And I did that like on a really strict schedule. Did that for a long time. But after I learned Sayadaw's method and took a retreat with him, my formal sitting practice really changed. And I started, and now I'm going to use the words you used originally about this meditation, that it's flexible and adaptable. And it's only now on this retreat that I'm realizing, well, gosh, I have found a lot of ways to be flexible and adaptable with my formal sitting practice. And over time, I don't sit every single morning for 30 to 45 minutes. And there are times when I don't do any of that for, well, maybe a week or two or three at a time. But what I have done is I've started to meditate in other ways, which I now recognize would fit into the category of formal sitting as Sayadaw defined it and as you just defined it. For example, having recently turned 70, and 2 years before that, I got major signals from my body that I needed to orient my meditation practice more towards my body, right? Because I was having, and still have, quite a lot of what normally people would call pain. I myself don't use the word pain very much at all, unless it's way up in the 9 to 9.5 out of 10 range. I'll call it pain at that point. But I have a lot of heavy sensation, that's how I call it, in the 6 to 9 range. I have a lot of it, yeah? And so that's a big, like, nature is telling me, I feel, it's like, you know, abiding as awareness is great, of course, but I'm finding it's just been so helpful in the past couple of years to bring in the sensations of the body a lot more than I have before. A lot more. So for example, I have a certain yoga routine that I do quite regularly, actually, like every day, right? But it's mindful movement. I am meditating as I move my body. And instead of just sitting cross-legged watching my breath, through every movement, and I mean like a super simple movement like doing a squat, holding the squat, noticing what it feels to relax into the squat, and then noticing really carefully what it's like to stand up out of the squat. Wow, that's a great meditation for me right now. And I'm also doing some breathing techniques as well, pranayama, mindfully. And I do that very regularly now. And
I agree.
that's like a good formal meditation practice, because I'm not sharing awareness at that point with others. I'm focusing entirely on the sensations of the body and the thoughts of the mind as I am doing those meditations. And I'm doing that very regularly and formally, you could say.
Yeah, but because it's like all the year you practice and you have interest and develop your practice. But
Yeah.
for the yogi just starting on the path, if we just say like, oh, you don't need to have like sitting formal practice, they don't have that kind of momentum and interest. But for people who already have momentum and interest, yes, you can do in any posture, anytime, anywhere, as long as you try your best to do, and you already have momentum. So nature is carry on by itself. So that's a big difference between just started a practitioner and the practitioner been forming a new habit or interest, because they have faith in the practice. They won't let go.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. And it reminds me that I often use, in the same way that Michael found words that work for him. First of all, let me say, I do increasingly love the word faith. I do increasingly love the word faith. But there's been a long time through all these years of practice for me where I chose to use the word confidence instead of faith. Confidence, growing confidence. Why? Because I just noticed, like, every time I did like what the Buddha suggested I do, or what a teacher suggested I do, and things got better, even though the initial instruction didn't make sense to me, but I did it anyway. And then if I noticed that I got a benefit, I got increasing confidence in the instruction, you know. And then if you
Totally.
notice that out of the last 100 suggestions that came from the Buddha or a teacher, they all somehow worked out. I just built a lot of confidence, you know,
Yes.
in the source
Yeah,
of
that's
in the source of that teacher.
yep.
Yeah.
That's how I came up. The first question you had for me, like, how did you interest in Sayadaw? In my mind back then, I said, if Sayadaw can do it, I can do it. So that's kind of confidence you have. Is that you don't have to practice to have that confidence. The confidence of there's person who can do it, you can do it. There's person who hold up on not lying, just telling the truth. And so if he have benefit, I'm willing to try. The willingness of doing that kind of energy or quality in the mind that carry on the practice.
Mm.
And that one of the five faculty in the mind, right? Saddha, whatever word that work for us, like faith, confidence, or trust, or whatever word that work for us. But the quality is the same.
Yeah.
Because you know that benefit.
Yeah. And in my mind, and this kind of harkens back to what I was talking about originally on this retreat. When I say I just notice what works for me, what works is when there is an increased level of relaxation in the mind and the body. Yeah. It's relaxation is the real key point there.
Yeah.
And it might not, you know, the words themselves might not make sense, or it's not might not fit a mental model or something like that. But hey, if in following the instruction there is increased relaxation, to me that means I'm in alignment with nature, which doesn't create unnecessary tension.
Yeah. Talking about nature, you also have that confidence in your losing weight, right?
Oh.
You cannot share about, cannot miss sharing that.
Nice segue there, Lianqi. Yeah, nice segue. Yeah, so Lianqi is referring to in one of our conversations we had prior to the retreat. Oh, Lianqi said, because we've known each other for a while now, and she goes, "You're looking a lot skinnier," she said. And I said, "Yeah." And I said, "I've lost 30 pounds, you know, in the past year, intentionally." And, you know, and then she was really nice. She said, "Oh, congratulations. That's great." And then she was asking me a little bit about like how I did it. And I was just started to, you know, explain the different things I did. And it suddenly struck me as I was answering Lianqi that the whole process of losing weight for me has been Dhamma, pure Dhamma practice, pure Dhamma practice. Okay, what do I mean by that? So first of all, I think the first thing I said to Lianqi when she asked me that was, she said, like, how'd you lose the weight? I said, I stopped eating sugar. I stopped eating processed foods, and I stopped snacking, period. Like that. No more sugar, which means a lot of carb things like bread and pasta, because those break down into sugars in the body. So no sugar, low carbs, no processed foods, because they're full of like weird chemicals that cause inflammation in the body and basically make you sick or semi-sick, and no snacking. And then, like, what's the connection of that to the Dhamma? You know, I'm thinking, like, first of all, it's cutting out things. It's not adding things. The diet is like, don't do certain things in a checklist manner. And it's just like the precepts: no killing, no lying, no no stealing,
Drink.
no taking what is not yours, no being
Drinking.
inappropriate sexually, and no intoxicants. It's like, this is a list of no's. It's taking things off the table. Why didn't the Buddha say, why aren't the precepts only tell the truth, only keep what is rightfully yours, and put the whole thing in positive? Why didn't he put it all into a positive form? There's something profound there, you know? It's because there are things that are present in your habits that are blocking nature's way of promoting a healthy life. So all you need to do to promote a healthy life is just take away the things that are blocking a healthy life. That's why it's posed in the negative. And for some reason, human beings like me find it really helpful to not do certain things rather than to do certain things. So that's like a Dhamma connection for me. So I did that, but the one thing I really want to stress, and to keep it really firmly, even in the like language that we've been talking about on this very retreat, is that third thing. After no sugars and no processed foods, no snacking. No snacking. And like, that's been absolutely huge. It's actually been like the biggest thing. No snacking. Why is that the biggest thing? Well, for one thing, if there's no snacking, that takes care of the sugar and the processed foods. Because when I want a snack, what do I normally do? Or what does most people do? You go for the sugars because you get a quick high, and you go for the processed foods for the same reason. If you cut out snacking, you automatically start to cut out sugar and processed foods. That puts snacking right at the top. Now, what is snacking? It's craving a quick high, right? It's craving instant gratification.
Yeah, I think that's why.
Overlooking the consequences of like what you get. You take the quick high, even though you're going to have a crash, but you still go for the high. Sorry, I interrupted you, Lanchi.
No, do not. I think what you said to me, like, oh, I just keep an eye on craving. Yeah, that's what you said.
Yeah. So, okay, how do I not snack? Because I'm a freelancer, so I'm at home and the kitchen is only 20 steps away. And if I'm closer than 20 steps, I can actually see everything in the kitchen and the pantry, including the refrigerator full of all these wonderful things. And there's immediate craving because I've got the mental image there. But then if I'm in my office, my mind is still full of those mental images too. And every time those mental images come up, instantly craving. So then because of the practice, I know how to, not that I always do it for sure, but if I'm sitting in my office and I get a mental image of something in the fridge, rather than allowing my attention to fixate on that mental image of a yogurt or those super sweet and wonderful cherries or whatever it is, instead of allowing my attention to get fixated on that, I shift my attention to the craving I have to go get the cherries. And I hold my attention on the craving. And I get interested in the craving. And I especially get interested in what happens to the craving when I just keep my awareness on the craving for 10 seconds, 15 seconds. And then inevitably I find out that my craving level goes down when I just watch the craving for 10 or 15 seconds. And sometimes, but not all the time, I don't go for the cherries. And I'll just end with this, which is one day a week, I don't eat anything until 6 o'clock. So it's a day-long fast. I do have a cup of coffee in the morning, and sometimes I drink water with some electrolytes in it in the afternoon. But I go all the way to 6 o'clock, and it's a 1 day fast. And I find that on those 1 day fasts, my mind is sharper, brighter. I don't have any ups and downs in energy, and it's a great way to reset the system. And I just did that, and then very, very gradually over a year, I went down 30 pounds. Yeah. So there you go. That's how it's my Dhamma diet plan.
I think that's very powerful way for us to see that how we apply all the information that we learn from observing an object is directed awareness or receptive awareness. How the mind shift from images of what we want to pay attention to the quality of the mind. I think we can learn or hear so much about or read so much about information from the books, but if we don't apply into that, like the experience that we have every day. I remember one time that I complained about my family, like my younger sister doing this and that, and I don't know what to do. And Sayadaw said, if you watch some, this is exactly what word I said. I said, how can she not learn anything after she did that so many times in her life? And she said, and Sayadaw looked at me and say, how come you not learn anything after you watching her so many times? Like, I don't learn anything from watching my own judgmental problem. Like, if you watch something and you don't learn anything about it, and then there is a question about it. So there's a lot of pattern in our life that we repeatedly in our life every day, every years. But the thing is, we only complain of people, like things in front of us, but we don't fix our own problems. And I think that's the same thing when my father talked to my aunt as well. She complained about my grandma that she didn't do this, she didn't do that, and she never changed. And then my father said, well, mom 90 years old and she expect her to change, but you like 70 years old, you cannot change. How can the 90 years old can change? I remember that, and when Sayadaw scolded me for complaining my sister, and I just said, how many times did I hear that? But I still don't learn anything. So yeah, watching what we watch is so important. Like we're watching other people or we're watching ourselves. We watch our objects or we're watching the process or the quality of the mind. That make our life changing.
Hey, can I use this? And let's transition and like open things up too. But I just want to put in one very quick and short plug for the handout called Don't Focus on Objects. And in that handout, this is another to me, it's a very pregnant teaching. The Sayadaw says, don't focus on objects. Never focus on objects. And it's like if you try to practice that, you realize the difficulty of it, but you also realize the opportunities you get because there's this quick noticing of objects, but the noticing of an object, like the cherries in the fridge, that's like one instant of like directed awareness. It's like, oh, cherries in the fridge. But then shift very quickly from directed awareness to receptive awareness to notice everything that's happening following the sudden noticing of the cherries and all that happens in your mind and your body just after that quick noticing. So this is something I wanted to say, Lianqi, about why I love your characterization of directed awareness and receiving awareness. And something I'm working with now, since you mentioned that, is like, what's the difference between the two? And it does strike me that directed awareness is good, but it's more like, when it's skillful, it's like a quick moment. It's like a just a sparkle of, oh, and then you notice the object. But as soon as that happens, shift to receptive awareness, and then you're not going to grasp the object. It's like directed awareness is like when the person is up in the fire tower looking over the forest and they see the wisp of smoke coming up. That's directed awareness. Now you know there's smoke. Now you know there's danger. But switch to receptive awareness to notice all the things that are happening and all the things you have to do at that moment. And stop focusing on it right now, because you've got all the information, you know, danger. Now, go into receptive awareness where wisdom can start coming through and you know how to respond to it. But if you stay focused on it, you're not going to be doing anything. So this is what I'm working with now. Again, thanks to the way you were, the way that you articulated those two forms of awareness. So yeah, let's open it up at this point. Like, if anybody has any thoughts or comments or reflections or insights or anything on what Lianqi and I have got started, or anything else for that matter.
Yeah, I've got something, Doug.
Hang on. Who's that?
John.
John, I'm sorry, how do you spell your last name, pronounce your last name, John?
Amon.
Oh, okay. So the other John, you're next, okay? Okay,
Okay,
hey, John.
I'm sorry. I didn't
No
notice.
worries.
Okay. Well, I was just really very interested in this what you both were talking about with formal practice and the statement, formal practice is when he does not share attention with another person. And I was just thinking about how I feel like there's a similar kind of awareness for me when I'm alone or when I'm in practice, formal practice. But I'm also tying this into what was discussed yesterday, which I thought was so interesting around, and I think I have this phrasing right. I apologize if I'm a little off with it, but around when you're interacting with another, well, the stories too that were told on this around when you're interacting with another person, not to give them your full not to have all the awareness go directed that way. And I find all that really interesting. I mean, I've kind of practiced, for example, if I'm having a conversation with somebody, I mean, I've sort of, my intention has been to pretty much focus on that. Like that's almost been an intention of mine for a while, in part because earlier in my life, I noticed that when I was talking to somebody, often I mean, I just have to honestly, half of me was with them and half of me was somewhere else or wanting to be somewhere else. And so I developed this intention and this practice of really you know, almost like turning toward it and just really but anyway, I'm really interested at this point in experimenting with um having broader awareness, like sort of reconciling broader awareness and engagement, whether it's with another person or even an activity. But particularly, I think with another person, because I've thought for quite a while how interesting it is that my experience is very different alone or in formal practice and then in connection.
Yeah.
I've almost felt like a different person at times.
Yeah.
So anyway, that the comment on formal practice, in conjunction with the stories and that idea yesterday, I'm just really interested in again exploring the reconciliation of broad awareness and engagement.
Wow. Yeah, I really appreciate that that comment. And can you feel? I feel, like what Sayadaw often talks about is bringing interest to the practice.
Mm-hmm.
And when you speak about experimentation, there's a spirit behind the word experimentation, which expresses that interest in learning. That's very motivating, very energizing, right? It's very cool.
It is. It feels like an adventure.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Lanchi, did you have any thoughts on that?
Yes, I really appreciate that, because just like Doug said, is when you interest in something, you experiment and then you learn from your own experiment. And then what I want to point out is, like, you see, like the word that you say, like it feels like I'm a different person. And actually that sense of I am a different person, that you can see how the mind create a sense of me, the sense of I. So when you are alone, let's say you in the room that nobody around, you don't even think about this is my room, or like you just go about your day. You just be in there. You just be in the room without anybody. But the moment you open the door, there's another person come in, or like you present yourself to the world, the sense of self will arise. So right there, you can learn a big concept in Buddhism, like the sense of I, how sense of I created. So a lot of time people misunderstood about Buddhism as no self. It means that you need to to get rid of self, but actually it's not an idea of get rid of self, but an idea of understanding of self. So we don't create sense of self if that have no relationship. So we learn how the mind create a sense of self, is rather than get rid of self, which want to understand that. So that's really cool experience. I'm glad you shared that.
Yeah.
You did that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hey, John. Hey, could you just tell me how to pronounce your last name? I'm very curious.
It's Goodell. The J is silent. Goodell.
Goodell. Okay, great.
Yeah. Well, after
Thanks.
what John said, now I've got two things that I was excited about. I'm not sure which one to speak of, but I think the more useful one is along the lines of what John was talking about, if I understand it correctly. I think we get a lot of signals in Western culture, especially from a psychotherapeutic model. I mean, I've seen endless articles and books, on how to become a better listener, how to be less self-involved and compassionate with other people. And it's often very much like really pour yourself into the other person when they're talking. Really listen. Stop thinking of yourself. Stop thinking of those thoughts you want to interrupt with. Pay attention to them. Pay attention to the signals they're giving, so much so that a lot of that is useful. But when I met Lianqi at a retreat in 2024, and she was saying, don't go out into other people like that, like that 50-50 thing. You got to keep an eye on what's going on inside your mind and really give that importance. I mean, Sayadaw actually says the other person isn't really that important, which is shocking to us. It sounds like, how dare you? You're so selfish. You're not being compassionate. You're not opening out to the world. All these signals that we have. So it's been a slow process for me. And I told Yanchi when I went to her retreat this year, I've been working with it for like a year and I see enormous changes. Just something as simple as when I go out for a bike ride along the LA River and I'll cross paths with, 50 people coming the other direction. And I used to think, well, you need to make visual contact with each person and hello, how are you? And when you do that, you create this little story, that kind of agitates the mind as if you're really interacting with the other person, whereas it's just a momentary thing you're doing in your mind. It's okay to stay just internally, and at first it felt rude, uncivil, and kind of selfish. And when I would see people in the world do that, like not look at me and not greet me, I'd think, well, what a rude person. And now I find myself just going about my own business, just staying inward in the mind, watching the minds. I'm seeing the other person, but I don't need to create a story and pretend that we're having this interaction and stuff. So it's been tremendously helpful. You realize it cuts down on so much noise in the mind and so many stories we create about the other people we're seeing. If they can just be, seeing a person, I don't need to create more stories about that experience. I'll share one practice with all of you that Lienchi teaches from Sayadaw, is just having some physical anchor in the body when you're speaking to someone else. It could be, in your feet or something like that, but just tapping your fingers together, when your hand is down at your side, or tapping on your thigh, just to bring you back once every second to your own body and your own mind. At first it felt, Yanchi, I have to tell you, at first it felt tremendously distracting. Like I couldn't keep my attention on the other person because I was constantly coming back to this tapping. But I found you can do it. You can keep track of a conversation if you just have this sort of fraction of a second of contact with your body and your mind. And I think it's made a big difference. I find myself, I don't need to jump into the conversation and offer my suggestions and interruptions because I'm keeping back a little bit. And it's made me actually realize all of that I thought I was offering was really not that all that important anyway. The conversation hasn't suffered from the fact that I haven't offered all these thoughts that are going through my mind. So I just find myself listening in a different way that's kind of calm and centered and happy. And I don't get to score as many verbal zingers and interrupt and, take control of the conversation, but there's a different feeling to it. So I think that that conflict between some of the what do you call them, guidelines we get from Western culture about really going out to the other person and pour your attention into them, and you're not a good listener unless you're really doing that. And then these teachings that can just be shocking, like the other person isn't all that important. It's your mind and what your mind is doing that's really important. And then I think later on you realize you can kind of find a balance between the both. You're not discounting the other person. You're not ignoring them. You're not devaluating them. You're not minimizing them. You're just finding a different balance. So that's what's, and she's gradually been guiding me through that over the last year or two. And it's a practice. It's really a practice.
Thank you, John.
Lynn, she's giving you a big thumbs up on that one. Hey, well, thanks a lot for that, John. Um,
Can I say something?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah. I think in the us we have a saying that before you go on the path, um, you see mountain and river. It's mountain and river. When you're on the path, you see mountain and river. It's not mountain and river. But when you finish the path, you see mountain and river. It's mountain and river. So what I'm saying is the case of John talking about like pay attention to other people in conversation. At first, you need to do the thing that the society create for all of us to welcoming, being engaged in conversation. And then you learn another technique, another information that then, oh, you need to pay attention to yourself, more important. Then after a while, like John said, you learn a balance, how to do this and how to do that. And both of that are actually is a formula for us to apply to learn how to be a better human being. But awareness itself is up here to see the mind doing its works. At first, learn to engage, and then later learn to pay attention. And then awareness see the mind doing its work of engaging and pay attention in ourselves. So both of the process is the process of the mind doing that. And meditation is the work that looking at the mind doing both processes. That's what I want to point out.
And both of them could be called forms of listening, it seems to me. You know, it's not like you stop listening when you go internally, but rather that you're increasing the amount that you're listening, so to speak, to what's happening in here.
Yeah, it's just like exactly like John said, that the understanding after you doing that, you have the understanding of when to balance, what to balance, how to balance. That the understanding through the practice.
Yeah, beautiful. Well, listen, everybody, thanks so much for this session. I think for sure we're showing how we're all teachers to each other. We all learned such amazing things from each other. In this case, like not just from Lianchi and me, but of course, but like from everybody. And can't thank you enough for the check-ins and these conversations that we've been having throughout the retreat. So we're going to take an hour now. We'll come back at 3:30 Central Time, 1:30 Pacific, and 4:30 Eastern. And we're going to, either Lenchi or I will start off with a few remarks, and then we're going to sit in silence for maybe 15 minutes or so. And this is a good time to experience what I'm very tempted to say is our shared awareness, and also to let what matters float to the top, which is, and then to notice what's coming up for you, what works for you. Maybe something will float up, maybe something won't. Both are very valid things to notice, but this is the practice we do, and we can learn from either situation, either or both. So, and then after that, because we're coming now towards the end of the retreat, there'll be about between 30 and 40 minutes after that short silence sit. We'll get together for our last meeting, which will be a sharing circle, quite an open gathering, and we'll have a chance to share whatever we're moved to share about the experiences and the experiences of the retreat, and what's floated to the top for you, what you found useful, what you're still working on, what you're excited to explore and experiment with, and continue the sharing in that way. So we'll see you all in just a little bit less than an hour for our short silent sit, and on we go. See everybody soon. Take care.
So hello again, everyone. You can start to notice right now. You don't need to change anything, just simply notice. Or you can start your usual sitting, cross your leg, sit straight up, and be comfortable in your posture. You can close your eyes or open your eyes. Whatever support your practice. Or even take a deep breath and let go. So we're going to sit in silence for about 15 minutes together.
Checking in, how do you feel? What mental state? How the mind relate to the body or experience when the mind dropping in silence? And the feeling maybe or the experience can be pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. It's not about judging or changing the experience. It's more like see how conditions that affect the mind and how the mind respond to when we get out of silence as well.
In a couple of minutes, you will open your eyes and go back to your daily life. So the invitation is to anchor your attention or awareness onto the mental state, the feeling that you have right now, and learn about how our sense door contact with the world and changing our emotion or thoughts. So thank you everyone for sitting with me. Back to you, Duff.
So we'll see you all soon, 1:30 for our closing circle. See you soon.
Recording in progress.
So I lost my mindfulness there for a few seconds. So this is our closing circle, and this is a wonderful opportunity, always in a relaxed way, to just cast our minds back over the past 2.5 days of practicing in the daily life meditation style, off the cushion, eyes open, but also the times we had our eyes closed too, seeing how that mixed in with everything. You know, discovering I've got new vocabulary to add now. Discovering the flexibility and the adaptability to practice. And to use another phrase that has come up for me in this retreat, to just see what floats to the top. In the way of insights, possible insights, new perspectives. And you know, I think especially areas that you're eager, that caught your interest, and that you're eager to explore more and experiment with and to learn from. So the way we'll go about this is just open it up, and when anybody feels moved to share things along those lines, that would be great. And feel free to just start to speak, and we'll just go the natural amount of time, allowing everybody a chance to look back and reflect and share if you're so inclined, which we hope you are. So we're open for that.
I'll start, Doug.
Yeah, okay, sure. Go ahead, Nancy.
There was just so much in this retreat that I'm going to take away. It just was really full, and I love the way that it was broken up as far as interviews go, questions and answers, and Dharma talks. And there was a little bit of everything. And I really loved the just guided meditation too, just to be able to be guided. So I think the whole thing flowed really, really well together. Probably my biggest takeaway would be the receptive awareness. I want to learn more about that. It's just something I want to explore. Just the way you described it with the lighthouse, I'm going to take that away. I don't know if it's not a lighthouse, but a fire tower, and scanning the area in a bird's eye view, like you said, was really a wonderful visualization for that. Actually, during break, a little while ago, I decided to make some applesauce, and I had these apples from the tree that had been in the refrigerator a long time. So I decided to make this applesauce, and I cut it all up and had everything ready and had it on the stove and cooking it. And then I thought, well, while I'm waiting, I have some free time. I will write down what I enjoyed about the retreat, what my takeaways might be, and started writing down all these things that I liked about the way the retreat went. And then all of a sudden I realized, my applesauce is burning. I took too long writing down all these things I liked. I was just going to take a minute. So I went and I had to throw that whole batch of applesauce away, and I might have permanently wrecked my pan. I've been scrubbing it. But there were so many things. And then I thought, well, what can I learn from this? So I thought, well, maybe I should have been a little more aware of the recipe, of the timing, and, more focused, maybe more direct focused, rather than staying in this, I don't know if I was wanting to stay in the receptive awareness rather than maybe it was the time for the direct focus. Just playing around with that a little bit. But I really appreciate both you and Lynchy's perspective. I loved hearing Lynchy's stories about her growing up in Vietnam and the experiences being so different than us in the West, and that she has such a rich history to fall back on of being with Sayadaw and his wisdom, and then from his perspective with his cheerful attitude, and I kind of felt like Sayadaw would tell me with my applesauce that I was stupid, or something, But that's all in playful mode. But there is a lot of humor and seriousness in everything. And I just loved, I loved so many things. I loved also about communicating, talking, and connecting with other people, and not to go on too long, but it reminded me of a story. I was in Hawaii on the island of Maui, and almost a couple doors down was a hotel where Ram Dass was and Jack Kornfield, and they were having a big retreat down there. And so for these few days, we went down there to eat in the restaurant there, and had lunch. And as we're eating, is the retreat here? And where is everybody? How's it going with everything? Asking the waiter. And he goes, those people on the retreat, they're not very friendly. They don't talk. They don't talk to you. I thought, oh dear. I told him, I said, I'm sure it's a silent retreat. I'm sure it's, but how people can misunderstand if somebody's not saying hello. Anyway, there's so many. I just thank you so much for the retreat. It was wonderful.
Thanks, Nancy.
I can share. I just felt from the beginning of the retreat until the end that we're coming to so soon that it's just been wonderful for me. And it's, I think the schedule was really wonderful with the breaks. And I had a lot of, I was just doing things around my apartment during the breaks. But I had a lot of, the awareness was really working, the receptive awareness. And one of the things that really struck me, I was sending out an email that I send out for a Buddhist book group that I lead twice a month. And I had to get it out by today because the group's tomorrow. And I just send a reminder out. And the list, my mailing list, has gotten really big. And I always seem to have trouble with that one email. And I'll either miss some people who want to be added to it, or I'm having trouble setting up the format of it on my computer. And when that happened this morning during our first break, I could feel the tension in my body that I always get when I start working on that email. And I felt it so strongly. I could just look at it and just feel it. And I understood what everything you've been talking about. It was just wonderful because I could consciously relax. And then I think it was the quickest email I've sent out in 5 years for this book group. And it just flowed and everything worked out right. And it was also just perfect practice for this whole weekend. And little things like that have been happening. It seems I've been wanting to understand the method for Sayadaw's meditation. And I thought we both did just a wonderful job, because now it feels much more clear to me how I can do it in my daily life. So I've done a lot of retreats and led a lot, and a lot of silent retreats. And this retreat was the best yet. I felt it was more, the conversations were really wonderful to listen to, and we were always invited to be able to ask a question. And I thought what I got out of this weekend was more than I could have ever expected. So I just really appreciate it. And, it still feels like we're probably all tired from the whole weekend, but we didn't have to pack suitcases and, fly somewhere or drive for a couple of hours. And if you're facilitating a workshop, you've got to prepare meals and you've got to set up everything in a strange place sometimes. So this was just a perfect way to do it. And it was wonderful. And everybody in the group contributed. And I thought it was and both of you are wonderful teachers. And I hope you do this more often. And I get the mailing, because I would make a point to come to anything that the two of you did together. So thank you.
Thanks, Wimala.
Well, I'd like to piggyback on that. It's for me the best one that I have attended, and I think it's because I finally said, stop waiting for a time to meditate, or stop waiting to use all this good information you get. So I used the word spaciousness, and it so helped because it got me out of the I, me, mine. And that word just did it for me. It was a kind of my key. And that there's a situation with, I know Leanne, she talked also about when you're engaging with others, that's the real challenge. And I started thinking about a feeling I have about this person that I love very much, a friend of 50 years. But I've not dealt with one particular issue. And the issue is when I started using spaciousness, the issue is me. And I just kind of let that information come into me without, I've got to do this and this and this about it, or what a stupid person that I didn't figure this out before. None of that. I just allowed it to come in and started observing. And the other word, nature. I hadn't really thought, and I guess, Lienchi, again, it helped to hear you talk about how mad certain things made you. Well, I have the same kind of temper, and I didn't think of it as nature. So that has just been immensely helpful. And again, without the value judging. So yeah, this has been great, and I think it's just, I got the information and I finally said, quit waiting until tomorrow to do something about it. So I just thank you very much. It's been lovely, and yeah, I like what you said, Wilma, to do it again, yeah. So thank you.
Thanks, Disa.
I'll piggyback on top of both of you. Vimala, great share. I agree with everything you said. Lienchi and Doug, wow, you guys pulled it off, and I also got a lot out of it. I may be a little out of breath. The reason I'm late is as soon as we got off the Zoom call, my neighbor called me. Her 89-year-old husband had fallen in the shower. Another neighbor and I were trying to get him out and couldn't. We had to call the fire department. So they came, they got him out. So I'm back. I changed my T-shirt. I was wringing wet. I tried to be aware, knowingly aware. I like that. You talked about that the first night, being knowingly aware. And I can't say that I succeeded. I would come back a little bit and then get caught up in the moment. But it was all good work. But that's what I'm going to work on in the future is daily just asking myself, am I aware? Am I knowingly aware? And I don't know if it was Lienchi or Doug, but you said if you do this long enough, you'll find that it just that question just naturally comes up and you don't have to prompt yourself. And I think the way you put it is that's when you know you're on the road, that you're on the path. So that's what I will take into the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
Hey, I can go. Thanks so much, Lienchi and Doug. It was a lot happened in, 48 hours or whatever, 2.5 days, I guess, a little bit more than that. But
Yeah, there's a lot of things. I guess one thing is I sort of appreciate the nudge toward playfulness. Yeah, there's value in discipline, there's value in consistency, etc. But if I'm honest, I'm not really short on that. So I think the nudge toward playfulness, and the reminder around practicing in daily life every day, and as came up in the last session, I particularly appreciate again that whole dynamic around awareness, alone or with people. So I look forward to kind of experimenting with that, and just seeing how how I might bring more of this practice into relational dynamics. I think that's something that feels sort of exciting and could even be funny. I don't know. There could be some humor in that too. So thank you to both of you and everybody. Really, it's been a great retreat. Thanks.
Thanks, John. Thank you, John.
I'll say one thing that I really appreciated was when Lanchi was saying how it takes time, and the development of the wisdom can take a long time, and that even when you get the wisdom and that what would be the wise option or the unwise option, sometimes you still take the unwise road. And as you develop in this process, I think you learn and tend to take the wise road, and I've seen that in myself. And so when I heard you talking about 6 or 7 years before it caught on, I could relate to that. So I thank you for that.
Thanks, Mary Beth.
I'll jump in and just say much gratitude to both of you, Doug and Lanchi. I think there's so much that you shared about the teachings that I can't wait to kind of process and sit with. But I really appreciated all the all your candor, all the life experiences, the examples that you gave that really set it in motion to be able to be relatable. From the clothespin in the parking space and the fire tower. And, Doug, you made that example about the knowing awareness, driving home from work and then not seeing anything from the door to door, but knowing you got, what I call habitual awareness. The drive, and that's habit, but you're not seeing anything between point A and point B. And all the examples really made this very relatable and easy to understand. And I just wanted to say thank you to both of you. So much appreciated. And the laughter. Thank you, Lynchy. I mean, I can't tell you how amazing and priceless that is, to just be able to be here and listen to laughter like that for a full weekend. It was beautiful. So thank you.
Thanks, Kelly.
I can go. I also just so appreciated all of the stories you both shared. You really did such a beautiful job of sharing your lived experiences. And I just love hearing Dhamma journeys. And so it was really joyful to hear those. But I also really appreciate all of the practical tools you gave us. You gave us a lot of strategies to use in daily life, and that was really what I was looking for, because, I'm good at doing my on-the-cushion work, but I really want to lean into this focus of bringing it into daily life. I really look forward to using those tools. I'm going to print the Dharma dashboard and some of those sayings that you gave us and put them on my work computer screens and just really try to remember to walk through those ways of thinking and, am I aware, and all of the questions to get me into the moment. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Dory.
I'll share. I've been silent this retreat, but really appreciating just the free flowing nature of it all, and also some of the conversations that have taken place amongst everybody. I've been nursing a cold, so I haven't left my apartment, but bouncing in and out, I felt like I've been connected to community, which is really nice. And I think my takeaway is just so much of my conditioning and schooling and thought processes is around accumulating, striving, needing to do something to fill insufficiencies. And to me, this practice is much more about there is trust like the inherent nature. And it's not so much about accumulating. It's more like just trust that thing is always there and you don't have to do so much. And that's really good for my system. So thank you both for all the care you put into this, all the resources, and I'll definitely be re-listening. And I'm excited to add this style to my practice. And I'll also just say, with some sort of the intensity of silent retreats, getting very concentrated, I've felt this sort of, what do I do when I leave? But this has sort of felt like this sort of stable, sort of lacking the intensity, but it's almost like this. Anyways, I don't know what I'm trying to express, except, that intensity of going into a retreat mode and then coming out. This has just felt like free flowing. And I'm grateful for that. So thanks very much to everybody.
Thanks, Peter.
Yeah, Julia, I'm grateful for the retreat. I've always liked your retreats, Doug, and it was nice to meet Lindsay. And I also like the Tejania style, and a lot of tidbits and little phrases here and there. I like the one, am I aware? To repeat that. But I did one retreat with Tejania way back when he first came to the States. And I found him and some other teachers that do his style that it's very easy to transition to real life, because that's or to normal everyday life from a retreat compared to a typical silent retreat. And I was also amused when he did that retreat that there were comments afterwards, I guess, by him to like Steve Armstrong sort of saying, nobody said anything. He couldn't believe, this was at Cloud Mountain, he couldn't believe that why aren't people making use of talking to each other about Dharma while they're together, that he was amused that it was the silence of the retreat. So I love the conversations, I love the question answering, and a lot of good sharing. And appreciate you both taking the time and energy to put it together, because it's a lot of work. So I appreciate that. And hope you'll do it again, one or the other. online is fantastic these days. So thank you much.
Thank you, Julia.
It's Julia. I'll go. So I guess I'm still trying to process things. It was a tough retreat for me because I am a night owl. I am in Pacific time zone. So I go to bed at 1 or 2 in the morning. So I've been on 5 hours of sleep, and I usually get 7 or 8 just to be very present. But so I'm sure that things are gonna pop up during the week. I'm taking two things that just keep popping up for me. One, Doug, is the quote you shared from with us, the all the problems in the world. That has been very, I don't know, it seems like it's very powerful. It's with me. It hit me hard. And then the second thing from Vinci is the parking lot example when she said, what is my priority now? Like, you know what I mean? Here's the situation. What do I want to do with this? Do I want to continue to suffer? I mean, that's kind of how my interpretation of it. Or do I want to, learn from this or whatever, and just move forward kind of thing? So, I mean, that's kind of what I got. I'm sure that I don't have it 100% correct. I'll talk to Lenchi hopefully soon about that again if I don't have it right. But that's what I'm taking in right now. So thank you everybody.
Thanks, Julio.
I'm Helen, and what I'd like to share is that after the first night, I just became more relaxed, and I'm just so grateful for that reminder or permission, or to number one, be relaxed. I took it in, and I liked the guided meditations and went very deep in those. And when I found the day, both days, Saturday and Sunday, that I was flowing. I was just flowing, and time, things were just falling into place. So I feel very grateful for this experience, these 2.5 days, and I thank you both, Lanchi and Doug, so very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Helen.
I'm not sure you'll be able to hear me. And how grateful I am. It was a great, great, great retreat. And I think people have said almost all that I could possibly say. I just want to say that having decades of experience in retreat and meditation, and also that at this point of my life, and I dare say I'm probably the oldest one here, but who knows? But at this point of my life, having this particular teaching from Doug and from Lucia is just the absolute best. To be able to be relaxed, gentle, kind, humorous, in the moment. I am so blessed with the life I have right now, and I still have problems trying to do this retreat, this meditation
the way I think I should be doing it. Even though I've had wonderful experiences, this is going to be the way that I'll be able to finish my life, no matter how it happens, in a very, very kind, warm-hearted, gentle, loving way. And I just think that being present, being aware, knowingly aware, in the present, as often as possible, is going to just make it work the way that I like it to work. And if it doesn't, I can accept that too. I want to thank you so very, very much, Sangha and Doug and Lynchy.
Thank you, Darla.
I just want to thanks Doug and Lianqi for this wonderful retreat. So every retreat, I just pick up a new things, even though I have been quite a few retreats, but every retreat I just pick up, and maybe Doug, you have talked about knowing, what is that now? Now I'm out of word. So, and that would be the thing that I would take away. And another thing that I have been working on it is when you say, yeah, you're aware. And I say, yeah, I am aware. Like when I really want to have that ice cream, I kind of like, yeah, I'm aware that it is not good for me. I don't need that because I'm already full, and I have medical problems that I need to keep things under control. But I still succumb to that greed. And now I think that's a new thing that I heard too, like, yes, you're aware, but sometimes the awareness itself is not enough. And I'm grateful to hear that, yes, you do need the right view too. And that's what I'm going to be working on, that. As awareness is good place to start, but then you need to be able to have the momentum and then move on to, the final thing. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Donabelle. Lianqi, did you want to maybe say a few words?
There's a Zoom user who have not shared.
I've always wondered who the Zoom user is. I'm not sure there's a person there. I still haven't.
Okay.
I still haven't plumbed that mystery.
Okay. Never mind. Yes. So first, want to thank you, Doug and Donna, so much for the invitation to teach together. And second, that I want to thank the Sangha. I was talking with Doug in between time, and I told him that he has a beautiful Sangha and amazing. Like anything he said or I said, the next thing, the question or the comment sharing that you apply immediately. That make me feel very happy and appreciated, because your interest in what we try to do. And then I was nervous to teach with Dove because English is my second language, and because I don't like language, so I don't like to learn. I lived in America a long time, but I still speak English very broken because I don't like to fix it. I'd rather spend time for other things. And then Doug is the writer, which like he's so precise on everything he say, or everything he arranged everything. He just like noticed me. This is what we're going to do. This is the schedule. This is like I said. Oh my God! It's just like so detailed and everything is written down, preparing, and I'm just saying, oh my God, what I'm doing, what I'm getting to. But so my share is just make everybody happy and learn something that make me feel happy, and that is very encouraging. He just keeps saying, "You good, you fantastic, just keep going." It's make me feel less nervous and just doing my part. But honestly, I was very nervous because I think my language is not really clear, and I did not pick up so much of what you said unless Doug started and he say something. So, oh, that's what they want to hear. So I appreciate so much. So Doug, your skill of language is amazing and arrange everything for me. I didn't do anything, just come here and talk. So thank you, Doug and Dana. And thank you, Sangha, for interest. The only thing that I listen to everybody giving example, and I'm so happy that you see the day is floating. You see just allowing spaces, all of that. It like flow. It just all of that is make me feel wonderful. The only things I like to share at last moment is like Michael. That was the excellent. When you think that, oh, I was not aware because I tried, but I couldn't be aware because it's emergency situation. But actually, you already aware. If you don't aware, if you did not aware, you don't know how you feel at that moment. So if you remember back, you see that you were rushing, you were trying, and that enough. And that awareness is enough. Maybe because your idea of awareness is different. So you think that you did not. So the definition of what is awareness, that the question you asked from very beginning, is evolved over the years when we practice. At first, awareness, it just means like being quiet the mind, follow the breath. But over the years, the more you practice, the more definition of what is awareness changing over the years. And until it's become a resident of the mind, you don't even question it, but you just know. So pay attention to how the mind works is meditation. And what is awareness? Like, if I don't aware, how do I know? So what are the element missing in there? Definition, I think, or maybe belief or opinion, or I was identified with experience. It was my goal, rushing, but not aware. But actually, it was awareness, intention, and identify with experience. So that's why you see it's not awareness. So whatever awareness that you have in situation, just notice that. Oh, the body is feel tired. Oh, the mind is feel sleepy. Oh, this is how it feel when I'm being rushed. This is how it feel when I'm forgetting, be it forgetful or anxiety. So that's the things that I want to chip in for the last minute. So about what are we belief or opinion about the practice? Watching for that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Linchi. Well, for myself, I honestly I'd like to express my gratitude first and foremost to Donna, who is seriously such a major force, such a support, such encouragement all the time. There would be no retreats or anything without her. So thank you, Donna. Now I also have to thank Lin Chi.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I also have to thank Lin Chi, but I also have to say, if I'm somehow making people nervous, I've got some work to do, I guess. I don't know. But also, you know, Lin Chi, as I always say, I just learned so much from you. Seriously, you model this practice better than anybody I've ever seen. It's natural, it's flowing, it is full of wisdom. You're dropping wisdom bombs left and right, bombs of gentleness and kindness and love, okay? And wisdom, bombs of wisdom. And any amount of like linguistic error is so tiny in comparison to all that. It all amounts to nothing more than adornments or decorations to your wisdom. It's just beautiful. Thank you. I also want to thank this group, everybody, every single person in the group. One thing that was really new to me, not in the fact, but in the extent of the sharing that went on in this group, the richness of the conversation, the depths to each one of you went, how beautifully articulated everything was, how heartfelt it was, such as in this very closing circle, when we've heard, you know, such moving and profound moments of life that have been discovered and shared. You know, I mean, that in itself, to me, exemplifies the richness we get out of paying attention to the smallest details of things in life. Like a clothespin, like a parking space, like scratching your face, like burning your applesauce. What a great opportunity to learn, you know. And so I was very overwhelmed by all that and very, very grateful for all of that. Let me give you just one quick example, because I can't get really out of teacher mode, right? So who was it who mentioned, I'm sorry for forgetting, but who was it who mentioned, I think it was Kelly actually, driving home, was it? I think it was like driving home and you got all the way home and you can't remember a thing about the ride home. But you got there safely, right? Well, I've been telling that little story about driving home for a long time, but after hearing you relate the story, a phrase came to my mind which will now forever be attached to that story. And that the phrase is, looking back over that experience of having driven from work home safely and yet not remembering really anything that you saw or did on the way home, you can now ask yourself, who or what was really in the driver's seat? And the phrase that will forever be attached to that story for me from now on is, awareness was in the driver's seat. The natural intelligence of nature, which is a synonym of awareness, is always in the driver's seat. And the practice is just about removing the obstacles between us and that intelligence. So that's a little teaching point that I couldn't help myself but bring in. And thanks for reminding me of that story again, Kelly. Much appreciated. And that's just one of endless examples I could give, and which I fully intend, after this retreat, I'm going to listen back over the sessions. I'm going to pick out countless points. Let me just mention a couple of others, I guess. The adaptability and the flexibility of the practice. I think I've been noticing that and using that and benefiting from that from a long time, but hearing those particular words gives me a whole lot more adaptability and flexibility in my life and in the way I share the teachings, in a really, really big way. For that matter, so many, I'm tempted to say, all of the really specific, fine, excellent, useful points that were brought up through the retreat always went back to the very simplest things. Beginning with Michael on his bike ride, just having a bike ride and wondering, what is this awareness and why am I chasing it so much? It's like, boom. That's the question. And as Sayadaw says, don't ask questions in search of an answer. Deepen into the question. And for me, that amounts to, in my own words, deepening into the mystery, which again, in my words, is sacred. And I would even use the word holy. That's where my own particular practice goes. I'm still working on finding language and a way of presenting things that go across cultures, that go across denominations, that go across national borders, into the realm of pure, shared, the pure and shared depth of life, which is this mystery of awareness. I have to say that also on the first night, Lianqi's talk about directed and receiving awareness has opened up a lot for me, and I can't wait to explore it more, practice with it more, and see how those two things fit together. I've got the excitement of feeling like there's a whole big long road of learning ahead of me there, and it's already started. And another example of the many, many gems I've picked up from Lianqi and from you all. And I'll just say one other thing. I think it was John in the last sharing who just used the simple word intimacy, which landed on me in a big way. To me, intimacy is very closely related to that idea of shared awareness. A oneness, if you will, which after all is certainly what we're all seeking to contact and understand and live from. It's that pure wisdom and love of intimacy. So I'm looking forward to practicing with that. Yeah. So thanks to Donna, thanks to Lianqi, thanks to this group for every single thing you shared. And I say that from the depths of my heart. And to close things up then, Lianqi and I, well, I'll say this. Let me just sneak this in. I hope we both heard several of you say that we, as teachers, are inspired by this experience and consider the possibility of carrying it on in some way. And I know I speak for both of us when I say, you know, I hope you guys will stay in touch. Lenchi has her website. I got my website. It's Lienchitron. Is it lenchitron.org or lenchitron.com?
Or
lenchitron.org. And I'm dougmcgill.com. And, you know, we've got lots going on, lots of ways to practice together and to continue the practice. And we really hope, you know, you make use of that, and or our emails are on both of those websites also. Shoot us an email sometime, and I'm sure we'll follow up on that, and that would be great. Well, it's gone by fast these last 2.5 days, but I gather from many of your comments, and I'm so grateful to hear it. I'm sure Donna and Lienchi and I are all happy to hear it, that it's gone by in a flowing and fruitful way. And, you know, very best wishes that you feel the momentum of the practice and that carries each one of you and all of us forward in a way that benefits us as individuals and all beings. And yeah. So from Donna and Lienchi and me to all of you as one, with lots of love, let's stay in touch, and bye for now.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
thank you, everyone.
Thank you. It was a wonderful retreat.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, everyone.
Can't wait to see you again soon. Be well.
Thank you.